Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh yeah, happy Tuesday. It is a good Tuesday, eh? Unfortunately for me, there is a weather warning that I see again. Guys, I just want to go outside. You know, I just want to go outside, which is weird because I don't usually have that thing of like wanting to go outside. But when every day it's like, hey, what if it was actually just freezing cold? And the thing is, the reason why I want to go outside a little bit is because I'd like to tell you that I want to go outside because it's healthy to get outside. It's good to get out and experience some sunlight. It's a good idea to visit your friends and loved ones. It's a good idea to go and get physical exercise because that will help extend your life and improve longevity and your quality of life. All those things are true and accurate. But mostly, I just want to play Pokemon Go. I really just want to go catch some Pokemon outside. But when they have the extreme cold warning that my phone freezes if I have it outside in my hands, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I do have the Pokemon Go Plus, so I can put the Pokemon, so I can actually have everything in my pocket and it will catch Pokemon for me. But it's not as exciting. You know, it doesn't have the same oomph as actually going out and catching them. So right now it's actually not too bad. I could have gone up a little bit earlier and actually gone outside, which would have been fine. But apparently there's another extreme cold warning. It's going to be going down to like minus 35. Yeah, there's actually, like, I think I've talked about this before. There's actually a very specific reason why I play Pokemon Go. And the reason why I play Pokemon Go, which is really important, is because it gets me outside. It's like fun to play, right? Because I'm an adult who grew up in the 90s, who got the chance to experience the Pokemon cartoon and all of its associated memorabilia, and I had fun with it. And now that I don't have any children or nieces or nephews, but I have friends who are having children, and my girlfriend, both of her brothers have 2 children each. They're going up. I'll be able to communicate very effectively with them because I understand the lingo. But mostly, it's just, for me, it's a good motivator to get out of the house and actually be mildly active. Because I don't know about you guys, I don't have like this like prevailing sense of mortality that's chasing after me. Like, I don't feel limited in what I can do. Anything I want to do, I can. I'm healthy enough to go do that. I don't get limited. Like, I don't feel winded going up and down the stairs. I don't feel this pressure of like I have to like get in some level of shape because right now I just don't have to, but I could stand to be healthier. And so it's hard for me to get motivated to be like, oh, just like go run around outside and like do nothing. Just go run around and do nothing. And that sucks. I hate that. Like running around and doing nothing. I don't understand. Like, I get it. I still understand how people can be motivated by that. I've never been motivated by like, oh, just go like run 5K. Why would I run 5K? That's dumb. You know what's not dumb? Walking or running 5K while catching Pokemon at the same time. Well, minus 35 Celsius and Fahrenheit are basically the same kind of hands. Minus 40 Fahrenheit is minus 40 Celsius. So minus 35 Celsius is basically minus 30 Fahrenheit. They're almost the same thing. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, minus 40 is the same with both temperatures. It's neato. The more you know. Also, it's dark. So I'm going to turn the lights on because I didn't do that. Turn the lights on. What's that? No, don't look at your phone. Every time I grab my phone, it's so easy to get distracted. Because I control my lights with my phone, which is great. Big fan. You in Canada? That is correct. We do use the metric system. Yeah, it's just gonna be cold. So that's why I said I'm just waiting. Eventually it will go away. We're in February. It's going away soon. February is always, in my opinion, the worst month because it gets so cold and so snowy and you just feel locked and you can't do anything, and it's really horrible for that, but that's okay. On the flip side, I'll show you something I did discover, which I thought was kind of fun, which I hadn't heard about, but some of you might have heard about. Alright. This is a video game that I saw a trailer for called Dino Blade. And so I wishlisted it because it seemed like it was an important thing to wishlist. So let's just watch this trailer together. This is a video game I saw yesterday. That's right. It's just Dark Souls, but with dinosaurs. Isn't that great? What a great idea. So I saw this trailer yesterday, and I was like, you know what I need? I'm going to need to buy this game eventually. Like, why does that dinosaur have an axe? That's sick. Yep. Is that dinosaur using another dinosaur as a weapon? Oh my god. It's using a spiked dinosaur as a weapon. My god. Anyway, I saw this video, and I was like, I no reviews obviously, Team Spino. So yeah. Anyway, when this game comes out, we might play it. It's on my wish list. So, oh, it's similar to Elden Ring and Expedition 33. Perfect. So yeah, apparently there's a demo you can play, but I'm not gonna play a demo. It's I'm not a big like play the demo guy. I'd rather just like play the game. Anyway, I just thought I'd share this because I saw this trailer and I was like, this looks really, really, really stupid. This dinosaur has a scythe. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Look at the dinosaurs with weapons. And he's also got, like, the big, like, bleach sword. Like, I never saw the... I didn't watch the anime, but I saw enough, like, AMVs when I was 16 and 17. I've seen this one. So yeah, that's sick. Anyway, so I just thought I'd share that with you. That was the only silly thing I saw after stream was over. Was Dino Blade. Download the video builder has done and an adjusted build, and I ended up with all class ranks of 23 by 20. Nice, that's perfect. That's exactly what you want. Yeah, that's the thing. I am a simple man. So I'll show you the other game that I actually got the chance to play this when I was at PAX. This one here. Let me find it. I don't know why it rearranges my games every time. Okay, so you guys saw so that's basically just Dark Souls but with dinosaurs, right? Well, okay, so this is a video game called Crystalla, and this is Dark Souls but with cats. And I got to play this one. It was a really cool idea. It's still in early access with mostly positive. This game is very, very far from being finished. But hopefully eventually it does actually come out. Which would be kind of cool, but it's literally just Dark Souls but with cats. So because you're a cat, you can climb all sorts of stuff, but it has like your Dark Souls style combat. I don't know if they have just a video. It's probably the older trailer. Yeah, do we have a newer trailer? Yeah. Give me some gameplay. No, I don't care about story. Come on, show off the gameplay. Is that? Yeah, so it's like cat Dark Souls, but you can like wall climb and run on stuff. I don't want to behold gods. But yeah, so at some point in the future, when Cat Dark Souls comes out, we'll play Cat Dark Souls. Whenever Dragon Dark Souls, or not Dragon, Dinosaur Dark Souls comes out, we'll play Dinosaur Dark Souls as well. Oh, you can play, look at the cats you can customize. You could ride a dog? Amazing. But yes, I saw this when I was at PAX in 2024, and yeah. Fun fact: I got the chance to play this. This was really cool. The marketing team for the game for Astral Clock Tower Studios, I was like, oh, do you guys do like a thing? Like I'm a streamer. I would love to help advertise this game. Do you guys do like demo copies for like streamers or whatever so that people can look at the game? And they were like, oh yeah, that's something we do. Like here, and they gave me like a contact. So I got an email list basically of like the specific people that I have to get in contact with. Of course, I'm excited for this. So I immediately go and email the appropriate people, and I get like windmill slammed with an email back where they're like, hey, by the way, we do not do that. We do not give out these copies or anything, or like demo copies for people to show off on stream. We're not interested. And I was like, okay, sounds good. You got it. Anyway, so I'll probably play it when it comes out, but it's not done yet, so we'll get there when we get there. I had to share that one as well because some things. That's really stupid. Listen, anybody can do whatever they want. Here's the thing. The people that wanted to say yes were the publishers. This is something I didn't know, but when I got to learn a little bit at PAX, sometimes the game developers were actually the ones showcasing their game at PAX. You've never been to like one of these big gaming conventions. It's basically just this massive hall, and when you pay for a spot, you're buying like a square footage space. So you might buy like, a 10 foot by 10 foot square, and that costs you like, $30,000 to $100,000 or something to have that square for the weekend, depending on like how big or whatever it is you need. So you pay like, let's say you pay like 30 grand, you have that 10 by 10 square. You might actually be there, but if you're run by a publisher, so if let's say it's Sony is publishing your game, Sony is paying for that space because they're going to advertise it, and Sony is going to be there. So I actually didn't get to talk to any of the people that actually worked for Astral Clock Tower. I only got to people that worked for the publisher of the company, who is who's the publisher for Astral Clock Tower Studios. I don't know who the publisher is. I'd have to look into it. I'm not going to do the research. But anyways, I didn't get to actually talk to the company. I only got to talk to... Oh, apparently they're self-publishing now. They weren't self-publishing at the time. And the publisher was saying, yes, we will do these early copies. And the company itself, when I emailed them, said no directly. So the publisher was like, yes, more advertising. And the actual developers were like, no thanks. That being said, this was also like almost 2 years ago. So, and the game is still like not out yet, so maybe they'd be willing to do something like further down the line. I still have that email. I should probably reply and be like, game coming out? And just sit them down in front of the game and see what happens. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, anyway, I just wanted to share that. I thought that was kind of funny. I don't have any other interesting news. Other news facts that we have going on here. So number one, I'm going to be finishing off solo guided playthrough. If you haven't tuned in for this at all, the goal here was just I wanted to show or give people a path to go through the entire video game Dungeons & Dragons Online from 1 all the way to level 34 in a concise and easy to consume video format. So it's all being broken down and uploaded onto YouTube. Fun fact, I had uploaded a whole bunch of videos and I was missing the level 4. I was like, where is it? And so I apparently forgot to edit it. So I had to edit that down last night and throw that up. So there are just going to be videos coming out every 3 days that are going to have solo guided whatever in it. And just the explicit purpose is to help people who are not familiar with the game. They're new. They don't know where to go and what to get and how to get resources. So as a result, this character, I didn't use anything from my account. I never touched my shared storage. I didn't use anything that anyone following the video wouldn't be able to do other than the sick as hell Raven cosmetics, because I got these given to me by SSG and these look unbelievable. So I absolutely did use these because it looks great. Also, Codeine Raiders and Guppies are. Oh my god, that's so many raids all at the same time. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys are doing good. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Welcome. Hope your streams were good. That's awesome. Thank you. Very kind. Very, very kind to join in on the raid and the streams this morning. Yeah, so that's kind of the goal. We're going to be finishing it off either today or tomorrow. However, before we finish it off, oh my god, that's Noobaholic. Triple raid? 3, 4, 5? That's 12? Added together, 3 plus 4 plus 5. I think about it all the time. I don't think about that all the time, but It comes up more often than you would think. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. Thanks for the raid. Hope you guys are doing good. As I was just saying, I know it might seem weird because I'm not doing any weird, interesting, or creative or unique build. That's because, again, I wanted to have the solo guided playthrough. Admittedly, the solo guided playthrough and the idea to have a thing that goes through the entire game is not something I came up with myself. It's an idea that I 100% just stole from the content creator, Mr. Llama SC, who does a similar thing for Diablo 2, where he does a slow play through the entirety of the game on a character and explains all his decision making. And that's kind of what I was like, oh, we can do that for DDO, so I want to do that as well. So I've done several in the past. I've done the solo guided playthrough for the Pure Fighter. I've done it for a Stormsinger Bard, and I've done it for the Caster Ranger, which I actually still have, by the way. Which is one of the few characters I did rescue, which I will show you here. Where are you? Solo guided Caster Ranger. Which was a character where I couldn't attack enemies. I needed to cast spells to kill enemies the entire way through the game as a ranger. This character was surprisingly workable. However, this is basically the best way I can describe solo guided caster ranger is it's bad Arcane Trickster, which is coming out soon. So that's kind of neat. So I have done a bunch of these, but this one's going to be a little bit more easier to follow because it's actually a real thing. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So hopefully people are able to learn a little bit from that. Other than that, in other news, I didn't check to see if there's any news, if the Lemania will be this week or next week. Let's find out. What do we got? No news. All right, so I have nothing to add. And then, yeah, we'll get started here pretty soon. But I hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. It is a beautiful, chilly day out here, and hopefully everything will be fine. Saved Gigacaster Fighter of Hell. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, I've already said this before. Whenever we do get a Lemania, I will be doing a 1 to 20 on, or like from level 1 to as high level as I can get. It'll be past 20 for sure. On Arcane Trickster to get a sense of how it feels during the game, so I can give the most concise and most detailed feedback that I physically can about how it feels during the leveling process. Because I want to make sure that that is something that's easily consumable. Because if I have the time, I can spend doing it to help out. To help smoothen out the curve and see where the rough edges are, then, you know, that'll be good. But other than that, that's pretty much all we got. The reason why today's stream title is Legendary Hard is because that's what we're going to be doing. So I technically can do some quests on Legendary Elite. I have tried, but there's one problem. Because monsters on Legendary Hard, their saving throws are like somewhere in the 40s. My Tactical Detonation, my Galvanic Blast, they sometimes hit. Once I go up to Elite, they double. Their stats literally double from Hard to Elite, so all of my spells stop working entirely, and I just become exclusively melee and healing myself. And it is technically doable, but it's slow, it's painful, and I can't use any of my abilities on my character class, which is kind of not very fun. So the scaling between Legendary Hard and Legendary Elite is probably a little bit like it's less of like a curve, like a difficulty curve, and more of like a couple points and then a brick wall. So it is not tenable for my character as of right now. So we'll be doing a lot of Legendary Hard, probably doing basically every single saga and quest. And the goal here is to go through and hit up pretty much every single quest I haven't done along the way. So I have the Madness of the Crowds chain to go do. I'm not doing Slave Lords. I don't want to do that. And then yeah, Age of Rage, Mines of Tethumar, and then move into the Gatekeeper's chain. We've got Sharn, we've got Salt Marsh, we've got Feywild. There's like a million quests to do. So we will get in there. So we're going to continue on with, I'm going to start out with the quest chain that's actually already here, which is the Madness of the Crowds chain, Age of Rage. I do think about the Slave Lords crafting materials. I think about that all the time. Good morning, Morchai. Good morning, Rachel. Hope both of you are very, very well. Hello and welcome, everybody. Oh, also, I've started doing something that I should have started doing a little while ago because I've been thinking about my internal health and my internal organs and how it's a good idea to protect your organs from damage. So I have started, I used to put sugar in my coffee, and I'm no longer putting sugar in my coffee. I can probably handle it, but personally, I'm just like, you know what? I don't need the sugar in my coffee. It's better if I don't have it. Having fun, use those cool skills. Well, that's just it, right? It's important to be having fun. And I think that's like, one of the big things that does need to get adjusted, which is good, which has already been looked at. There's a post from Torque where he talked about how there are many changes that SSG would like to make to spellcasters, because it's a lot of people go the simple fact of spellcast feel bad, make spellcast feel good, and they slam their hands on the table. The problem is it's a layered problem. There are multiple different ways in which you can approach this issue and multiple different areas in which there are problems. The first solution is going to be some DC relief, which is actually exciting. One of the current problems that exists in Dungeons & Dragons Online is that your spell DCs are a zero-sum game. Either the monster fails and it works, or the monster saves and it doesn't. And if their saves are too high, they save literally every time, and you don't get to experience any of your abilities. The way that the attack system works is there's a bounded accuracy system. If I roll a 16 or higher on my dice when I roll, if I'm proficient with my weapon, I just hit, no matter what the number is in my attack. So my minimum hit chance is 25%. Now, obviously, 25% is not ideal, but 25% means you are still hitting monsters. However, with saving throws, there's no such thing. If the monster only fails on a 1, they only fail on a 1. And so if there's something similar that's done for that to make it so that you can maybe cast spells a little bit under value, obviously landing every hold in your mass hold is a good idea. But yeah, it's just a good idea to have like something in between. Like for example, with here, I guess I could just kill everything. But yeah, it would be a good idea to have something like that. But yeah, overall, I'm looking forward to it. I'm very optimistic, and I'm having a lot of fun and playing with my cool abilities. Madness of the Crowds is bugged and incompletable. Madness of the Crowds is not bugged and incompletable. It is doable. However, there is a bug. Oh no, yes. It's not bugged and incompletable. It is. No, is it fully incompletable? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Brawn Pit. No, Brawn Pits has to be spawning in a certain place, right? There's only one spot where he can be completed. That quest is bugged. Yes. He spawns in 3 different places. Yes. Sorry. He has to spawn up by the shrine, right? And if he doesn't spawn up by the shrine, he never teleports down. Yes, if Brawn Pits, that is a current bug in the game right now. If Brawn Pits has 3 spawn locations, 1 by the river, 1 on the ridge near the start, and 1 by the shrine. And if he does not spawn at the shrine, he will talk to you when he's at those other places, but he will never go to his camp, and you'll never be able to complete the quest. That is a current bug that is going on right now. I'm gonna just reset it until I beat it. I forgot about that. You are correct. I did completely space on that being a thing. Yeah, so we'll be trying to fix that. Girl Scouts forced me to buy some cookies yesterday. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, they show up to your house, and they start blackmailing you to buy the cookies. And by blackmailing you, I mean by just literally saying, "Hey, you want them? We got them."
You must stop the cultists before they can carry out their plan. The manager holds up his hand, a strange smile on his face.
So yeah. That's I'm trying to think if there's any other, like, that quest bug is a bit of a problem, because it means you can't complete the quest most of the time. So I just need to get lucky. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that when I literally ran into that last life where I tried to go in, and then you guys had to inform me that it was actually bugged because I hadn't done that quest in such a long time. When did that bug start happening? If you guys don't, does anybody know? It's recent that started happening.
The curse that destroyed the giants has returned. You hear the cries of an angry mob in the distance. A riot has broken out on the streets of the city. Do you hear that?
They just use lemon creams? Yeah. I've never been a big Girl Guide cookie person. I don't know why. I just never have been big on the Girl Guide cookies. They're fine. I feel like maybe I managed to escape the desire to devour Girl Guide cookies at all hours of the day and night, which is just generally good for me in totality. Oh god, the hateful stairs are... Oh right, these ones are actually immune to lightning and acid. Brawn Pits died so the servers could live. Oh man, could you imagine if that's what was causing the issues with the lag and the performance? YOLO. Ah, easy. Imagine taking time to disable traps. It's a 1 in 3. So if Brawn Pit spawns up by the wood camp or whatever, then it's fine. If he spawns anywhere else, it doesn't work. By the where the wood woads are. Wood camp, wood shrine, wood shrine. Yes, I did also encounter this problem. Anyway, we'll get there and see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Used to sell them, yeah.
Ring the bell to some of the guards inside.
Yeah, I was never part of Girl Guides or Boy Scouts or anything like that, so I never participated in any of those things. I also don't know how to tie a knot, unrelated. I was actually thinking about this because I don't know how to tie a knot in the sense that, like, I tie my shoes. I have no problem tying the knot for my shoes, the classic bunny ear knot. I don't know what the actual name of it is, but doing that, where you make the loops, that's how I tie my shoes every time. But then trying to do it backwards when tying like an apron on or tying it behind my back, I have like no idea how to do that. I was doing some baking with my girlfriend over Christmas, and she like gave me an apron, and I go to put it on, and I'm like just standing there like an idiot struggling. I'm like, I can do this. I tie my shoes every day.
A strange vapor seeps off the streets.
No, I cannot.
The result of House Jurassic's bombardment of the neighborhood.
I could not figure it out because mostly she wanted to get started. So after like watching me struggle for like 3 minutes, she's like, just turn around, I'll tie this thing, which is not good because I want to do it. Similarly, it's sort of like describing how to do it. Some people probably can. I don't think I could describe how to tie a knot at all. It's sort of like describing, you cannot knot? No, I cannot. Or I cannot knot. Yeah, sorry. Not that I cannot. I cannot knot. Correct. Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Just do it frontwards and then flip it. Oh, smart. Look at this guy. YouTube had videos on that. Yeah, I could have looked for information. I just figured I tie my shoes every day. It's the same kind of knot. I can just use it immediately and have instant success. Just start just by not using your thumb. But I love using my thumbs. My thumbs are great. My thumbs are useful for all sorts of different types of like operating tools and machinery. I can't leave my thumbs out of practice. This is a Winnie the Pooh reference. Is it? Oh man, I'm gonna be honest, you guys, I never really watched a lot of Winnie the Pooh. I feel bad because like a lot of the classic children's cartoon or programming I just didn't really watch. So like I have no experience with like Sesame Street or Winnie the Pooh or things like that. I don't know how. I think the biggest problem, which is probably a bigger issue for like the caretakers that I had when I was like much younger, like as a very small child, is that I was very resistant to television. So like for many people, like at Thomas Tank Engine, they'd be like, yo, I gotta do something for 25 minutes. Just slam the TV on and like sit the kid down and they'll watch it. No, not for me. I was always a I liked interactive things. Keep trying until I run out of knots. Yeah, I'll get it eventually. I'll try again. I'll try again when there's like less pressure.
One of the disciples of rage to the rioters. But instead of welcoming you, Stormreach turned its
I'll get there eventually. Watership Down. So I did not read Watership Down, but there was then the animation that was on. I don't remember, 90s, 99, 2000, something like that, very early. And I did not get into, or like I kind of watched a couple episodes. No, it was not Watership Down, Redwall, sorry, which is a totally different thing. It's same small animals, different concept. A Stuart Little, all the same thing, you know? Anyway, and this is unrelated. Currently, there's a standard magic set, which is a Bloomburrow set, which has that kind of like little mouse soldier aesthetic, and it's very cute. It's a very cute set. If it wasn't so old, I'd buy some of the cards. Argument for playing games is so much better than passively watching TV. Yeah. Yeah, there was oh, unrelated, just because this is just one of those things. So I didn't watch a lot of children's media. I did watch I never read the book, obviously, but I did read, or sorry, watch the movie Stuart Little when I was growing up. Stuart Little, obviously the very small mouse child, who just lives with the human family and no one thinks anything of it, which I did not know. That featured Hugh Laurie. Plays the dad in the movie Stuart Little. Had no idea, because as a kid you don't know who Hugh Laurie is until you realize that he's like, you know, extremely decorated theater actor, and also House. So cute, you get to torturous death scenes. Yeah. Reference in the stream chat in Discord. Ah, thank you.
Now a familiar sound can be heard overhead, heading your way. Best to find cover.
Ghibli, Grave of the Fireflies was rough as a kid. I have not seen Grave of the Fireflies. I did not grow up on Ghibli either. I actually watched my first Studio Ghibli films last year. I watched Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle last year. But you know what? I'm going to say something might be like controversial. People might not know. Those are great movies. More people should watch those. Wow. You know, I know not a lot of people will tell you that, but yeah. Okay. So, this is the quest that is broken, Madness of the Crowds. So if Brawn Pitts does not show up at the altar, I will not be able to complete this. Okay, so admittedly, I have tried to watch Blackadder because a friend of mine was really trying to get into like a lot of British TV. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I really struggle to watch a lot of British TV. So I have tried to watch Blackadder before in the past. I have unsuccessfully watched that show. Alright, so Brawn Pitts is not here, so the quest might not bug. Alright, I'm going to disable your privileges soon.
Another scorpion. You take this stinger, reflecting on the deep respect the Lokuri Drow have for these creatures and their courage.
Entry into British humor in modern times. I still don't like those either. Like, my girlfriend, she really likes watching, like Taskmaster and a couple other shows like that. And I don't know, man, I just can't get into it. I try really hard. I just can't get into it. It's 100% not for me. All right, so Brawn Pitts is not here. So this should bug out when I do find Brawn Pitts. So basically what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to talk to Brawn Pitts, and then he is supposed to come here, and you fight a drow, all the drow at his camp, and then once they're all dead, he spawns in and walks towards his camp. I'm going to find Brawn Pitts over here, and he will never go to his camp. Yeah, IT crowd, again, same thing. I couldn't get into it. Yeah, so it was, like I said, I've tried to get into these shows. I don't know, there's something about it. There's like either the specific manner of speaking or the way in which some of the jokes are delivered. I don't know. Oh, listen, I need your help. Yep. Thank you. Okay, so I talked to Brawn Pitts. Bronze Pitts. It should break. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe. I can't put into direct words one of the reasons why I don't like it that much. Arcane Trickster, but Arcane Trickster's not out yet, so what are you gonna do? I'm gonna be honest, also, I played an Arcane Trickster in pen and paper in 5, and it felt very bad. Well, it didn't feel bad, it felt like super mid, especially considering that in Player's Handbook 2 for 5, they added like Swashbuckler, which is you always have sneak attack and you always have advantage. So yeah, so I talked to Brawn Pitts and he's just not here. So this quest is now not completable. It is broken. You cannot recover from this point and you have to reset. The only way for this quest to work is if Brawn Pitts is up here. If Brawn Pitts is here, he will actually spawn. If he spawns over here, it doesn't work. And if he spawns over there, it doesn't work. I don't know why this is the case. I don't know. And it's a 1 in 3. So we are going to complete this quest because I want to finish off the chain, but I'm going to have to recall, and I'm basically just going to recall, run up, and check for Brawn Pits first to see if we can get through. No, it's a 1 in 3 every time. So, yeah. You have a familiar to proc a sneak attack? Yeah, but the problem with having a familiar that procs a sneak attack is your familiar just instantly dies. Because, like, you move your familiar in for a sneak attack, and then the monster attacks your familiar, it dies, and then you lose your sneak attack. And also the consequences of losing a familiar. Ancient Altar is Brawn Pits here. Brawn Pits. Nope. And then we reset again. Rendon, once you get to the camp and trigger his move, give him the move if he spawns in close to the spot. Yeah. Yeah, I like the mage hand stuff. The thing about Arcane Trickster is, and this is the thing about anything, is like, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. A lot of the ways in which you can make these characters feel very powerful. So for example, as you're mentioning with the owl using flyby attack, so then you can attack technically at the same time, and then you're getting your sneak attack to apply. Some of that is very cool because you are able to like now do and activate a thing, but it also feels like mildly counterintuitive. I mean, I guess the flyby attack, so you always get the sneak attack, seems appropriate. Isn't flyby attack, don't you have to like hit to be able to get away without an attack of opportunity? How many afterlives are you on my main character? I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I'm just gonna keep resetting until I get Brawn Pits up there. I can check later. If I had to guess, it's probably like, I have Completionist, and I'm like halfway to Racial Completionist. It's like 50 something, probably. Probably 50 something. Brawn Pits! Yay! We got it. Here we go. Beautiful. Do I have every single thing you can get? No. Yeah, the previous main character that I had, Stream, that character has over 100 easily. And then the new character that I'm working on, currently named Stream Tom, has about 50. Cool feature that I didn't actually know about. Did you know that in Path of Exile, I know I talk about Path of Exile a lot, but in Path of Exile, you can, see, now the drow actually spawn. So these guys spawned here, so I have to kill all these guys to get Brawn Pits to show up. So yeah, so it is only here. It's weird. Did you know that in Path of Exile, you can change your name for free? And not only can you change your name, you can also do a name swap. So let's say I want to have the character name Strimtom on my account forever. I can have one character named Strimtom, and then when a new league starts, I can make any character and then swap the name onto it. So it is Strimtom. Which is sick. Like, what a good feature. And it's free. You know, there's no name change, charging, or whatever. You just do it. It's on the way. It's just on the website. So when you go on the website and you log in, and you go to like your account, on the right hand side there's like a whole bunch of options, and one of them is name change. You know what? I'll show you. I'll show you how to do it.
The deep respect the Valkyrie drow have for these creatures and their courage.
Because I did talk about it, and I think it's a really cool feature. So if I go to the actual website, I can just go to rename character. It's just once you go to your account, this is my character Doriani's chemotherapy. I can go rename character, and then this is my character that I have. You just pick the character, and then I can swap names or expire the name and choose a new one. And if I expire it, it just deletes the name, and when you log in, you get to make a new one. So you can give up any names you want. Why is stand for 30 up minutes always on CD? Because people always use it. That's why. I'm standing right now. That's why.
Perhaps oblivion will take you for a spell, if you can just get past the anger that boils within.
And the thing is, that's why it's always on there. So I don't want to stand for like 6 hours because so if people could just spam it, people would make me stand all day. And standing in one place is also not good for you. I mean, it's probably better than sitting in one place, but standing all day is also not that great. So I kind of like to do both. I'm sure there are probably a lot of people that would like the Red Wizard of Thay as an archetype. I don't know if that's a good idea to have like an evil character like Red Wizard of Thay. The problem too is, I will admit, I didn't know anything about the Forgotten Realms for a very long time. In fact, I didn't know what the Red Wizards were until I played Baldur's Gate 1 2 years ago. Or 3 years ago? When did Baldur's Gate 3 come out? Anyway, whenever I played Baldur's Gate 1. So I didn't know what a Red Wizard was. My only familiarity with Red and Wizard or casting was Red Mage from Final Fantasy. And Red Mage in Final Fantasy is so cool. So I was like, when people were like, oh yeah, you want to be a Red Wizard? I was like, ooh, with like a rapier? And then like casting like healing and magic spells and like damage spells. I'm like, that sounds sick. No, that's not what that is. Red Wizards of Thay are not Red Mages. It's yeah, very different. It's an inquisitive rogue that uses stone rock to huck wisdom rocks at people with a sling. Or magic stone. Yeah, good old magic stone. I had other 2-piece weapon. Wait, what other 2-piece weapon sets exist? There's actually a fairly good number of 2-piece weapon sets. Probably the most recent one is the fried fish set, where you get the fried fish and the frozen fish, where you get the 2 different swordfish, one in each hand, and that gives a extremely powerful set, and I can highly recommend it. But the oddly enough, the set from this update, which is the rune arm plus either the axe or the bracer or dual wielding the axes, where you get like the set there, is also quite good. Yeah, and the bouquet is also good.
Beyond the hidden doorway is some kind
the slice of life quest chain, I'm a huge fan of. I love the slice of life quest chain. Don't step in these bear traps. You can see them. If you step in these bear traps, what happens is you also get hit by these traps that are here as well. And the number of times I have seen people just walk into the bear trap. You remember, you can see the bear trap, so don't do that. But I've seen people walk into the bear trap, and then they start getting slapped by the trap that's here and start dying and panicking on hardcore. Is very high. I have seen people die to that trap. Remember, if you can see the bear trap, don't stand in the bear trap.
pain courses through your head, and your vision tinges red. A burning rage overtakes you.
Yeah. I will say this, the quest quality in Dungeons & Dragons Online has been like so high recently. I'm very impressed. I'm a big fan. Oh right, I have to break all the boxes. I'm a big fan of like a lot of the newer, more recent quests. I really like the Vecna expansion. My gripes about the actual level that it came out at, notwithstanding, because being level 18, nobody runs it, which is unfortunate because it's really cool. But like ever since, like we got the Vecna quest chains, the extreme challenge dungeons, the slice of life chain, Mitranor, my gripes with the adventure zone set aside, the actual quests are incredible. I'm a big fan of the actual quests in Mitranor. Yeah, I'm stoked. A lot of new stuff. Lamortia, love it. Give me more Lamortia, please. Bye, Nisabur. Ogma Song, yep. Again, a lot of like really good quests recently. It was just funny because like Slice of Life has the same problem where it's the same level as Vecna, so you never run it because you only do it in Legendary pretty much for the most part. And so I like never run those quests. And but on this character I decided to do some of the Slice of Life, so I did Fred's First Date as well as Too Many Cooks. Great quests. They're so fun. Both those quests are great. I had a blast running both of those. I can get two-handed specialty? I will when I level up. You want to poll? You want to see what people think? Sure. I will say this, I don't know anything about all three of those settings, so I'm not even going to vote. I want more Eberron, so that's my personal opinion. Yeah, I can set up the poll. Give me a sec here. Unless mod check. Any mods want to do it? Just kidding. It's just me. I'm the only one here.
Strange volume
All right.
floats over the altar.
Let's set it up. Mod. Start poll.
The book is instantly engulfed in flames.
Just gonna take your
Yet before you can congratulate
text here. I'm just gonna copy and paste it.
well done, the burning
Dark
tone
Sun,
and intense
Dragon,
color of the
Lance, Plane,
destruction of the book
Escape.
brought forth.
Escape.
Now you've done
Stop
it.
killing me. I'm typing.
These cultists look like you. Delicious. No delicious.
Actually, I'm sure you'll appreciate this, Convalaria. Noted community member and Artificer enthusiast Doc Jekyll. Doc Jekyll, also as a community contributor, is the person who made this bad boy.
Yet the city is still gripped by
The Sharn air horns. So thank you, Doc Jekyll, for that one. Recently, had taken a break from Dungeons & Dragons Online and came back and could not stop gushing about how fun they found the quest Pilgrim's Peril. So now this is also the same person who went out of their way to take the Sharn horns and turn them into air horns. So, you know, take their opinion with a grain of salt. But yeah. Yeah, Pilgrim's Peril is probably one of my favorite quests in the entirety of DDO. It's a great quest. Broke everything and it fell off. Yeah. Alright, now we go to Toxic Treatment. This is the spooky quest. The trick with Toxic Treatment is that there are a lot of evil eyes that are around here. The evil eyes are very scary. The way in which you handle the evil eyes is by usually killing them with glitter dust. You can layer the final boss room with glitter dust all over the floor, and then when the monsters, all the eyeballs go into it, they get blinded, and when they get blinded, they instantly die. I, however, don't have that option. Instead, I just need to find a way to not die to force damage. I have no force absorption, so I just need to be very careful about how I handle that. Until I get there, though, there's a lot of walking around and waiting.
Revealing a clearing that contains a small drow settlement dotted with tents.
A very special and DDO post-apocalyptic Dark Sun would be awesome. Yeah. Is Dark Sun just like Fallout, but Dungeons and Dragons?
The Scarrow Elder refuses to help.
Yeah, for me, if I get to choose what's coming next, I would have loved, since there's the Demons of the Abyss thing that is happening, I actually would have preferred to see, in my personal opinion, and again, because this is just because I have no affinity for the Forgotten Realms. I'm sure the content is going to be good and the quests are going to be good. I just don't know anything about it. I would have loved to see some exploration of the Demon Wastes, which is on the mainland of Corvair, basically across like a large, like basically a gigantic mega mountain that basically serves as a gate. And the Demon Wastes are basically like a horrid wasteland that exists on the surface, where it's like hot as hell there, and they have these like large cities where the Lords of Dust are not a joke. They're like actually kind of the main antagonists and threats in that area, and you have to take them seriously. They rule everything. So it's this ruler cast of like Rakshasa with these other demons in these areas. And it's cool. I would have loved to see that also be explored, because that information is also like really sparse. Both the 3.5 and the 5th edition book for Eberron kind of give very little information about the Demon Wastes and leave a lot of it up to interpretation of whoever's writing it. And from experience, obviously SSG is good at adapting things. Look no further than Saltmarsh. Like the Saltmarsh adaptation is really cool, because one of my favorite quests in Saltmarsh, Back to Basics, is neat because you can actually see like the hand-drawn map that you would get when you bought the Saltmarsh adventure pack, or not adventure pack, but the campaign guide or whatever. You would actually see that like in the quest. So obviously SSG is good at adapting stuff, but also I like to see what they do when they you know, are like making up their own things as they go along. So having a loose framework of like, here's the ruling class of Rakshasa, here's a general idea of the city, here's like 2 pieces of concept art, make a city, that'd be sick. And give us this like Demon City aesthetic. I would love that. I think it'd be very cool. Volume 1 is on sale. Metal Gear? I never played any. I'm not familiar with Metal Gear. It's sort of like how, I don't know how many of you guys also play The Lord of the Rings, but The Lord of the Rings are online. Finished the story of the ring, like the War of the Ring, in 2017 with the release of the Mordor expansion, where, you know, the war is over. and then there's the whole like what happens afterwards. So it's been a good 8 going on 9 years now at this point, and of like what happens next, what's going on, and the story's been great. There was recently the latest expansion, the Kingdoms of Harad, which recently came out, and it finished off one of the main story bookends that they've been doing for the past several years since the release of Umbar, the Song of Wind and Waves. I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hasn't played it yet. Excellent story. The conclusion was phenomenal. The way it ended was really, really good. There's like enough like threads of what's going to happen next with the story that's interesting. Really, really well written. And so, yeah, for me, that's kind of more what I like. I like the things that are more vague and ambiguous as opposed to like adapting, like a campaign setting, or not a campaign setting, but like a, what's that thing? I buy them so infrequently. The thing where they tell you how to play and they have like the guide inside of it. How many servers did Lotro have? They have 3 North American servers. They have 3 North American servers, and then they also have a French server and a German server. No, they have a French and German client, but they have 3 North American servers, a European server. I think they have 2 European servers. And then they also have what are called legendary servers, and legendary servers are like time-locked servers. So the legendary server, when it comes out, module, that's it, thank you. The legendary servers, they start at a lower level, so like the level cap will be 50, which is like the original level cap of the game. So you can level up and do those raids and do those dungeons as at like the time. And then as the legendary server increases in level, you can then experience also that content as when it came out. Which, what they've been doing recently with the current legendary server is they've actually been updating the old content to like make everything up to date with the modern power scaling, because obviously power creep is a thing that's happened over time, and the old dungeons haven't held up. So previously they were a lot easier. So for example, when they got to the Moria expansion, which is level 60, where you get to go into the Mines of Moria, the monsters had about like a boss monster would have like 25,000 health as a point of reference. You know, that number isn't relevant. What matters is the difference. They updated all the monsters, so the bosses would have like 25,000. Now the bosses have 250 to 500,000 health, because that's how off the damage was. Like players do like 10 times more damage than they used to back in the day, because that's how power creep has gone over time. And so it's actually like you can play on one of these legendary servers and slowly experience the game as it unravels and evolves over time, which is kind of cool. Pretty neat. I play on Peregrine. Peregrine's like a role-playing server. And it's nice. There's a lot of good people on Peregrine, so I enjoy it. But I'm also part of a raiding guild, so it's a good time. DDB VIP. So Lord of the Rings Online is actually freer than DDO. As of right now, you can basically play the entire story of the Lord of the Rings and all the associated parts without any money involved. Also, all the classes are free, and all the races aren't free, in the sense that they've added like variant races. So the classics, your dwarves, your elves, your hobbits, your men, those are all like free, and Bjornings, I believe, are also free. But the alternate races, like your high elves and your stout axes, stout axe dwarves, and your river hobbits, those things are not free. But that's okay, because it's just pretty much just aesthetics. Like that's the only difference. So if you just want, like, if you want to play a hobbit or an elf, you can still do that. Yep, and they've had the free content code going on in the past. If you do put in the free content code gives you enough content to get all the way up to almost the current expansion. High elves are cool. I agree. My captain is a high elf, and I love that, number one, when you jump off of anything with a height, you do a front roll when you hit the ground to mitigate the roll, or like the damage. It just looks cool when you do like that front roll whenever you land, so I jump off of things all the time. And because I'm playing captain, I shout a lot, and the high elven shouts sound sick, so there are some direct gameplay benefits, aesthetically, to playing a high elf. Actually, I think high elves are free. I'm going to look into that. I think high elves are free. Lotro high elf. Yeah, a lot of stuff has been made free in Lord of the Rings. I actually don't know how they make the money, any money. other than selling expansions, because like everything is free. Hi, elves. We're added with Mordor. Are they free? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, elves. Race. Race. River Hobbit? Okay, so River Hobbits are 1,000 points, and Stout Axes are 1,000 points, but High Elves are in fact free. Yep. So you can play a High Elf.
Says you must pass the Hunter's trial.
Would you say if you love DDO, you'd also have Lotro? No, I would not say that. Lord of the Rings Online is an extremely different game. Lord of the Rings Online is basically World of Warcraft with the Lord of the Rings paint on top of it. So it is the world of Lord of the Rings, but it is World of Warcraft in essence. It's not exactly like World of Warcraft because the number of World of Warcraft players have been like, yeah, it's very similar to World of Warcraft, and they play it and it's like poison to them because the movement feels very different. It has that momentum based movement that DDO has, where when you start pressing forward, your character starts to move, like you kind of ramp up, and then when you let go, you like slow down as opposed to immediately stopping, which is difficult for people that play like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, where those games don't do that. But yeah, it's got that traditional, like you got a bunch of action bars, you press your buttons, do whatever kind of MMO feel. It does not have the like physics and action system of DDO. It's more like your standard MMO like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy or one of those. However, it has a lot more customization than World of Warcraft, which is kind of cool. Also, a big thing that's different about Lord of the Rings is that there are 5 playstyles. So it is not tank, heal, DPS. It is tank, heal, DPS, offensive support, and defensive support. Okay, so this puzzle is intimidating, and many of you might be puzzle solvers. In fact, many of you might have already looked at this puzzle and been like, Strim, this is easy. Baby puzzle, child's play. What you can do is you can pull this lever and it will start to lock these out. But what you can also do is you can do how I solve this puzzle, which is you go to the puzzle solver on the computer. So here's my puzzle solver, and I edit it to a 5x5? This is a 4x5, right? Yeah, it's 4x5. So where's the thing? Oh no, this is the wrong puzzle solver. Where's the DDO puzzle solver? DDO puzzle solver. It's not the one I wanted. I need the other one. Ah, there we go. You need the monastery puzzle solver, and then we can edit the lights on here and then kind of put it together. So we're just gonna do this. Fun fact about this puzzle solver. Did you know that not only can I edit the lights on here, so I can go like doo-doo-doo, and then have it solve the puzzle for me. You can also just use your brain. This probably isn't that hard to figure out. In fact, if I look at it, it's like you hit here and you hit here and then you hit here and then I have these 2 lights out and then I don't know where to go from there. And then I guess you hit here and then here and then here. I don't know. There's also a PoE setup if you want. So if I solve this, oh, it's actually way easier than I thought. This. Well, that's the exact opposite of what I wanted, so I don't know how that solved it for me. But anyways, there's a PoE setup because this is a puzzle that's in Path of Exile, which is really funny, and you can have it set up to do that, which is great. Anyway, if you have this here, you just do this. Puzzle solving.
Piece clicks into place. The barrier blocking the tunnel.
Don't you get light damage increase too? So yes, high elves do get a 5% increase in light damage. However, the only class in the game that does primarily light damage is the minstrel. So technically high elf minstrels do the most damage, but they also made a change so that the racial passives are additive. So it is 5% increased damage, but it's 5% damage on 200% damage. So technically it's only an increase of 1.25%. Which is not nothing, but it's an additive, not a multiplicative.
The jungle floor rumbles to life. There's a massive.
It used to be multiplicative, but they're kind of like toning down some of the racial things when it comes to damage, because if they didn't do that, river hobbits get bonuses to lightning damage. And as it turns out, that's very good with like lore masters. And so releasing the lore master revamp shortly after releasing the river hobbit that also gets a bonus to lightning damage would be kind of sus if it was also just like the best thing numerically. But another thing is that even though there is a 5% damage bonus in some of the races for some of the individual types of attacks or weapons, something that really matters in Lord of the Rings is that that 5% will never be enough to push you over the edge of being able to complete a piece of content or not beat a piece of content. Nothing is so finely tuned in Lord of the Rings that 5% in that one area of one single type of damage will make a difference.
You have found favor with the second elder.
All right, I found favor with the second elder. Let's go.
You have earned the favor of the first elder.
And the first
Earned
elder.
The favor
Woo.
of the village elders, and convinced the guard to open the way to Volkur's.
But I have is legendary
Rise to the
TOS
southwest of
Tail of the Scorpion. Oh yeah, this character is still on hardcore, by the way. So if I die, that'd be really embarrassing. I mentioned this before. If I do die, it's okay for all of you to point and laugh, because hardcore is still enabled right now. So. Yeah, this is currently my problem with like Legendary Hard, is that basically the monsters can't even stand up to me at all, and I don't have, there's no danger. Even in this final room, I won't really experience any danger at all, which is kind of depressing because I wanted something kind of in between there, and there isn't.
A guttural chant echoes down the hall. The cultists are definitely here.
The cultists are here.
You spot disciples of rage cultists in the room ahead.
I'm just gonna kill this guy. So what you're not supposed to do is rush this guy down. When he gets to 66% and then 33% health, he summons a bunch of ads. I'm gonna do that though, because I can maybe kill him. Oh, I can almost kill him. There's a bunch of these eyeball bastards. I'm just gonna slowly cook them on down. I'm gonna pull all of them into my Arcane Tempest that I dropped here, and then they're slowly gonna all take a whole bunch of extra damage. Arcane Tempest is really the play. But yeah, unfortunately, these guys just don't do enough force damage to actually be able to meaningfully damage me. When you're playing this on Reaper mode or Elite difficulty, it hits really, really hard. They're doing about 200 force damage each, and that can get really overwhelming, but not for me, because it's not enough. And then his shield falls, and it's over. I probably won't get Tail of the Scorpion, just because my I'm on hard difficulty, so my drop rates are pretty low. And I can't loot the chest for 30 seconds because of Flesh Seer. So it's a good time to drink some coffee and some water. Do you have a cup of coffee and or a cup of water? Liquid is important. Good to make your body feel healthy. Have you ever had that feeling where you're partly in the middle of the day and you're like, man, I just feel tired and lethargic and I just don't have any energy? Try drinking a glass of water. Happens all the time. Why Legendary Hard and not Elite? The reason why I'm playing Legendary Hard and not Elite is because if I go into Legendary Elite, my spell DCs, which are the highest I can get them right now at 61 on my Epic Strike and 54 on my Blast, won't actually be able to land. In fact, they're so low that even my Thundershock weapons with my buff is only 78, which also will not work. I won't be able to hit any monsters with any of my actual secondary spell effects, at which point my entire character just boils down to click buttons and attack monsters and hope I don't die. Additionally, the monster damage is going to triple, going from hard to elite, and so I can do it very slowly, but the downside is I'm still playing on hardcore and I don't want to die, and also taking out all of my character's abilities and making it so the only thing I can do is attack is not very exciting or fun, so I would rather play on hard mode. Again, I do wish there was kind of like an in-between step, either if hard was like a little bit harder or something, I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, I can still use the Epic Strike for damage, but I can't use it for anything else. I love coffee, which is why I drink tea, yeah. I don't drink a lot of tea. Fun fact, my girlfriend also does not drink a lot of tea, but she does have a lot of tea. We have a lot of tea in the house. All right, so here I am now going to be taking the two-handed specialty. So I hadn't taken this the entire time. I have single weapon fighting to increase my attack speed. This will grant me 120% strike through, allowing me to have a lot more melee damage. On top of that, it also increases the appropriate ability score modifier to damage when using Bastard Sword, which is very, very fun. However, I already get that damage bonus from the single weapon fighting, but still, it's nice to have this. So it gives me 120 strike through. For 1 feat, bringing my strike through all the way up now to, I believe, melee combat. 190%. I always hit 2 targets, and 90% of the time I hit 3. Very satisfying. Oh, baby. And we're going to head over to Evening Star for the Mines of Tethymar. Do I have any points to spend? No, not yet. Yeah, I could probably do Epic Elite if I swapped out my one of my trees here, like maybe Divine Crusader, and I picked up like Quick Cutter. But then I would just be like playing Quick Cutter, and it doesn't feel like it would fit the spirit of the character as well. I just need to get some more DCs and get higher stats. I do have a couple items here that I've been banking. Oh, failed teleport. Hello. I do have a couple items that I've been banking. Which is specifically, I have this blasting necklace. So it's got evocation 5, sheltering 36 for 32. So that should help me with grid. The Fate Strike with strike through. So fun fact, Float, that I didn't know either. Did you know that the Fate Singer Epic Strike Sword Sings doesn't strike through? That's right. If you attack with Sword Sings, it doesn't strike through. Yes. I do not know why, but it doesn't. I said I was going to bug report it, and then I forgot. Whoops, let me do that. Let me actually do this. Okay, I have made a note now, and I will dump that into a bug report later. Whoa, why does it give you strike through? You're not using a Bastard Sword? I am using a Bastard Sword. That's right, the Morning Lord's Bastard Sword. It's great. We'll be doing other classes with this kind of playthrough. My goal is to do one of these per year. I don't want to do more than one a year because I personally don't enjoy the solo gameplay that much. I love group gameplay in DDO. And so I'd much rather be able to play with other people. And so the, in general, I would rather do that than play solo. I don't enjoy the solo gameplay as much. Oh, that's 3rd time's the charm. And then strike back. I can't remember which one's first. I think it's this one, 3rd time's the charm. So yeah. So in general, I'll be doing my goal is to do one of these a year. Similarly with the beginner basics, every year I'm going to be updating all the beginner basic build guides so they are fully up to date, and going with that. So that way people can have something. So I'm just going to keep keeping the beginner basics up to date. So whenever somebody asks me, hey, do you have like a simple X, Y, or Z build? I already have one for everybody prepped out.
You can see a rough-hewn hole in the cavern floor in the chamber.
Why don't I enjoy the solo gameplay? Because I like playing MMORPGs to play with other people. Playing with other people is the fun part about MMOs. If I wanted to play solo, I'd go play a single player game. That's pretty much it. I understand that a lot of people do enjoy playing MMO games as single player games. So that is just a way in which a lot of people engage with MMOs. They just play them solo. But for me, playing MMOs, the most fun part is being able to like make friends and go find some people to play with. However, that being said, I'm not out here trying to dissuade anybody or like trying to change anyone's opinion. If you're somebody who enjoys playing your MMORPG games by yourself, that's great. I'm glad you can have a lot of fun with that. Or like, not you specifically, but like people out there can have a lot of fun with that. This is a good thing. But as I said, it's just not for me. It's the reason why, like, Lord of the Rings, which is a largely solo video game, I'm in a raiding guild. Because I like doing the dungeons and doing the group content and playing with other people. Be level 10 weapons, BOA for later playthroughs. It's only worth it to farm things if you find it worth your time to farm it for the future time save. I can't answer the question whether you will find it valuable, but I personally don't farm anything in DDO for heroic leveling. Like 99% of the time, I would much prefer to just use things as I find them, and then if I get an item, I just bank it for later, and then I'll use it if I have it. It's very rare that I will go, oh, I'm gonna farm this low-level item from a low-level quest, because farming is boring. I'd much rather just do questing, and then if I get an item, I go, oh, cool, and then I put it in my shared storage, and then eventually I pull it out later. That's how I do things. So my answer to that question is I don't farm anything during the leveling process. So for me, it would never be worth it, but you may find it worth it if you are okay with like forcing, or not forcing, but like guaranteeing, or if you want to guarantee you get a specific type of item or specific power level of item. Difficult game playing with a group, but it can be difficult to find a steady group. Yep. Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, so for me, I like the grouping panel. I like being able to just jump in a party with other people and like we all run through. Sometimes you get to feel like you're the person carrying the party because you're doing a lot of damage and you're like, yeah, I'm so effective, I'm doing all this stuff. And other times, dude, I'll join a group and like there are people that are running through these quests so fast, I don't even see a single monster. Everything just explodes before I can even get there. And also in those moments, I'm like, damn, look at that, that's so cool. And then other times, you know, we're kicking up the difficulty. We're doing Reaper 4, 5, 6, and we're all like working as a team. I get to feel really good playing as the healer, playing as the tank. Oh my god, you know, you land that mass hold, it freezes everything down. You watch the whole party start taking it apart, and you get that like very satisfying, cohesive feeling.
To reveal a
yeah, that's my thought process. Again, I understand that's not everybody's, and that's okay. I totally understand why a lot of people play a lot of MMORPGs solo, because you know, when you look at some of the older MMORPGs, there were a lot of them that were very difficult to play solo or really didn't encourage you to do that. EverQuest is an excellent example of where you can play the game solo if you want, but if you've ever tried playing EverQuest, man, is it a lot easier to play in a group. There are group sections all over the place, dungeons and all these areas where there's just too many monsters for you to handle on your own, and the game designers did it like that because it was meant to be difficult and punishing. You were meant to find other players, to find people to go and do an area with. Especially since there's so much class synergy. As an example, the last time I played EverQuest, I played as a bard. Bards get the ability to regenerate the resources of your allies, like their mana and their health. And this is important because regeneration of mana is a very slow and tedious process. By being able to regenerate people's mana on top of doing other things, it meant that while we were playing together, my friends and I didn't have to slow down as much when we actually did quests. Or we could go into areas that had faster respawns of monsters, because by the time the monsters would respawn, we'd have our mana back, so we'd be able to fight them. Please understand, when I say, like, we didn't have to rest, I mean we would kill the monsters and then loot them, and then the monsters would start respawning. because the combats take so long in that game. When I'm being carried, for me it's 50-50. I play the game too much, so if I ever join a party and I'm literally 100% getting carried, somebody is putting me in their backpack and carrying me all the way to the finish line of a quest, it doesn't happen all the time. So when it does happen, I'm like, you know what, sick, sounds good, I'm in. Again, I totally understand why some people are very resistant to that idea, because if you know, only have a couple hours of gaming per week, and then you join a party doing giant hold, and there's some guy using like action boost sprint and spring attack and abundant step going through a quest with it, like it's some Tamaxi Trailblazer just blitzing through everything, I could see how that could get like frustrating and exhausting over time to have to constantly manage and run into that sort of thing where you barely even get to experience the game. So again, I'm not out here trying to call foul on anybody who doesn't want to have that experience. That is totally fair. I totally get that. It's one of the reasons why I personally don't use most movement speed abilities. Like, I'm not out here taking action boost sprint on every single character or taking spring attack on every single character, just because I find most of the time when I'm leveling, I want to make sure I'm kind of staying at around the same pace as the group. That being said, because I'm doing that, I'm also investing more into character power. So yeah, I might also be the character that is like one-shotting everything on screen. Look, man, I can only do so much. Mostly because of social anxiety. Well, a lot of people have that too. For those that don't know, previous SSG developer Tonkwin was actually working on a solo MMORPG project called Soloria. And basically the idea is it would be like an MMO in terms of style and gameplay, but the actual physical world would not have real players in it. Instead, it would have fake NPC players that would be doing things that you could choose to play with if you wanted, or ignore them. And it just would it gave you that feeling of having an MMO, but that actually being a real MMORPG. Which some people might appeal. Now, unfortunately, he's taken a bit of a break from that. Not unfortunately, fortunately, because he made a post saying that he actually got a job somewhere else in the industry. So obviously working on being paid to work on a project can be a little bit more securing than solo dev, but yeah. There's also another game that is a similar thing that was a solo MMO. I can't remember the name of it. That's out. It's like that is a thing. There's not just a desire for people to play games solo, as was mentioned by Canicus, where Final Fantasy XIV is a great solo MMORPG, because basically if you just do the story, you are the main character. So like you're the main character of the entire world, and the entire plot revolves around you. So like it's another good game for like that solo experience. The only downside of the solo experience is when you get stuck in moments where you have to do trials, or not trials, or like with the raids in FF14, where I remember I had to do for the end of Stormbringers? I think it's the one. Stormblood? It's the expansion after Heavensward. I can't remember. The final raid in that expansion, I had to wait in queue for 9 hours to get into the raid, so I can continue the storyline. So yeah. Oh, also, Braylord, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits! Yo, thank you. That's very kind. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. Your generosity is noticed and very welcome. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing very well. Hope your day is going good. Support tunes can be a fun part of gameplay. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like MMOs, is I can play like support characters. My preferred role, don't be a fool. You know what? Diplomacy 40. Let's go. I failed. I rolled a 19 plus 23. It's at DC 40. I got 19 plus 23. That's above 40. What the fuck? Dude, I literally rolled 42. What the hell is that? Okay, I did not expect to succeed because I'm a Warforged and I have no charisma. What? That's madness. I want my money back. I want a refund. I'm calling the police. What the hell is this? How do I open this door? I don't know. Oh god. Yeah, listen, guys. When this quest chain came out 8 years ago, I assumed that the DCs were correct, but I guess I was wrong. Ridiculous. Honestly, probably. They've probably never seen a Warforged, because we're in the Underdark, so that's fair. And I'm playing some sort of crowd control in every MMO? Yeah. For me, I like playing buffer kind of support, kind of that nebulous, like I sort of do a thing. Like basically, I like playing the character that like you notice when I go AFK and stop paying attention immediately. That's kind of the character that I like to play. For example, I recently had the chance to play Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1, and I'm still currently playing Guild Wars 1, actually with Ipsum. It's been Ipsum and Dorak. It's been fun going through Guild Wars 1. It's been a good experience getting the chance to like experience it for the first time, because I never really played Guild Wars 1, and playing as a Mesmer, basically countering every spell. where I literally just had 8 counter spells, just like boom, counter, 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 counter. So I'm just like watching, like, oh, fire, you know, firestorm, no, fireball, no, you know, you're doing this, no, and getting past everything. And it was really satisfying to hear, oh, wrong door, next door. I was like, I don't know how I'm doing. Like, it's hard for me to tell, because if you're playing as a DPS when you're killing stuff, it's obviously you can tell how you're doing because things die. If you're playing as a healer, you can tell how things are doing because people aren't dying. But then all of a sudden, you know, I was like, I was like, how am I doing? And the answer I got was, we can tell when you're like looking at your phone. Because all of a sudden everything's a lot harder because the monsters are doing way more. And I'm like, okay, good. My efforts are noticeable. Not that I'm always looking at my phone, but you know, it's good to be appreciated. Also, I'm not really describing where I'm going in these quests, because at this point, if you're doing what I'm doing and you're following along on Legendary Hard, these quests are not challenging at all. Nothing can kill me in here, no matter what. Did Tonkwin say what game they went to? No, they haven't said anything about it. So I'm curious. If it's another project, I was originally going to be doing or running through the demo of Soloria, their like solo game on stream, but unfortunately for me, I got COVID and I was stuck in bed for like 3 weeks. So that was awesome. So I didn't do that, but I wanted to. But yeah. But playing Guardian and Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I have also been playing a little bit of Guild Wars 2 in my off time. I'm playing too many games right now. I gotta tone it down. But I've been playing a little bit of Guild Wars 2 as well, and I started playing Elementalist, and it's really fun. It's probably the class I've had the most fun so far playing in Guild Wars 2. I really like the feel of it, where you're constantly like switching between the elements and you have all these different abilities. It's very satisfying to do. I find it also really approachable, which I like. The reason why I like Elementalist and I find it approachable is there's fewer buttons, which might sound counterintuitive because you might be like, what do you mean there's fewer buttons? It's literally the class with the highest APM. Everybody in chat was probably like, RAP your arthritis. And you're right, you do press a lot of buttons, but I'm pressing the same buttons. It's the same buttons. I don't need to have like spider hands crawling over my keyboard to hit like 17 different keybinds. You basically have like 5 keybinds. So you're comboing a lot of buttons, yes, but one of the problems I have with Guild Wars 2 is that it's got like more of an action feel, but there's too many buttons. Like, it's like I shouldn't need to use like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, F1 to 5, sorry, like basically 1 to 0, and then F1 to 5, and then also like 4 more buttons. So basically like 18 keybinds, 18 to 20 keybinds for an action game. It's too much. It's too many keybinds for an action game. I just don't like it. So the Elementalist having 5 buttons you press, and then 4 modulators, yes, it seems like it's a lot, but you very quickly realize, oh, it's actually because I'm pressing the same keys. It's just learning combos, and I can learn combos. I just don't have to like spider hands all over the keyboard. Is that? Oh, insightful transmutation focus. Dang. I was really hoping for something else. Hidden Ninja Jitsu, just get your fingers to the buttons, yeah. It's one of the reasons why I actually like the Elder Scrolls Online quite a lot, is because the game, instead of giving you have effectively 12 keybinds, or 12 buttons, or sorry, 12 keybinds, but they're only across 6 buttons, because you can weapon swap to change up all your abilities to a different ability set. So as a result, you only need 6 keybinds. And that's good! So you have access to a lot of abilities, but less keybinds. And the reason why that matters is it's a very action-based game. Your positioning matters a lot. You need to be paying attention to where you're standing. You need to be moving around constantly, dodging things. There's like a direct action component.
The abandoned ruins of Iron.
Although I will say this, and this is my personal opinion, you guys can take this with a grain of salt. If you're somebody who loves Guild Wars 2, I'm going to say something that you might find maybe a little bit offensive. I think that the fact that you have the auto attack that you have to constantly spam and mash it is really, 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 really fucking stupid. I think it's really stupid and dumb. I think it's horrible design. I think it is bad and stupid, and it is bad and stupid. Yep. All the auto attacks in Guild Wars 2 are really stupid and bad and poorly designed. It's so baffling how bad it is.
Icy breeze wafts down from the landing atop this stairwell.
So yeah.
This must be the source of the dragon.
Legendary is too easy. Legendary puts too high of a jump. Yep, and that's currently where I'm at right now. Fire Tiger.
Large relay crystal. You pull the lever and the relay crystal flares into brilliant light.
What I mean by that, I'll go a little bit in more depth and details. In a regular MMORPG, if you have auto attack turned on, then your character will just swing their weapon in between all the skills that you're using. So if I'm using like a skill, my character will just use they'll just use an attack in between. So let's say I'm playing like a champion in Lord of the Rings, my character just attacking with their swords. If I press a button, they do the sword animation, and when the animation is done, they then swing the sword for the auto attack. That's what the auto attack means. That makes sense, okay? However, a game like DDO, there is no auto attack. Every time I click, my character makes an attack. Makes sense. This is not an auto attack, it's an active thing. I am encouraged to attack, positioning, standing in the right place, making sure I'm clicking the button. It's very important that I'm attacking appropriately. And so because that's the majority of the gameplay, admittedly, a lot of the type of combat you do on like a melee character or a ranged character is click the mouse. It's one of the reasons why I'll even use that as a way to describe characters and sometimes how easy they are to play, where I'll be like, how do you play, you know, this character? You click the mouse. I'm clicking and I'm attacking. That's it. Click the mouse. The reason why I have a problem with it in Guild Wars 2, a very similar game. So Guild Wars 2 and Elder Scrolls Online are really, really similar video games, having played both of them. There's a lot of similarities between the two of them. In Elder Scrolls, click the mouse is how you attack. So whenever you click the mouse, you make an attack against a target. And it is designed for you to click the mouse in between your attacks. So you like maybe cast a spell, then you click the mouse to attack, then you do another thing, click the mouse to attack. So you're constantly like clicking the mouse and using your basic attack. In fact, some builds, you could even design them to just use the basic attack, whether you're doing the regular click or you can hold it for like a charged attack. So there's like some flexibility there. The problem I have with the way that it happens in Guild Wars 2, and again, some of you can disagree with me or maybe shed some insight that I was missing, is that in Guild Wars, the auto attack is usually your first skill. So instead of clicking the mouse, which is using my mouse hand, I have a keybind I have to press. It's also sort of automatic, but sort of not, because it will only auto attack if you have a target, which makes sense. But a lot of the abilities you cast don't target enemies. So for example, if I have an ability like an ice ground effect where I make the ground slippery ice ground, I don't target an enemy. So during that time, I am now no longer targeting the enemy, so my auto attack turns off because I am now choosing to use one of my spells, giving me direct anti-synergy. Additionally, your auto attacks get interrupted by your skills, because obviously you're going to press your skills. There's no resource system in Guild Wars, it's just a cooldown system. So because there's no resources, you're going to press all your skills pretty much all the time whenever they come off of cooldown. And the cooldowns in Guild Wars are relatively short. This is not a bad thing. But it is a bad thing with the auto attack system, because most of the auto attacks are combo auto attacks. So auto attack 1 does one thing, so it's like slash, then slice, and then big heavy slice. If I use my slash, the first one, and then I use an ability, I do the slash again. Then I use an ability, I do the slash again. I never finish the auto attack chain. So now you have to micro your auto attack chain with the slash, with like all your different abilities, where sometimes you're waiting to let it finish because you're going to be interrupting it constantly. But the problem is, unless you are always directly targeting the monster that's in front of you, which sometimes you might not be doing because you might have multiple monsters that you're fighting, or because you're leveling, and like I'm currently going through the leveling process and leveling on my character, monsters don't last that long. That's just the way it is. The fights are pretty short. The end result is most of the time, the only way I can even get my auto attacks to work at all is if I'm mashing the auto attack button, because switching to every target where, you know, I kill a guy, then I have to switch to another target, kill a guy, switch to another target, kill a guy, switch to another target, kill a guy, switch to another target, kill a guy. Like, you can retarget things, but most abilities in Guild Wars can go without a target. Like, if I have a frontal cleave, I just press the frontal cleave and I just swing my sword. I don't have to target an enemy. If I have a ground effect, I'm targeting the ground, not an enemy. So the only thing on most character classes that you have to target an enemy for is the auto attack, and it's really clunky to use. So most of the time, you just end up having to mash the keybind. So, let me read items. So what happens is, as you're playing the game, you're just like mash key, mash key, mash key, mash key, and my hands get exhausted from just mashing this fucking button to make sure my character's attacking. If I don't do it, I'm missing out on too much damage, and it's unsatisfying because there's cool animations I never get to see, because if you make one single mistake, if I go auto attack 1, auto attack 2, and I don't hit the 3 because I see an ability come off cool and I want to press that, then I miss out on the big attack, I resets the combo to 0. It's just like, it's unsatisfying, it's frustrating, it just feels bad, everything about it is bad, and it doesn't do what I feel like it should be doing. I don't know. I can't describe it enough. I really hate it. And that's one of the things I love about Elementalist is it doesn't have an auto attack. It just has too many spells. There's no auto attack, and it's very satisfying. Because all the other classes have some type of dumbass auto attack that it functions like I just said. Elementalist, none of that. No auto attack, just spells. It's great. Anyway, thank you for listening to my daily gripe I have with Guild Wars rant. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I also can't stress this stuff. I think Guild Wars 2 is a really, really good game. I just want to make sure this is super clear. I do think that the game is very, very good. It has a lot of really cool elements of it. I love the kind of dynamic quest system where you kind of just explore and find areas. I like the focus on 3D elements. The character classes are cool. The visuals are great. I love how the painted art style, except when they use it for the inventory. Fuck off. Use actual visual icons for your inventory. Don't make painted items so you can't read what the fuck they are in their inventory. Jesus Christ. But everything else, I love. Big fan of Guild Wars. But I have a lot of gripes. It's like, I can tell that these are boots because they look like boots. They've got like the boot silhouette. They got the little heel on here. You can see that there's like a boot. I can tell there's an equipable item because there's like a blue icon here, and everything that's equipable or consumable is blue on the background, unless it's like a weapon specific mechanic like fiery, which looks like this. Man, I could complain about the inventory system all day. You don't like the content design? Bags and loot, yeah. That being said, like I said, cool game. Still would recommend people try it out. I'm not out here trying to dissuade people. That one thing gripe, if that's what I said bothers you, play Elementalist because you get rid of all that. I think it's another reason why I like it. I just use my abilities. I feel like a cool ass spellcaster. I have to deal with some goofy, poorly designed auto attack system. And like the combos feel good. Ugh, combos. I'm like mildly worried that if I try to play it too much, that I will have the same problem I had with the Warden class in Lord of the Rings Online, which is that my arthritis gets me and slows me down too much. But one of the best parts about wintertime is winter really chills out my arthritis because it's so cold that it reduces the swelling in my hands. Isn't that neat? Die, Demon Soul Golem. 100 stuff estimated with the inventory system all day. Oh, don't worry, I don't need 100 Sunflash for that.
Another wall of stones.
I don't know. Like I said, it's fun and I enjoy it quite a bit. Also, as a person who spends time on the internet, I try my best to be more positive and to get excited about things versus complaining about stuff, because it's really easy to get bogged down and be disappointed by things. But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't fun to also complain about stuff. I also do enjoy complaining about things. It just feels good sometimes to just like complain and be like, well, I don't like this thing. You know, it feels nice sometimes. Oh, or when you get home from like a hard day at work and either you have like a roommate or a friend or a significant other or somebody, and you're just like, let me just complain about this thing for 5 minutes, and they just sit there going, oh damn, that sucks. Oh wow, they said what? Oh geez. And you're just like, yeah, this thing happened and this thing happened, and then at the end of 5 minutes you're like, oh, that was nice, good, decompress. It's good. Sometimes you need that every once in a while. Choice, I like the Nord. For me, Convalaria is a content designer, not a systems person. They make Quest. That is fun. Norn? I don't know. I don't know the races. I picked the plant people. I picked the ones that look green. Or like, actually they have a lot of colors, but yeah, the plants, the Sylvari. They're cool as hell. I tried to play as one of them cats. So my first character in Guild Wars 2 was a Char Mesmer. Because I was like, ooh, I can play a big man who is like a illusionist spellcaster. I thought it'd be really funny. And it turns out I really hated Mesmer.
The air is thick with the stench of fresh gore. You steel yourself for what you
So that was the bigger problem I ran into. Oh, Mesmer. Well, but they're also big. Like they're really bulky. They're like very visibly large on the screen because they're like big. So I was like, I want to be the biggest character to then play the Mesmer, because the Mesmer is meant to be like unassuming. They're like an illusionist. In Guild Wars 1, the Mesmers, like most of their outfits are like these like masquerade outfits and stuff, or like these like performers outfits, because the whole point is they are like basically like performers and entertainers. And so, but then having like this like really big cat wearing this thin veil over their face is so funny to me.
genuine pleasure. Ah, more volunteers to mine for the jewels. Wonderful. You'll make a splendid new miner. Enthuses ego. And how much harder?
Oh, about Mesmer? Oh, it was like, it's just the button problem. There's just too many buttons. I was enjoying Mesmer, like, for the most part, until I got to the point where once you get to a higher level, you basically get these, like, different stances you can enter into, and, or, like, you get these projections. I think it's like around, like, level 30 or something. You then get these projections you can send out that also, like, cast spells for you, basically like Azir from League of Legends, where you, like, put out sand copies, and then you can, like, use abilities using the copies. It's a similar thing with the Mesmer, where now it's all about, like, you can leave these, like, illusory copies of you that can do extra things when you start doing things. And it seems cool, and it seems interesting, and I'm sure some people will like it, but then all of a sudden, they were like, hey, by the way, I know you found the buttons overwhelming because you had 15 keybinds. You now have 3 more keybinds that you have to press constantly. Do you like F1, 2, and 3? Because guess what? Those are your main buttons now. It's F1, 2, and 3. I'm like, no, I don't want this. Go away. To the Shadow Realm with B. I like the Char, though. Char, very cool. All right, Desire in the Dark. Fun fact, Desire in the Dark is a very, very cool quest. It features a enemy called Grazed, who, if you've never experienced before, is very well liked by many members of the DDO community. In fact, there are quite a few people that play DDO who are excitedly waiting for Graz's return to the story. A powerful being who exists in the Underdark. We might even see Graz return in the new expansion coming out, or probably not. I don't know the story. That's just what people want, what I've seen people posting. And here's what I can say about that. I literally don't care about Graz. I don't care. I don't think he's that important. He's just some guy. I don't know. I just don't care. He's fine. If we get the new expansion and SSG doesn't give us Graz, I'll be very okay with that. I don't care. I'm not a Graz stan. I'm just full of beans. Yeah. Just not full of beans. I don't know. I do not hide my bias, which is I like the Eberron stuff more than the Forgotten Realm stuff.
Stoutheart spores projects from the cave to the north. Such a fascinating specimen. I want to know.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, as I've gotten older, I've learned more and more about myself. I don't really enjoy the high fantasy that much.
It's natural to be curious. I am fascinated after all.
Engineer, can't believe how fast I found off that game. Progression felt so, yeah, didn't vibe.
Who am I?
Yeah, it took me a while to find the right class. I enjoyed Necromancer, but now that I've started playing Elementalist, oh my god, it's actually so much more fun.
No, of course not.
That's the reason why usually whenever somebody starts playing a video game that I like, my recommendation is usually like, just play a character up to like level like 20 or whatever. Not in DDO, but like if you want to start playing Lord of the Rings, play a character up to level 20, and if you find you don't like it, try another character and play it up to like level 20. Level 20 is like a couple hours of playtime. That's not true. It's going to take you multiple hours of playtime, but your first time. But then once you've done it once, now it's like infinitely faster, and your second time is like a couple hours of playtime. And you'll be able to test out and find the one that you want. I should have done that more with Guild Wars. Admittedly, I should have done that more with Guild Wars, which is actually funny because in Guild Wars 1, I think Mesmer is awesome. It's super fun. Super fun to play. Adventure book, and I'm slowly reading through it so far. It's pretty bad. Well, I mean, I don't have any experience with it.
Ambitious and cruel. Your words or deeds have led the Drow warrior to believe that you're a threat. He charges to the attack.
In this section, there's a random mirror that spawns somewhere. You just have to find the mirror.
Suddenly appears beyond the barrier.
You're just looking around until you see a mirror. No mirror, no mirror. Best for the 5e monsters, which is a pretty low bar. No mirror here.
His form shimmers and twists. The Drow man
Mirror. That's it.
has become a striking.
You don't have to fight any of these monsters, you just find the mirror. However, if you are doing this quest on the higher difficulties, I highly recommend you fight the monsters. Now, the only dangerous monster is in this cave. There are several worms. You don't have to kill all the worms, but if you do kill all the worms, you get bonus XP. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to kill these guys. You're mostly here to use the keystones. If you hear thumping, it's because there's a worm nearby. So if your screen has a little bit of a shake, that's because there's a worm coming on you. You gotta beat them up. Beat up the worms. Oh, worm. He's got 700 life. Anyway, looking for these little glowing floor pieces. When you see glowing floor, that means there's a button there. That's how you can kind of spot them at a distance. You have to like fully explore this whole place. Like, there's another one here. I do want to kill all the worms, though. So we're gonna do it. Just speaking your mind, I'm digging it. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the best parts about having like this on platform. Being able to stream on Twitch is cool, because on the one hand, I get to interact with a lot of you guys. Being able to interact with the DDO community or just like other gamers and in a fun setting is obviously very good and enjoyable. It's one of the reasons, again, I mentioned I like playing multiplayer games. It feels good to play with other people, to engage with other people. I like doing that. But also, this is my live stream. In this kingdom, I am God, and my word is law. So if I say the Guild Wars inventory system is frustrating to deal with, you guys have to go, yes, it is Trim Tom, and agree with me uncritically without questioning my judgment. Or not, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Nobob? How are you feeling? Are you feeling less sick than you were before? Hopefully your physical body has made some major recoveries. I just remember last time you were here, you were not feeling that well. Virus just kicked my ass for a week. Oof, that sucks. Yeah. Especially when they just feel like they hang and hang and hang. The worst ones, like if you have like physical pain, no problem. You can take like an aspirin or whatever. If you have like you know, sniffles or what have you, it's annoying, it gets in the way, but you know what? Turn the camera off on the meetings. It's fine. No one needs to care that I'm drooling all over myself. If I got a cough, you know what? Coughs are annoying and frustrating. Also, keep grass away from the mirror, by the way. You fight him in a hallway, don't fight him next to a mirror. You know what? That's annoying. But the worst one is when it's like the lethargy, where like you just have this like, where like it's like this weakness where you're like, ugh, and it just makes it difficult to do anything at all. Oh my god. Anyway, when his eyes start glowing, by the way, you just don't look at him.
Groz's eyes burn with the light of obsession, and you feel his power begin to attack your mind.
Well, I'm glad to hear at the very least you are feeling slightly less sick. I'm sorry that you are still feeling sick. Hopefully you'll get over that kinda soon. I am starting to have the realization as I get older that the unfortunate reality is that as I get older, my sicknesses and individual illnesses do last longer than they did before, which is deeply depressing because that sucks. So I did have like basically got locked in bed for 3 weeks when I got good old coronavirus again. That being said, I mean, it was coronavirus, so like it's not good. It's already bad for you. But yep, I am also getting old. But hey, I'm on my feet. You know, we're using the standing desk, so I got that like I got that physical movement. So you know, I can be awake and alive and doing things. Because moving around is good for you kids.
This battle is
Just gotta, you know, work those muscles and work those shoulders.
Stake to make it worthy of song and
She's 87. True.
That's what we both want. Ours is a special relationship, but it needs more time.
Yeah.
Yes. And I need to up the stakes.
Would you say it's better to grind some legendary starter gear like Saltmarsh, etc., or just get legendary XP and let gear come? Just get the XP and let gear come. It's better to start grinding gear when you're 34, because when you're 34, you're higher level and you're stronger.
But I'm getting ahead of myself again. I need to sharpen
So that's what I'm gonna do. That being said, somebody made a suggestion to me earlier, and I forgot about it and spaced out, and now it's been an entire day, and I remembered. I would like to go do Saltmarsh. I think that's the next quest adventure area that I'm going to do. However, inside Saltmarsh, there is an item that can drop in the adventure zone, which is a pair of gloves called the Tinkerer's Gloves. So I'm going to sell, and then I'm going to farm out a pair of Tinkerer's Gloves.
Glorious tale.
It's the only other item I think I'm going to farm on this playthrough, but it's so unbelievably good for me, and it's really easy to come by, so I'm going to take the time to go farm it out. Weapons, weapons, weapons. Death block. Okay, death block, false life. I think I'm gonna keep just in case. Vicinity fighter sash. I don't care for. Actually, I'm just gonna like eat these on another character. I'm gonna bank them. Better progression. Epic gear. Epic gear is not too bad. The thing that's like, on the one hand, I kind of agree with you, where I think it would be nice if there was some better progression. Epic gear. Plastic necklace is +5 DCs. +5 DCs. I do agree with you that it would be nice if there was some slightly better progression, but the counter to that, in my personal opinion anyway, is that you'd have to go farm it, where at least the level 20 gear, a lot of that stuff is really easy to get. Like farming out Saltmarsh gear, like a full Saltmarsh set at level 20 is better than pretty much anything you're ever going to find, which is nice. The fact that it just makes it easier for you, the player. Cataracts for the last few years, which is rough. Oof, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Hmm? Oh, there he goes. Epic summons. So in theory, he actually, yeah, is 91 PRR. I don't know what causes it, but there's something that causes my dog to lose his epic bonuses to stats, which then causes it to become, like, paper thin. And I don't know what it is. Yeah, put on level 20 gear and go to 30. I mean, the main issue is just in the way that quests are kind of designed, and this is a bigger problem. So if we go like out even further, in terms of like epic design, so SSG can't effectively add epic quests to the game because every expansion has to come with a legendary version because endgame players want to do something at endgame. So like full stop, if a big piece of content comes out, it has to have a level 30 version. The problem is, they can't do, at least from my understanding, the tech in the actual window that shows you your quests can't be epic and legendary. So we would never get a quest that's like level 38 and also level 25, which is unfortunate because then all that gear could fit in there and that all the expansion content could fit in there, especially as heroics are pretty well suited until at some point that we get that in the future. So we just get heroic and legendary, which means if they want to make an epic quest, which they have, for example, with Tavern Tales, there was Toil and Trouble, which is epic. There is also the Dino Crisis, which is also epic. So there's some other stuff like that which can be done. I gotta go to Saltmarsh. The unfortunate part is that even though those are technically options, it's just hard to like include epic quests, which is why we just haven't gotten any. So the short answer is probably like epicifying older quest chains. So like, you know, imagine we get like epic Cult of the Six or something. Guys, I really want Cult of the Six. I like Cult of the Six. I just want it, okay? I'm biased. I want Cult of the Six. Yep. Expand, make one quest at 3 levels? Maybe. Yeah, it's a tough one. Is there last trip so you can really see stuff? It's nice that you're able to take her on a trip like that. I'm really glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that float. Being able to get in that last little bit of sight. So I'm going to be running around here looking for a legendary item. It's the legendary Tinkerer's Gloves. I'm just going to be farming rares until I get it. It has a 1 in 10 chance of dropping into these chests out here, so it'll probably take me 2 or 3 runs through here. However, I know where all the rares spawn, so I'm going to be skipping, unlike when I did this the first time, where I ran through this area I ran through this area on doing all the explorers, so doing some specific turns. Here, I'm just gonna be going for rares. So like, there's no chest, we keep going.
Temple to offer their prayers to the god of the sea.
So yeah. Can't add up, yeah. And it's not that it can't be done. It's just it's a harder thing. Because also remember, like with anything else, there's just only so much time in the day for adding new content. Which I understand. Where's the bridge? Oh, it's over here. I missed it. My bad. Yep, now I have 2 handed spec. I also got another point I could spend, which gives me +1 DC when I eventually go spend it. Alright, so now we're looking for a guy. We're looking for a big creature. Also, the music in Saltmarsh is excellent. Saltmarsh was one of those things that took me a little while to grow on me. I still don't like a lot of the colors of Saltmarsh. I find the low saturation of Saltmarsh is kind of drab and boring, which makes sense with the type of story that they're telling. And I find the low saturation on a lot of the maps and the visuals and the colors kind of drains me over time. So I don't love running Saltmarsh all the time, but I will concede the quests are excellent and the music is phenomenal. I love the Saltmarsh music. It's one of the few like just DDO tracks I will just put on and just listen to. So it's great. I'm a big fan. Exactly. I'm not saying that the area isn't appropriate. It is. It just is drab. Also, there's somebody outside. And they don't know I can see them. Yeah, and Heroic Saltmarsh is overtuned. But, I mean, it is what it is. I'll die on the hill that low-level new expansion content should be easy, because if you're going to sell something to play people that's like $20 to get people excited and get started, and then they get their face slammed into rocks by god-tier bullywugs, that's a bad business strategy. But you know what? I will concede that that is you know, that's my opinion and does not reflect the opinions of the people that make this game. Vibe to it. That the Crocs were the second best creature to come with the adventure. Yeah. This is unrelated, but they have crocodiles now in Lord of the Rings Online. And Big Snake. It actually took me a while. I forgot that they added Snake. There's like a bunch of snakes. And so I like started fighting some snakes for a quest. And I was like, oh yeah, snakes! That's new. New snakes. Dang it, the real problem with Heroic Saltmarsh is the HP bloated. Yep. What's crazy is that has already come down by 1/3. Release day Saltmarsh, the health was 33% higher, if you can believe it. Or it came down by 1/3. But yeah, monsters in Saltmarsh have like 200 health right now on elite difficulty on average, but they used to have like closer to 300. No. How about you get knocked down? How does that sound? Nothing. All right. Okay, we only have a couple more things to check. There's a crocodile here. There's a guy up the hill. There's a troll, or a giant, or a troll, and then there's a bard, and then we reset. And that's it. Again, the music is phenomenal. Saltmarsh is great adventure zone. Yeah, right here, you're looking for a treasure chest. If you see one, that means there's a big croc gonna pop out of the water. And damn, how many rares did I get? I got 1, 2, 3 rares out of 17 so far. I don't count the dryad because she's always there.
This ring of ancient standing stones commands a fine view of the sea. Yet, for some reason,
and this guy's always here as well. So at least there's like guaranteed 2 pulls every time you do this. That's why this one's not too bad. Ooh, a star fragment. That's kind of cool. is a giant turtle raid. Does DDO need a turtle raid? I did like doing turtle in Lord of the Rings, so maybe you're right. Dreadwood Troll Scout says, wah! And the bard is not here, so we are done. I'm going to teleport to the Salt Marsh. If you have Feather Falling, you can just cross this gap and go back into the tavern, but I don't have Feather Falling, so I can't. Reference to snakes on a plane. Is there supposed to be a reference to snakes on a plane in Out of the Abyss? The only thing I know about Out of the Abyss is that what was said specifically, which is Demogorgon. And the only thing I know about Demogorgon is Stranger Things. And obviously, for those that don't recall, right around the time that Vecna Unleashed was releasing, there were several people who didn't know anything about DDO, who were like, oh my god, Stranger Things does Vecna, and now DDO is stealing Vecna? Really? That's ridiculous. Even though, number one, Vecna's like an old idea, and number two, Vecna was like the planned antagonist for many, many, many years. This is not like a new thing that was added into the game. Because Vecna showed up in multiple expansions prior to this. But also, now, you know what? Let's say it was all planned. Yes, SSG directly stole Vecna from Stranger Things, and now that Stranger Things officially died, with the last season being the worst season of any TV show ever, I don't know, I didn't watch it. That's all I hear online. We're taking the Demogorgon now too. Yeah, that's right. Now it's our giant monster. Again, I did not watch the season finale thingy. I don't know if it's good or bad. I couldn't tell you. And but I did, for my thumbnail of that video, use a picture of the Demogorgon from Stranger Things because it's a pretty cool looking creature. They're taking the Demogorgon to Isengard. Is a two-headed pain to fight? I can believe that. I love the music out here. I can't help it but say it. It's about planes. DDO always has bad jokes. Yeah, oh yeah, DDO definitely has a lot of bad jokes. Oh, rare? Rare? Nothing. I'm upset. People forgot the last season of Game of Thrones. Did they? I don't know. So I never met Demogorgon? Well, you're right. I didn't do everything in Baldur's Gate 2. I would like to actually do a replay of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and really go dig deeper into the game, because I was kind of like rushing to make sure I could get them both done before the release of Baldur's Gate 3. So I did kind of go like straight to like from quest to quest to quest quite a few times. And man, I will say the end of the game is borderline impossible at the level that I did it at. So for those of you that didn't see it, I got to the end of Baldur's Gate 2 with most of my characters being between level 28 and 30 in Baldur's Gate Throne of Ball. And I couldn't do anything. I was playing the game on, I think it was like the normal difficulty or whatever it is. I couldn't put it down to like the slightly easier mode. I couldn't put it down to easy. I had to put it down to story to beat that boss fight. Because I could do everything until I got to the final boss of the game, a Melisande. Spoilers for a 2-decade-old video game. And a Melisande, I was like, okay, I can fight a Melisande. Sure, a Melisande absorbed the power of Baal, but that's fine because I'm going to kick its ass. And I go, time stop. And you know what happens when I cast time stop? It doesn't affect a Melisande, but it does affect everybody else. So a Melisande uses the 5 rounds of time stop to summon 8 demons and kill my entire party. So when the time stop unfroze, everybody died. And there was like an infinite amount of guys. So I realized, oops, can't cast time stop because apparently the god is immune to time stop. Totally fair. That's fair. So then I was like, okay, I can't cast time stop. So then what I can do is I can just like try to get rid of the demons as fast as possible. But oh no, their saves are too high and they're too dangerous. Also, I can't deal with the fact that a Melisande is just constantly killing me like every 2 seconds, where I'm like literally like machine gun pausing the game to make like super micro adjustments. I finally got through the first phase of the fight, only to get to the second phase and realize I had no chance on this like 4-phase fight. I used all my resources in the first phase and I had nothing else. And I was like, oh god, oh god. Well, you are correct, but she's a lot closer than I was. You know, as somebody who was also a ball spawn, she was much closer to assuming the throne of ball than I was. Which is another reason why it was such tonal whiplash going from Baldur's Gate 2 to Baldur's Gate 3. I beat Baldur's Gate 2 the day before Baldur's Gate 3 had its official launch. So I go from Baldur's Gate 2 into Baldur's Gate 3. And it was a big whiplash to then meet Jaheira as like a level 8 druid trying her best, struggling against some like shadow nonsense. When it's like, lady, you fought with me at the Throne of Ball. You're like level 33. We fought like time god dragons and like all the other ball spawn that like the giant guy that raided the whole city. Like we fought all these guys. Huh? No, I didn't have Vincent in my party. I found Vincent annoying. I got rid of him. Yeah. And then same thing with Viconia. Listen. I did not know Viconia was going to be in Baldur's Gate 3. So in Baldur's Gate 2, I romanced Viconia with my character, Peter Pipega. So Peter Pipega and Viconia romanced. Now, I'm going to do a slight spoilers for Baldur's Gate 2. I'm sorry, you should have played it, 2 decades ago. So slight spoilers for Baldur's Gate 2. When you romance Viconia, I managed to get the good ending where I managed to convince Viconia to not be evil and moved her to neutral. And so the way that the story ended was that, because you get the little thing, we lived happily ever after, and my character, Peter Pipega and Viconia, had a child, which is awesome. However, Viconia was then assassinated by Underdark Drow, and our life was thrown into shambles. And by our life, I mean Peter's life. It just all went downhill. Whoops. Didn't have the happiest ending. Oh no, she died. So, the character that I played in Baldur's Gate 3 was John DeVere Pipega, who is, of course, DeVere is Viconia's last name, so that was his middle name. Pipega was Peter Pipega's last name. And John, after John Irenicus, the main antagonist of the game, because why not name your character after the main antagonist, or your son? That's a great idea. So John was my half drow, half elf, half paladin, half bard that I played, because Peter Pipega was a bard. Viconia was a cleric, but I didn't want to play a cleric, so I said like paladin, and it seemed appropriate. So I had the half paladin, half bard, half elf, half drow, John DeVere Pipega, and that was the character I played for Baldur's Gate 3. And then you run into Viconia in Baldur's Gate 3, and I was like, damn, that sucks. She is a really... Basically, they completely undid everything her character went through in pretty much every storyline in Baldur's Gate 2. She's just a completely different character.
It's the town dog.
Not just like if you do like the good ending or even the bad, like no matter which direction you take her character, none of them line up to what happened in 3. They just like made a new character, which is disappointing because they should have just made a new character. I have no idea why they shoehorned this character in. I've never seen a single person have a positive thing to say about what happened to her character in Baldur's Gate 3, which is very annoying. It then gets even worse because also there is what was his name? Antagonist of Baldur's Gate 1, who then is like a ghost, and you can have him follow you around in Baldur's Gate 2 when you go to Throne of Ball. Sarevok. Sarevok's character, he is like incredibly intelligent. He is like smarmy. He constantly talks back to you. He's actually very talkative. He is not somebody who like hides his opinion. He is like very vocal. He's also like he is somebody who follows Ball, but he is like very human in his goals and his intentions. That's how he was able to like work with the Iron Throne and kind of like take so much control over Baldur's Gate, because he was like a smart talking like politician type character who also happened to be very powerful. And in Baldur's Gate 3, he's literally a doorman with no personality. And I was like, oh no. Why is he here? What's he doing here? What's this guy doing here? So I was very disappointed with Saravok as well. And also, that was the other thing as well. In Baldur's Gate 3, when you go to the Temple of Baal, I'm ranting now. In Baldur's Gate 3, when you go to the Temple of Baal,
You come across
Melisandre's
a
ghost is
statue
there.
of a giant frog. It seems to be made of
Dude, if I was Baal and somebody was trying to usurp my entire throne, I would not keep their ghost guarding my temple. That's madness. I would send them to Ultra Hell, Super Hell. I would personally be their jailer if I was as evil as Baal is. Being like, no, every day is going to be like a worse hell than you experienced. But for some reason, she's just like chilling there with Saravok at like the gate of the temple, being like, yeah, I'm one of the guardians of the temple. What of it? Completely baffling. I did not understand it at all. Yes, also the fact that, yeah, she gets deleted from the universe. Anyway, so that being said, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is a bad game or has a bad story. I just found that a lot of the inclusions, Sapphire Spyglass, I found that a lot of the inclusions of a lot of the older characters from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 just felt weird and odd. I didn't understand like why they were including it other than like, oh, look, there's Baldur's Gate in this game. Which just felt weird to me. The only character who I didn't mind their inclusion was Minsk. And the reason why I didn't mind Minsk's inclusion is because I didn't like him in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, so I didn't use him. And then in Baldur's Gate 3, I fucked up his quest line, so I never got him. So therefore, I didn't have to like see him at all. So I thought his inclusion was actually really good generally. I never had to engage with them. It was a good time. So kudos to the Baldur's Gate 3 team for finding a way to make Minsk's inclusion feel good to me. So, yeah. Oh, somebody was asking a question. Hardcore Shul. I didn't see what you said. How long ago was this? Oh, hey, I was like thinking about next life would be a super vague idea. I need a PDK life, not a fighter life. Would be not spend it hard. I'll take any idea. Oh, other people have some ideas. Somebody said swashbuckler, charisma hit and damage, which is also not a bad idea because you can use short swords with charisma hit and damage and swashbuckling, which is kind of cool. So you can definitely do that. You can do paladin. You could do warlock. I've done like, you could do like a melee kind of fighter warlock. So you do like some warlock, some fighter. You do the aura from Light and Spirit, charisma hit and damage. You get a bastard sword. You start slapping people or a two-handed sword. Yeah. Did you play Pathfinder 1 and 2? I played in one Pathfinder 1 campaign from level 2 to level 3, but it ended shortly after. It was very cool, and so I'm very happy that I got the opportunity to do so. It was actually a viewer who was in the chat who hasn't been around in a while, or if they are, they're doing a lurk, which was Off Meta Gamer. And they invited me to join in their Pathfinder game because I'd never had the opportunity to play before. Ooh, another artifact. I'll get this item eventually. And I was very fortunate. I was like, oh yeah, I'll join in, and it was a lot of fun. I will concede that the best way I can describe my experience playing in this Pathfinder game was I made a D&D character, and the people in my group made Pathfinder characters. So, you might not understand what that means. I made a character that like had like a cohesive narrative about it, where it came from, where it was going. I had skills that kind of made my character be very like worldly. Like I had a character that would exist in world that had a skill set that made sense for the places that they've traveled and the things that they were capable of doing. So I had a couple skill points here and there. And I had a few different things I could do if I entered like a combat. I was playing as a sorcerer, and I had kind of like a wider variety of spells to kind of fit multiple situations based on the type of adventures we were planning on going on. So my character, at level 2, as a sorcerer, I played a Phoenix Soul, and the Phoenix Sorcerer can cause their fire spells to, instead of dealing fire damage, to heal for half, which is cool. So I could cast Burning Hands, but instead of doing 2d4s of damage, I could do 1d4 of healing effectively. Again, really cool idea, something I enjoyed getting the chance to like play around with and see exactly how it felt, and it was pretty fun. Plus I had like Magic Missile, a couple buff spells, things like that. So my turn on my first combat was I had a crossbow. So I fired a crossbow at an enemy. I think I rolled like a 13 and I hit, and I did like a D8 damage, did like 2 or 3 damage, something like that. Then the next person goes, and they are a half giant, half minotaur, level 1 blood rager, some archetype with another level of, I think it was barbarian or something else.
And sailors.
And on their first turn, they charge. Because they charge, they have a gore attack. And they are dual wielding, I believe it's either battle axes or something else. Ooh, Skull of the Sea. And so on their first turn, they make 3 attacks. Their first 2 attacks are at plus 9. And they deal, it was like 2d6s with each attack, because they're a large size. So 2d6 plus like 6 or 7 damage. And their offhand attack was only plus 4. So on their first turn at level 2, they ended up doing like 40-ish damage to an enemy. And I was like, So like I said, we were playing different games. I made a D&D character that would like fit in world, and they made a ultra robot death machine. And it was very different approach. And that was representative of all of the other players at the table, which was not a bad thing. It's totally fine. I think it's really cool that there's a lot of customization and ways you can take your character, but that was the the result of that. I still actually had fun. My character was really useful because I was actually kind of worldly. Like my character had like traveled a little bit, and I had some history, and I've been here and there, and like that was, I really built up the backstory. I ended up getting involved in the story a little bit more than some of the other players at the table, just as a result of that, because my character was like more built in. So I still got to have my fun. So it wasn't like I was like, oh, I never got to have any fun. Combat was a little weird because, you know, I had combat gods in my party, and you know, I was not a combat god. But yeah, I thought that was fun. Oh, Hard Cordial, did you not hear my answer? Or when we talked about it? Sorry, I don't know if you were here when you asked the question. But yeah. I meant PC games, Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the rule systems, Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 2. Sorry, I'm not familiar with like the PC games being numbered. So I did not do that. I was familiar with like, because like Pathfinder 1 is literally called Pathfinder 1, and Pathfinder 2 is literally called Pathfinder 2, like the editions. So I was taking you at your word with what you were saying. But I have not played Kingmaker, but I have played Wrath of the Righteous. And Wrath of the Righteous is one of my favorite video games of all time, and is probably, I would put it as the second best CRPG I've ever played. I'm getting so many artifacts. What the hell, man? The artifacts are rare. And I don't want them. Oh. Yeah. Barb Fighter is pretty strong in base game 1E. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 is so unfathomably good. It blows my mind that people created that video game. That was like a thing that human beings created with their fingers. It's so good. I am lucky I exist in a world where I got to play Baldur's Gate 2. What a game.
Dirt. At least you hope it's dirt.
I'm bleeding. Oh, so what's up, Aaron? How you doing? What's I gonna do to continue that process? Is there any build that allows a wizard splash? I only own 2 iconics. Yeah, you could just do an Eldritch Knight. Eldritch Knight with a couple levels of fighter is perfectly fine, because you don't need that many high level spells. So that's also a good option for you, Card Cordial. You have a lot of good options. But yeah, at some point I do plan on going back and playing Kingmaker, because I enjoyed Wrath of the Righteous, so I assume I would also enjoy Kingmaker on some level, although I know that those games are very different. I'm gonna die of old age before I find this this weapon, but it's fine. Holy Smite 10. I'm gonna delete garbage. You know what? I don't need these. This. I don't need this. I don't need this. This. I have 46 Sovereign Pots in my backpack. Whoops. Oh, yeah. Well, you could just do 2 levels of Fighter and 18 Wizard if you want. And then just use a 2-handed weapon and slap people. the same type of RPG, but I feel like that about Septerra Core. I have never played or heard of Septerra Core, so I'm gonna Google it. Septerra Core. What is this? Legacy of the Creator. Came out in October 31st, 1999. Is a role-playing video game developed by Valkyrie Studios, published by Monolith Productions. It was originally released in 1999. Since then, it's been re-released on GOG. And I don't know. Looks neat. I have no familiarity, though. Like, for me, I don't have any nostalgia towards the Baldur's Gate franchise because I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 as a prepper for Baldur's Gate 3. So I played Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3 within a year of each other. So I got to experience all three of them. And for me, I found that the Baldur's Gate 2 was the most engaging, the most interesting. It had the deepest story. It had some of the best characters. Baldur's Gate 3 is not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the fact that it got so many people to sit down for a multiple 100-hour game and slog their way through it is awesome. I think it's a really good achievement. It's a good accomplishment. And again, it is a good game. The writing is really good. The voice acting is incredible. And the game is generally pretty fun. But I've mentioned before, especially from a storytelling perspective, there is just, you can be so much more, I would know, like, they have to be more efficient with their use of text because everything has to be spoken, and voice actors are expensive, and dialogue is also expensive in terms of a hardware sense, where it's a lot of like extra space and data and things you have to cram into your video game, versus text, where you can just throw in like piles and piles and piles of text. So I felt like I got to know the party members that I had in Baldur's Gate 2 a lot more than I did in Baldur's Gate 3, because you could just spend way more time talking to people because they just had a lot more information in them because text. As it turns out, filling dialogue boxes with text is a lot cheaper than filling dialogue boxes, than having voice actors spout out whole dialogues of text. Dude. Additional memory of childhood. Yeah. I don't have any like younger association. I literally did 1, then 2, then 3, and I found that 2 was my favorite out of all of them. That being said, I have gone back to play 3 more than 2 because 3 is multiplayer, and so I've played Baldur's Gate 3 like with my girlfriend and with some of the friends, and it's been a good time. Oh, it's here! The rare is here finally for the first time. Can you believe I haven't found all the rares yet? Even how many times I've ran through this area? I'm still missing 2. Pretty wild. So there's that. Wrath of the Righteous, the mythic stuff is fun. Yeah, I enjoyed the character building in that game. I think the main problem, and not main problem, but one of the things that definitely prevents me from enjoying Wrath of the Righteous as much is the fact that, unfortunately, due to the way the game's engine system is set up, I like to play on the turn-based and not the live action. And the downside of playing on the turn-based versus the live action is that the turn-based starts to lag after a while as effects pile up in the system. There's basically like a memory leak that's present in the game, and they have never fixed it. And so as a result, the longer you play the game, just the longer you're playing, the worse it gets. Which is not ideal. And it just continually gets worse. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm probably not going to use it. I'm going to be honest with you. Where's my bag? Filigree, Zephyr. All these non-rare filigrees, get them out of my inventory. Ugh. I only collect the rare filigrees, baby. Perfect. All right. Sons of Dialogue series. Get me out. That's where it is. The get me out of this hellhole comes from Baldur's Gate 1. Okay. So I need to put these in here. Save me some space. Ocean, that's food, I guess. And then this, I have the Skull of the Sea. Life pump, Visanti fighter sash. Perfect. Just making inventory space. If there was a way to prevent the lag that happens in Wrath of the Righteous, where basically once you get to the end game, nice curse cleanser. You don't want to know how many curse cleansers I have. It's not one. I am the type of person to, you know, when you, I have struggled with a lot of like, JRPGs for this exact purpose. I am not good at spending my resources. Okay. I never have been. So, like playing through Chrono Trigger and having to learn that, yes, you have to be using your items all the time or you're gonna lose was like a learning point for me when I played through it for the first time. It was hard to get used to like using your items constantly. I'm really bad at that. I will finish the game with all of the big powerful items in my inventory being like, but what if I need it later? I say during the final boss fight at the very end of the game where they delete your save afterwards. So like, that's the type of person that I am. Heavily in Chrono is a mistake. Yeah, that too.
For a moment, you're taken aback.
In Chrono Trigger's combat, I thought it was a refreshing take. Oh, I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed Chrono Trigger's combat system. I liked the positioning element where certain attacks would actually hit over a direct area, so you could sometimes like wait for monsters to position in like in a different way. Yeah, I actually liked it quite a bit. I thought it was really fun. I also appreciated how many tries it took me to defeat the actual final boss. Although I will say, I only beat the game one time. If you ever want to check it out, the whole playthrough is actually on the Streams YouTube channel. I did post all the videos of the entire playthrough on there, so if you ever want to see how I experienced it. Like fighting Lavos was really fun, and all the phases of Lavos, and also realizing like, oops, this is going to kill me, and having to start over and try again and again and again. So that was a thing. But also, I will say that Spawn, damn it. I will say that even though I enjoyed a lot of that, I was not willing to go back and replay the game for the multiple different endings. Apparently there's like 38 endings in Chrono Trigger. So after I finished the game, I went on YouTube and I just watched them. And then I watched a video afterwards that kind of explained the general different story routes that you can take through the game, which again, very cool. No complaints about that. I think it's really, really sick that there's all those different options and ways to experience the game. I think that's super sick and super cool. But yeah, I did not, unfortunately, play through the game multiple times because it's already pretty long.
You come across a crude statue of a giant frog.
Especially considering there's all the things where it's like, if the first time you fight Lavos, if you win, this game ends right there, which is really cool. Like I'm like, that's just a neat way to do that. You're not supposed to win, but if you do, you can just finish the game immediately. Salt Pearl Ring, damn it. Get this garbage out of here. Yeah. Also Frog. Classic Frog. Yeah, so overall it was a good time. Durocan, let me know when you're back from ads. Also, Fairy, get to a sub to Team Durocan. That's very, very kind of you, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Team Durocan has been a very long time member of the channel. One of the longest. It's been like 8, maybe 9 years, something like that you've like tuned into the broadcast and checked it out. Which is such a wild idea. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, isn't that wild, man? In fact, you're also the only person in the Discord who has the tag or the role wire coding. But anyways, long story short, Dad, I did not get interrupted doing this. Get out of here. Yeah, it's been ages. It's pretty cool. But yes, so I did enjoy the combat a lot. I really liked the system in which you, the positioning in fights was also really cool. How depending on where monsters were actually standing, your targeting would actually matter quite a bit, depending on what abilities you wanted to use. I liked the combat in Chrono Trigger a lot. It was very engaging. Although, admittedly, I will say, all of the things that are good about Chrono Trigger, and there's a lot of things that are good about Chrono Trigger, the thing that really glues the entire game together, in my personal opinion, is the music. Like, I think Chrono Trigger is good. Don't get it twisted. I think it's a good game. But I think that if Chrono Trigger didn't have one of the most, like, unbelievably good soundtracks in the industry, it wouldn't have the same level of funness. But my God, what a... just like a perfect storm of like, you know what, let's also make this game that's extremely fun, interesting, dynamic, unique. Let's also give it like one of the best soundtracks on the Super Nintendo. Also, yes, that's literally true. I did invest everything into Chrono in my first playthrough because his name is in the title of the video game. Hey man, the name is in the title of the video game. It is! Oh my God, stop stunning me, please. Boards, man. Another skull. 3 skulls of the sea! And no gloves for me. I will stop hunting the gloves eventually, but I'm not there yet. I'm not bored yet, so we'll see. Yeah, so overall, great game. Can recommend. Also really easy to play because it's just on Steam. There are several different like older games that you can get, like Super Nintendo Classics, Sega Classics, a lot of 90s games that are just on Steam or GOG as standalone products, which is fun. So if that's something you're interested in and investigating or exploring, I highly recommend you go do that, because that's how I played. I just played through the Steam version. I mean, technically, you also don't have to play on Steam. You could also have physical cartridges of your game that you then use hardware to physically dump the ROM file onto your computer and then use that to play through an emulator on your computer, which is all completely legal and you're allowed to do. So that's also a good option.
And sailors come to this thriving temple to offer
completely legal usage of dumping your ROM from a cart you own. That's yours. Yeah, or also having like a Super Nintendo and like plugging it in. I don't have a Super Nintendo. There are children without skulls of the sea stream. True. But think of the children. Also, I've almost got all the rare encounters. There's only one I'm missing.
For a moment, you're taken aback by the sprawling.
Oh, also, I missed the question in Discord. Anyone know what this is about when launching DDO? And it's got the, okay, I'll install DBG help. What do you know? Things as my drivers updated the problem went away. Oh, you know, I've also ran into this one. I should probably also update my drivers. Just reading that, because I actually don't know when the last time I updated my NVIDIA drivers was. Should probably do that at some point. Not on stream. It's a bad idea because it will immediately close OBS and I will not be able to stream anymore. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, exactly. At least Saltmarsh is good against the music, man. The music. Ugh. I get suckered in my music so easily. If a game has good music, it makes it so much more tolerable. Like, for example, recently I've talked about how I played through the game Expedition 33, Clair Obscur. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody in case people haven't had the chance to play the game. I think it was an excellent video game. I had a lot of fun, an absolute blast playing through it. And it helped that, again, the game had excellent music. Excellent music. When I ransack the Whaler, I'm just going to leave, but I'm going to hope I don't ransack the Whaler before I get my item. Another Skull of the Sea. Oh my lord. I'm looking for the gloves. There's 2 items that drop out here. The Skull of the Sea and the gloves. And I've gotten 4 Skulls of the Sea and no gloves.
Massive tracks in the mud.
It's okay. If I flip a coin, I'm not going to get tails again, right? Eventually, it's got to come up heads. Do you know what are the difference between the 2 hit modifiers in universal enhancement trees? Can you be more specific? Like, what do you mean by 2 hit modifiers? And which enhancement trees? I'm confused. Are you able to... I don't know what you're asking me. If you're able to explain that a little bit better. Do you mean like, what is the difference between this Harp Regent here that gives +1 to hit versus evil and +1 to hit and damage versus Inquisitive that just gives +1 to attack with all weapons or +1 to attack with weapons? Guided Artificer? Yeah, so I'm taking all of this streaming time here and chopping it up to throw on YouTube as a guided playthrough. So then somebody who is lost, or let's say they're at a certain level and they want to have something to like play through the game, or they just want to basically, maybe if somebody's like been playing DDO and they've never found a way to be able to get to level cap successfully because they've either faltered along the way, they get stuck, they're not sure what to do or how to solve certain problems, like my character is taking too much damage, or my character can't heal fast enough, or I'm running out of mana all the time. The goal of the guided playthrough is to give people, some people, an ability to have a long form series of videos that they could just look through of like, oh, I'm in this area, this is where I can find a thing. Yeah. So we are at 31, obviously. I'm going to be breaking it down by level. So each level will get its own video. All right, what am I ransacked on this? What are we at now? This is 6. We're not ransacked. Salt Pearl Ring. God damn it. What do you think of the music from Final Fantasy VII Remake? I haven't played Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I couldn't tell you. For example, Harp Regent is Strategic Combat 1 and 2. Oh, like, what is the difference? Oh, you're thinking about this. Yeah, this gives hit chance, and this gives damage. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't understand what you're saying, but yes. This is your chance to hit, and this is your damage that you deal, obviously. And then if you go over to the other trees, so if I go to Falconry, it's the same thing. This is my chance to hit, and this is my actual damage when I do hit. And then if I go to Fate Arc, this is my chance to hit, and this is my actual damage when I do hit. Sorry, I did not understand what you meant. Thank you for clarifying so other people are able to follow up on that one.
Ancient standing stones commands a fine view of the sea. Yet, for some reason,
How's your day going? Better than mine. I'm too sick to stream. You know what? Listen, that sucks. I know that feeling. Hopefully your sickness goes away. You hate to see it when you're not feeling good, so hopefully you'll be feeling better in no time. Lickety split, back up and running, hopefully. So we're up to 36. The level cap is level 34, so I can't play up to level 36 unless I hack the video game to let the developers allow me to level 36 before the expansion coming this summer, which I don't think I'll be able to do. So this will be going up to 34. I'm going to be done with this like by tomorrow. And then the video is going to be coming out once every 3 days. So over the next like 2 months, all the videos will be coming out. No. Okay, I have 2 more runs before I ransack it, and then we're moving on. This is just like the Sands of Manectaren farm that I did in the solo guided fighter playthrough that I ran. Isn't that neat? Never get to 36 with that quitter talk. I mean, you're right. What class will I do afterwards? I don't really like playing solo that much. So once I am done with this, I'm going to put it on hold for a year. And then next year I will have, I had chat vote. So I'll have chat vote on what they think I should do. I only like to do one of these a year though. So I'm not going to do this until next year. Once I'm done with this, I'm going to go back to like creative and interesting build guides and stuff. Get to 36 right now, or create a time machine and go forward to the summer. Time machine, probably.
Fisherfolk and sailors come to this thriving temple to offer their prayers to the god of the sea.
No. I much prefer playing with other people when I play DDO. I find it a much more engaging experience. And so I really hate doing the solo gameplay, actually. It grinds my gears. It makes me upset and angry at all hours of day and night. I turn off the stream and then I sit in the dark brooding and seething about how unhappy I am when I'm doing it. Not in reality, but I much prefer it to playing with other people. I've also noticed one of the things for me personally is to ensure that I can stay like motivated and focused and constantly working on things when it comes to stream. I have to just be having fun. Like, that's a really important part of it. Which sounds like really stupid, obviously, but yeah, I have to be having fun to want to be able to make content and do things. And so, I have found that in the past, trying to like force myself to do content I don't like, either builds I don't enjoy or other things, that has like gotten in the way. There's been more than one occasion where like I start playing like a thrower build or something, and I just don't enjoy range characters, and then I quit playing for like, I can't play DDO for like a month or two because I'm just like constantly thinking about it. I'm in my head about how much I hate it. This rare is never gonna spawn, is it? Yeah. For playing solo in this game? Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's good for some people. I just don't enjoy it that much. I like playing my MMOs to be able to engage with the MM part. Well, no, the M, one of the two M's, the multiplayer part. I like the multiplayer part. I like joining groups and doing quests and fighting bad guys and doing all sorts of stuff. It's good. Another spyglass. I will die of old age before I find these gloves. Then drive the rest of the way home in complete silence. Yes. I have had that experience one time. I wouldn't say I was in complete silence, but I was definitely shaken up. There's basically a time where I was driving in like the middle of the night through Orleans, which is like in like the eastern part of Ottawa. And I was coming down, where was I? I was on like Jeanne d'Arc. I'm coming down Jeanne d'Arc, and it was very, very late at night. There was no other cars on the road, thankfully. Because as I was coming up to the intersection, the light changed, and it was just like an automatic light change. There were no cars, again, very fortunately. But I was maybe a little bit too fast because I was kind of tired and could have been paying more attention. And I hit the brake and hit a patch of ice. And again, I wasn't going that fast. I was just going a little, probably like I was going like 70 and a 60, because it's a 60 there, kilometers. So I was going like 70 and a 60. Again, nothing crazy, but I was going a little bit too fast. And I just don't stop the car at all and just fishtail through the middle of the intersection. And I like literally got to the other side, and I like immediately like pulled the car over, and I had to just like lean back, and I was like, I've never done that again. That was like, my heart was like blasting. I was like, oh my God. Terrifying. Because, you know, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm like a really safe driver. I am very attentive when I'm on the road. I don't, you know, I like never like grab or reach for my phone. I'm always like looking where I'm going, checking all my mirrors constantly, and I don't speed. I don't cut people off. You know, doing all the proper driving things that you're supposed to be doing. And I've never been in an accident either. I've never been hit. I've dodged cars on the road, which is one of the reasons why I've never been hit, because I'm just like so skilled. I'm just, you know, getting out of the way. But no, I just think I'm just a standard run of the mill, like not a bad driver. But that was spooky. I was like the mail drive-through. Come on, it was Christmas Day. There was nobody there. Oh my God. Yes, except for that one time where that lady yelled at me through her window. That did happen. It's a dumbass who hit my rear bumper because I left a note and he never called. Oh yeah, do it. Hopefully you got the
This ring of
plates.
ancient standing
I mean, I
stones
assume you got the
commands
plates
a
because it was
fine
his
view
car
of
was
the
there and your car was there and you were looking at his car from your car. Drive safe and arrive late and arrive alive. Yeah, exactly. Yes! I farmed for this for so long. Finally. Oh. So it's got UMD 5, which is better than my 3, and it's got Rune Arm Focus 6. So now my Galvanic Blast goes from DC 63 to DC 69. Nice, dude. 69. That's what we're talking about. Right. God, that feels satisfying. Super bonus, need to farm more? True. Allegedly, we're going to be getting tokens with the new anniversary event that will give you the ability to craft a Reaper or Mythic effect on an existing item. Which again, I don't know if that's true. That's the implication for what I assume from the title of the items, is that's how they're going to work. Which seems kind of cool. All those craftables that can't get Mythic bonuses on could be happening. Could be real. Stupid Skulls of the Sea. I should actually read these docents. Literally just better. Literally just better. I'm glad I read it. I was like, I wonder if there's an armor item in here I can use. This is Magic Resistance Docent of Repair Amp, which is just better than mine. So let's just do it. I'll get more magic resistance rating. I will take it. Fun fact, that actually means that my boots are now no longer needed because the boots that I was wearing... Can I wear this? Dex, Eversight, Deception, Assassinate. That sucks. The boots that I'm wearing now don't only give me Seeker, so I can replace my boots now because the sheltering I don't need, because this gives me magical sheltering and this gives me physical sheltering. Sick! Alrighty. It feels good to get upgrades, man. It feels good to get upgrades. You notice any lag lately? No, not at all. I mentioned this before, but other than like the random intermittent, like sometimes there's like a quick like hitch in the game, other than that, no. Bad opinion, Mythic is a shitty mechanic. I actually like Mythic because it gives you a reason to farm for more stuff. So it's like a way that if you get an item that has a Mythic on it, you go, oh cool, Mythic. And if you get an item that doesn't have Mythic on it, it's fine. And it's not necessary to make your character function. Will you make another crafted boots or to replace those? So the problem is my crafting is 11, so I can't craft anything. So I will just see if I can find something. It's very slot limited. Yeah, but it's still good. Anyways, I gotta use the washroom because I've been standing here for almost 3 hours, and then I'll be right back and we'll do Saltmarsh. The real Saltmarsh. Woo! Real Saltmarsh. Woo! have returned. All right. But yeah, I haven't noticed any lag. I will say that's been any noticeable change. As somebody who's been playing DDO for a very, 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 very long time, I've had the opportunity for people to post clips of me from the past of me playing Dungeons and Dragons online. And watching some of these clips and seeing the lag in some of these clips is like absolutely insane. That I'm like, I can't believe I like forgot about how it felt. And so for me personally, I like every time I'm like, it's not even like, I can't believe we used to play with so much or so many performance problems. And now it is like night and day. It's just a different video game to me. Daily roll? I forget to do my daily roll most days. I don't really care about them. Yeah, and I will say also, it could just be because of my location. Like my ping currently is 85, and so it stays like a right around 80, between 80 and 90, because that is my ping to Las Vegas. And my ping is pretty stable, so I don't really notice any changes, like most part. The game is like extremely responsive.
A decrepit house stands atop the cliffs. A stiff
All right,
wind blows in off
Salt Marsh time.
carrying the briny stink of churning.
But yeah,
salt.
I have not had a lot of performance issues at all. Which is not to say I haven't had lag ever. For example, I actually submitted a bug report because there was a quest during my solo guided playthrough that lagged so bad I was worried I was going to die inside of it. Because I am currently playing on hardcore. So for doing this quest, pro tip, when you come up here, you can jump against the wall. And if you see something here, right, that means it's up in this room. So you have to, this is one of the race places that you want to go. So you're trying to get into this room. So I want to go this way. And I want to go downstairs, and I get into the room through here.
The flickering, shiny lantern set on the window.
If you get this, then you just like solve the puzzle. It's nice and quick.
When you pull it, the runes in the floor light up.
So that's there. That goes there. And then you get ads.
Crystal on the wall flares a bloody red.
Oh no,
and sounds
my weapon is wrong. Oh god.
You can hear the same noise coming from upstairs.
Who'd have thought? Weapon would be wrong. Oh jeez. Lockpick the door to skip the puzzle. Oh, can you? I'm gonna be honest, I never do this with a rogue. So if you could just lockpick this door, then that's even better.
A festering infestation
Anyway,
has
then you come in,
this bed
do the
filled with
search,
spiders'
grab the
den.
key, fight the
From the
ooze,
doorway, you can see a glint of metal in the fire.
instantly kill it. I'll take it. No problems here. Oh, spider.
With the iron key, you should be able to.
And now we're done. Now you just go downstairs through the kitchen.
The kitchen is dirty and damp.
And that's pretty much the entire quest.
Are missing a few chests that
Whoop.
smell of decay. The door on the
Come back down here. Again, Salt Marsh is cool. If you've never done Salt Marsh, I highly recommend a lot of these quests. They're actually quite fun. There's a lot of neat places to explore. One of the things that's also good about Salt Marsh is something they do really well, which is when they started doing it here, optionals actually matter because every chest can drop sentient XP, and you need a lot of it. So farming out optionals just gives you more chests, which gives you more sentient XP, which nowadays a lot of the endgame players don't care much for sentient XP. Like, I don't really care if I pull any because I have so much of it. But if you're getting started, you don't have a lot. You can also sell them on the auction house if you want for some shards, because without the 1,000 point sentient XP items you get, do have some value. So
You got moves. I'll give you that. But there's a reason why they called me Sturgency.
whenever any of the key fights prevents the quest from completing in case you ever farm it, yeah, you have to kill the monsters because it's part of like the quest, because it won't progress until you actually do the thing. Yep.
You get to watch Ned's
Oh, good.
shaft.
Yeah, don't detour the ooze.
And these hearts die. Hope you enjoy the view.
It's like the closest that I get when it comes to lag is usually like the game freezing because DDO is loading something, which does happen pretty regularly, unfortunately.
Lanterns in support of
Old
structures
DDO
line
game
the
freeze
source of
lag.
underground passage.
But it's not really lag, it's more of like the client is freezing because too much is happening.
You emerge into a dingy, wet.
Also, it's like hella snowing
boxes
outside.
and containers lining its walls. More smugglers stack their goods along.
I feel so bad for several of my friends that I have that have to shovel their driveway. This winter has had so much goddamn snow. I feel very fortunate that the place that I live, there is a company that takes care of the snow, so I don't have to deal with it. I don't love shoveling the snow. Goodbye.
You'll be dead wrong before you can see
I'm gonna sit down there. Sitting time.
How can this be? He asks in a pained voice. Before he can run away, you strike.
What improvements do you wish they would make next? Notice they're updating customizations of the races. If we had to do non-gameplay improvements, what I would love to see at some point coming out of SSG is an improvement to... Why is this? This feels low.
That should make up for the treasure you have been promised.
Here we go. If we're talking about non-gameplay improvements, because obviously I have a bunch of gameplay ideas, but if we're talking about non-gameplay, an improvement I would love to see happen in DDO would be a better sorting system for our trackable consumables. So what I mean by that is I would like to see a filigree, like say like a filigree chest get added to the game. And what the filigree chest would be is it would be like a window that has like a, so it's like a, like its own window with maybe like a drop down for each different filigree set. And then all your filigrees would go into this filigree chest. And you could see it. So like one page would be like, for example, prowess, right? You'd have the prowess filigree set. And on the prowess filigree set, it would have maybe like a piece of custom art for the prowess filigree that represents it. And then on top of that, it would also have one slot for each prowess filigree, as well as one slot for each rare version of the prowess filigree set. And then it takes all your filigrees, so you can just dump them in there. And then maybe there's a conversion rate of like 5-to-1 or 10-to-1, where you can convert a non-rare filigree into a rare filigree in the book. So instead of going, oh, how many filigrees do I have, or putting it all in the shared storage, instead, it's just like its own window where you can go like, you can do a drop down, go to whatever page you want. It takes you to that page, and then you go, oh, okay, cool, I have whatever prowess filigrees, and you can see which ones you have, which ones you don't have as a quick check. I would love to see more individualized custom menus for things like that as ways to store data, personally. They just store all of our items. They could do a similar thing with augments, they could do a similar thing for all over, but that's what I would like to see.
For hardware deliveries, signed by a barely literate envoy.
Because, like, the thing is, unlike something like augments, where there's a lot of random augments and there's all the named augments, I could see augments being a harder thing to do, because obviously, if you were to do some type of named augment system or like augment tracker, you'd have to have every single augment in the entire game in the book already, which would maybe not be as easy to see or look at and might be like more annoying than just having a thing where you can search whatever you want. But for filigrees, they know how many filigrees are in the game. They haven't added any new ones since Saltmarsh, which released in 2021, I think. So it's been a long time where we've had only the same filigrees, and we don't seem to be getting any more. So since we're not really getting any more filigrees, having it be more organized how you look at them doesn't seem like that tall of an order. Additionally, when they add new filigrees, all they would have to do is just add more pages to the book. So just make it so that you can, the drop-down menu gets bigger. In fact, if they really wanted to, you could sort it out by like generation. So you would have like, let's say it's like a folder, and there are tabs on the top for Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, and they leave space for extra generations of filigrees, and then the drop-down is only for that generation. So you can go like, oh, I want a Saltmarsh filigree. You could just go into Gen 3 and then like look up your filigrees or whatever. Something like that. Just a way that you can visually see it. Because I find sometimes, like, if you've ever looked up your filigrees, they get out of order. They only stack to 5 in the shared bank for reasons I do not understand at all. So once you get more than 5, you get multiple stacks. They also don't stack if you have multiple copies of filigrees in the shared bank. So if I have like two copies of the same filigree, let's say I have like 2 different like dreadnought things, sometimes they won't stack together. So like if I put a 3 stack and a 4 stack, it won't give me 5 and 2 as 2 different stacks. It'll keep the 3 stack and the 4 stack separately. So you just end up having like these extra filigrees sitting there pointlessly. So yeah, not ideal.
There are no rats left in the bilge, though you can't be sure about the rest of the ship.
So that is something that I would like. That is a non-combat based change to the game. A ways to organize my filigrees, and also, as I said, a way to have them upgrade as well.
It's a lot of weapons.
So if I was to,
Isn't about ordinary smuggler tax evasion.
you know what, let me draw it.
Someone is preparing for
I'm gonna give
war,
you my ideas
and
right here.
Saltmarsh does not see it coming. You must warn
But
the
you know what, I am
town.
gonna recall before I do that, because the music is really good in Saltmarsh and it's good calming stuff. Okay, so like what I'm saying, we get like a, why is this centered? I don't like that it's centered. This is weird. Anyway, what I'm saying is you have like a box. I should just use an actual box, something like this. So like we have like a window here. This is like the filigree window, right? And inside of it, you would have like tabs at the top. So where's my paintbrush? So you'd have like, you know, you'd have like a line up here, then you have like your different tabs for whatever it is you want your filigrees to be. You'd have like generation 1 and generation 2 and generation 3 of like your filigrees. And then once you're actually on the filigree page, you just have like a little like drop down menu here or something like that. And then you could just slap in the text here and it would be like prowess or something. Can I move this up? So it'd be like, yeah, prowess. And then you have like a little drop down arrow. Right, so you have like your little drop down in prowess. And then you would have like a bunch of spots down here for each individual filigree. So you'd have like, you know, the regular versions of the filigrees here or something. So you have like a bunch of boxes where all the filigrees would go. Oh my god, these are not uniforms. You'd have something like this. And then you'd also have another box down here. And it's all the same filigrees, but the rare versions. Actually, I can just make this easier. I can just go copy and then paste. Yeah, something like that. All right. And so then you'd have like your, all your filigrees here. And then these ones down here, these would be like the rares. So this would be like rare. And then normal of like your different filigrees. And you'd have like an arrow that's here that you could then like convert the normals into rares at like a 5-to-1 or a 10-to-1 ratio in the menu itself. And then up here you would have like a box that is like, you know, set bonus details. So like 2 equals action boost, 3 equals damage, 4 equals more damage, and 5 equals meta set bonus or whatever, right? And then you would have something like this. And then if they wanted, and then the backdrop for each thing, you could have like Ravenloft be the backdrop, because this is a generation 1 filigree, so maybe the background is like a Ravenloft themed background, and this one, because this is Sharn, the second one would have like a Sharn themed background, and the third one is Saltmarsh, so this would be a Saltmarsh background. And then because there's extra space in here, if they want, they could also be like they you know, go take an extra mile and have like add a story element to it. So then you could have like, you know, filigree lore section. So it could be like prowess represents strength and was given to Strahd by his I don't know, his bats that he has, so he feels strong when fighting. I don't know. You do something like that. And so this is how I imagine it working with all of the filigrees, is just that way, instead of my filigrees being in some horrible unusable list, which is how it currently is I would love to have something like this of like, and then yeah, we can have like the text down here that is like convert, and it just converts down. Yeah, and then you could just have this, and then you might be like, can we use this for other things? Why, yes. Did you know we could actually use this for the sun and moon augments as well? Because if you did sun and moon, you can actually replace it and do 10, 20, 30 or whatever, heroic, epic, and legendary. And then the drop down could be like magic, and you would have all the magic ones, and then attack, and you have all the attack ones, and then defense, you have all the defense ones. I would love something like this. I love little custom UI windows that help you organize stuff. It's great. So that's what I would like. This is a huge feature that I would like to see in the game. So this is my Strim Tom's custom filigree sorting window design that I want to see for the game, please, SSG. Something like this. So you have like the generations here and convert. So if you have the number like, can I just put 5 in here? 5. Yeah. And so it's like, yeah, you got like 5 of these. And then just go and zoom, copy. Put that there. And then it's like, yeah, you just like convert it over, you know, just makes sense. I love it always does in the top part of the screen. This is what I would do. Boom. And that's what I would do if I had the money for it. Or if DDO was going to add something. That's a change I would make. I think it would be really good for the game generally. Saltmarsh. Do Saltmarsh quests. The PB thing, if DDO could do upgrade for them, they would do the thing and endless list with recipes. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. The question that was posed to me was, what improvements do you wish they would make? It's a wish list, dude. I'm not going to temper or rein in my wishes. That's silly. I'm wishing upon a star. The stars can grant anything.
A long-abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside.
So that's what I want.
The upper floors have long since collapsed, but stairs lead down into the dark.
It also would leave room, because when you add more filigrees, you could fill it in. It also would mean you would get to see all the filigree sets, because another thing for players is like, it would put the information in the game. If you own the filigree book, then you can look through the filigree book, or the filigree list, or whatever it is, and you would be able to see all the filigrees that exist in the game. So for planning out your characters and your builds, instead of having to go to the wiki and looking up everything, you can go, oh, these filigrees exist, and they're in Ravenloft? I just have to go play Ravenloft to go get them? You can even have on that window, it tells you where to go get the filigrees. So if you don't have it, the game tells you how to go get it. So again, you don't have to go and like look it up on some esoteric website. Instead, it's just in the game, information that all the players have access to.
A pulse of magical energy passes through the tunnel.
Wouldn't that be cool?
The first level is complete.
Quest received.
Make copies of your cool things with? Yeah.
Scramble up in surprise.
Anyway, so that's my idea that I have for the system. Good. Was my box to just make copies? Yeah, that'd be cool.
Surges through the tunnels as another lever is pulled.
How much XP would you need to pay to cast it? I'd pay a lot of XP for that one. If we got sorted, organized menus for filigrees, solar or like sun and moon gems, and all that stuff, with those sorted, visually appealing, easy to read menus, I would start my entire account over from scratch as payment. I would never need to actually do that, because obviously that wouldn't make sense for me to start my account over, but that's how far I would go. That's the price I would pay. It's this way? This way. There it is. I'm here, wizard man.
The mage stands defiantly at the top of the stairs. Yo, nothing can stop me now. My new creation will set the land ablaze.
Rolls and base around Eldritch Blast. I am certain we'll get something like that eventually. given that we have an Epic Destiny for every single character class in the game now, except for Alchemist and Warlock, I am assuming we're going to get an Alchemist and a Warlock Epic Destiny at some point. Given the fact that there's also, in Saltmarsh, fun fact if you didn't notice, Ring of the Kraken. Sick. Anyway, in Saltmarsh, there is a filigree set for every single Epic Destiny, and conveniently, there is the Curse Keeper filigree set, which is not related to anything except Warlock, and the Serpent filigree set, which is not related to anything except Alchemist. Presumably, we will get one at some point. I don't know if it'll be called Curse Keeper and Serpent, but god damn, that's cool. It's got Null Magic Guard, it's got Energy Siphon, so it gives me mana. Charisma 14. It's really useless, but it's neato. The same for Warlock. Yeah, they could do it. So it'd be keywords, and they have to be able to sort A to Z. Yeah, there's no way to track all your items across all your characters. Now, fun fact, there are some third-party tools you can get, like Dungeon Helper, that can track some of your inventories among multiple characters, if that's a way you would like to go. So there's some tools you can do with that. In Lord of the Rings Online, they just have add-ons in their game, and so I have an add-on for on my account, or like on not on my account, on my client, that allows me, if I log in on a character, I can see its inventory forever, so I can track all my inventories and all my banks across all my characters. So if I ever go, oh, where is this item, I can just do a quick search, and it searches all inventories and finds me where the items are. It is very convenient when I have like multiple characters I'm kind of scanning stuff for.
This building looked abandoned from the outside, but once inside, you can see signs of recent habitation. In fact, you can hear muffled voices. A muffled shout can be heard from one of the rooms above you.
So yeah, GG tomorrow. We have DDO 3 and Sacrifice Shrimp Tom for it. That's okay. I accept the sacrifice. DDO is a pretty good game, so if we get DDO 3 at, you know, my loss, that's okay. I accept.
Captors interrogated him about a strange script he couldn't read. He says that the other captive was taken down through the basement and into a cavern. A door creaks open down on the main floor. Dank air wafts up from the lower level.
Dank air. But yeah, that's what I would wish for. If I could have anything get added to DDO that was not mechanics or combat based. If I could change a DDO mechanic, if I had the power to change anything in the game that I wanted, and the developers would have to do it, if I could pick one thing right now, is I would remove all maximum caster levels from every spell in the game, and rework all of the Master of X feats in epics that give caster levels, to instead, those feats allow you to have the immunity bypass that other character classes get access to. So if you're a sorcerer or a druid or an alchemist, you get those immunity bypasses for free built into your character, but if you're not, you can take a feat to also be able to catch up. And at the same time, get rid of max cash level, because that way you don't need those feats anymore, because maximum cash level is, in my personal opinion, a bad mechanic that doesn't work well. There are very few spells that become broken if you get rid of their maximum cash level, and all you have to do is just change the numbers on the spells. So for example, Close Wounds, it would be really strong if it had no maximum cash level, because you get 3 extra +3 healing per caster level. So its max caster level is 5, so you don't have that problem. You know how you fix it? Instead of giving 3 healing per caster level, you just make it 1. And now it's no longer broken. Boom. Solved your problem. So there's a bunch of spells that can just be like quickly rebalanced and not have that problem. And generally, it would just make a lot of things more interesting and enticing. Wait, I'm supposed to go this way. What am I doing? It has been too long since I've done this quest.
The halfling tells you that members of the
DDO3, what happened to DDO2? Well, here's the thing, one from Mars. What would you prefer, DDO2 or DDO3? You could have DDO3, but think of how much, or DDO2, but think about how much better DDO3 would be than DDO2. So obviously, you and I both want DDO3. Just skip right over it and give me DDO3. Yep, Caster Artie caps at 10 for everything.
The faint sound of chanting can be heard from deeper inside
Yeah, it's funny. Apparently, Blizzard is going to be dropping the 2 from Overwatch 2 and is just going to be called Overwatch from now on. Which, like, duh. Overwatch 2 was sold with the idea of... Do I have to go in here? No, this is optional, right? Yeah, this is optional. Overwatch 2 was sold with the idea of being Overwatch, but with also, like, some PvE and campaign content, which was a big reason why a lot of people were excited about it. They then dropped all of the PvE and went back to Overwatch 1 style gameplay in Overwatch 2.
The chanting halls.
And now they're just calling it Overwatch 1. It's a very funny saga. However, I will concede that even though the naming convention is funny, I haven't played Overwatch in, I don't know, 8 years, 9 years, so I'm not that invested, however long it's been. What I can say is that from seeing people actually talk about it online that do play it, and from talking to a few friends of mine that do play Overwatch still, Overwatch 2 is currently a very fun video game to play,
But the violence of your struggle
according to them. And it is in a better state than Overwatch 1 was previous to this. So even though the fact that it is silly that they went through this whole rigmarole to just reinvent the wheel, the reinvented wheel is pretty good from my understanding, but it's just funny that that's how they got there.
bound inside its coffin. Best to let sleeping apparitions
DDO 3D? It's DDO but a 3D game? Oh no.
No one has used the warehouses of Prepper's Cove for years.
Is that DDDO? Because it's 3D, so it's 3D.
That some of the local smugglers use the shacks as
Con False Life Ring. That's sick. I love this ring. That's amazing. Holy. Let's take it. In slow progression, like how Magic Missile works. Yeah. Yeah, you can just do some tweaking to spells. I just think it'd be better for the whole game. People not know Bungie launch windows? Well, I think people are excited for Marathon, and this could be my interpretation of this. So for those that don't know, Marathon is the new game that's coming out in March from Bungie. It's going to be an extraction shooter like Escape from Tarkov and those other ones, but it's a Bungie product. And I think a lot of people are excited about this because no matter what you can say about a lot of issues that Bungie has, and Bungie has had in the past with regards to a lot of things, as somebody who's played a lot of Halo games from Bungie, and I'm still a concurrent Destiny player, so I know what Bungie can be doing sometimes. No matter what, at the end of the day, Bungie makes some of the best feeling shooter games on the market. Destiny 2 feels amazing to play. The gunplay is so fun and so solid and so snappy. Halo as a fantastic feeling game. They just know how to make shooters, even if they might not know how to do other things around those shooters, and they may make a lot of mistakes. The moment-to-moment gameplay is always good. So people being like, oh, the makers of Halo are making an extraction shooter, that's going to drive people to be excited about it. The reason they did exclude the skins from Overwatch 1? I don't know. I don't think they redid the game to exclude the skins, I'm going to be honest with you, because it would be too much of a development cost. I don't think that would be the only reason. I understand where your cynicism is coming from, but I think that is probably a little bit too much. In terms of, like, there's no way. That can be a part of it. I'm not saying that can't be a part of it, for sure. But there's no way that's the only reason.
The lizard folk queen swears that she means no harm to the nearby village, but she faces a growing rebellion within her tribe.
Marathon is such a colossal screw up that it could sink Bungie as an entire company. Yeah, but you gotta wait till the game comes out. Because here's the thing, all of the people who might be like, yeah, this game's gonna do horrible and it's gonna ruin the entire game company, it might. But a lot of that is just noise, because if the game comes out and it's fun to play and people like it, and from what I've seen of the online feedback regarding people doing like some of the play tests, because they have done like play tests and things like that of the game, it's been very positive so far. And bear in mind, I'm not going to play Marathon. First of all, you have to buy it, and second of all, it's an extraction shooter, and those are both things I don't like doing. But we'll see. Yeah. Spirit Nostalgia bait, lesser known IP. I don't know. I assume it's Marathon because they own the IP and they wanted to continue it, but I couldn't tell you. I don't know the history of Marathon that well. The closest I get to with understanding the history of Marathon is in Destiny 2. There's a couple guns that reference Marathon. That is the closest I get to. But like I said, I've said this before, like more than anything else, I want video game companies to succeed. I don't think it's good for any of us when video game companies fail, because as somebody who likes playing video games succeeding is good because it means that more people are interested and there's more money in the space. And especially if a game like Marathon, which is again doing its own thing, if those types of games can be successful doing something different, that's good because it opens the doors for more opportunity for more people to make more things, more money in the space, more interest. It's just good. It's just generally a good thing. It's why, even though, like, you know, I was somebody who had tempered expectations with the game Ashes of Creation coming out, I'm not excited by the prospect of the fact that the game is actually not coming out. And, you know, a bunch of people are very, disappointed. I'm not here being like, yeah, isn't it awesome how this, like, game is failing? Like, no, that sucks. It sucks for the people involved. It sucks for the developers, people that poured their time and money into it. It sucks for all the people who are excited to play it. It's bad for people who are interested in the longevity of the MMO sphere. Now, the fortunate thing is that a lot of the current existing MMO games are basically cockroaches that are very difficult to kill because they have this, like, long-standing entrenched player base. But, you know, it's still a thing.
Is beyond the gateway, chanting, sort of incantation. But the gate to the keeper is sealed. Here are crests. Now to tell the lizard folk queen.
Was it bad? Well, I just don't want video games to fail generally. Like, contrary to what some people might think, most people who go into video game design and that sort of thing, who like have the desire to make passion projects, aren't doing it because they either want to fail or because they want to make bad products. It's very common people get into these things because they're excited and they have a passion and a dream and a desire. Obviously, money and the way that money works sometimes muddies the waters and gets in the way of some of these loftier goals that some people might have. But
a grateful Queen Otho says that the lizard folk are willing to ally with Saltmarsh. But first, she asks I
come at things with the approach that I think that the majority of people who make things, especially people who are artists who are trying to make art, are doing it for the love of what they do, more so than just trying to make all of the money out of it. Like, for example, you can pick like any game that's been produced by EA, and like, yes, EA might be a big evil company that makes evil things, and has a bunch of like ultra rich evil board of directors that just wants to make as much money as possible off of the games. But the people who are actually, you know, making these things care very deeply about what they're doing, even if sometimes they get forced to do things or make decisions they normally wouldn't make under other circumstances. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food? Of out hot, eat the food? Great question. Scholars have pondered this question for generations upon generations. Someday, Jonathan Warbuckle will get to the answer to this, or Arbuckle will get to the answer to this, get to the bottom of it, and we will finally have our answer. I never know. Remember passion products? Yeah, but that's the nice thing where like indie games come in to fill the void. Indie games, smaller studios, where you have people who are just making stuff because they want to make it, and you can like support them by like playing their games that you like. It also just in public places speaking positively about it. You have to be like an advertising executive, but you know, you can like play a good video game and go like, damn, that game was good, and then like you talk to a friend and you're like, that game that I played, oh, it was so good. Which is just a general experience of like sharing what you do with your friends and family. I don't have to go in here right now, so why am I doing that? Legendary drops video. I don't know what that is. The games want to make games and love games. Yeah, it's also the same reason why, like, I've definitely had the experience of having to explain to people where, like, you know, there are many circumstances in which some people get upset that the developers of certain video games aren't more vocal about what they're doing. You know, people want to hear from the actual developers of a game about how they're doing a certain thing, how they came up with an idea, how they're producing a thing. If you didn't know, by the way, pro tip, if you talk to both of these guys, they put a marker and tell you where to go. So they tell you exactly where to find this guy. And they'll be like, yeah, how come, you know, there aren't devs more active on Twitter talking about their games and doing whatever? And this might shock some people who are in the audience. A lot of people who go into video game design don't do it because they love public speaking and being on the stage. A lot of people who go into video game design do it because they like making video games and using the computer and prefer responding to people in email. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, but that is just a thing. Not everybody, obviously. Many different people are different, so you'll always find different experiences. Some people really like having the spotlight, so you'll have sometimes those lead developers of different types of games who like really kind of they like lean into being in that like front-facing role, and they do a good job of it. But you know, not everybody is going to have that.
You've secured.
Also, what's up, Ray? How you doing? Hopefully your day is good. Welcome.
You've secured the Troglodytes tribe support for the Alliance.
So like suddenly having the expectation of like, yeah, all these game developers need to now be like very present and outwardly social about their video games is a fair expectation to have, because that's how, you know, how you sell modern things is, you know, you got to be personable and relatable and get people excited about your product, and the best way to do that is to have you on camera talking about it, but also not ideal for many people. Most dev interactions I've seen result in negative things. Yeah, it also depends on the circumstance as well. It's one of the reasons why, like, I don't really love how Standing Still Games a lot of times doesn't really communicate in terms of their long-term goals or plans, in terms of things that they want to do. But I also understand it as well as somebody who's been a member of the DDO community. If they say they have a plan to do X, Y, or Z, there are a lot of reasons why when you're making a game or making any product, when you're doing any type of level of project management, that while working on a project, you know, your priorities might shift. You might have to change something, you might have to do something else. And if all of a sudden you can't do B anymore, people will have this expectation that you will 100% be performing B, even though you said we can't do B, or like we have to change our strategy. There might be people who are like, no, 100% B must happen. Or even worse, you mention something in passing where, like, you know, a developer is talking about a thing and they offhandedly go like, yeah, you know what, it would be cool if like you could dual wield two-handed weapons, like that'd be kind of cool. And then people will hold on to that for the rest of their life, being like, okay, so we're gonna get dual wielding two-handed weapons at some point. They promised, they said they were gonna do it, they promised that we're gonna get it 100%, they promised. Because that's how some people take that stuff. So there are definitely situations where it can be a lose-lose. Speaking of the game, Balatro update? Balatro. I still have not played that video game. All I want, you guys, is to get Blizzard to come out and publicly say once every 6 months they'll get one person to go onto D2R and change like a couple skills, like to do a little bit of balance up and down of a couple skills, and give us one new rune word every 6 months. That's it. I don't want any new content. Just go, by the way, for this patch, Charge Bolt is a little bit more damage. Sure. Months in advance. Hey, this is SCB weekend, etc. You know what's funny, Fire Tiger? They do. Did you know that in Lord of the Rings, they actually have a calendar for the entire year? Here's the Lord of the Rings Online public event schedule for 2026. So you can see the date for the entire calendar year of every single XB bonus, festival event, and everything for the entire year, all the way through to the end of the year. That game is also produced by Standing Stone Games. Why don't we get that for DDO? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Have I convinced any of you to play Lord of the Rings Online yet? Good game. Anyway. Moving all games from the shop and store. I mean, honestly, if we just got the ability to have more stash tabs, I'd also be okay with that. Give me like 3 more tabs in D2R, and I'd be pretty happy. I don't need a lot, but 3 more tabs would be nice. No, this way. This way, puzzle solving, puzzle solving, puzzle solving. Puzzle solving.
Gears whir
Done.
into action, and the ground shakes as a massive door grinds open nearby.
More support classes to play?
And there's a
Oh yeah.
sudden clatter of stone.
For example, my favorite classes are Captain and Lore Master. Captain is a tank, healer, or offensive support, in which you increase the damage of your allies by buffing them, while also increasing the damage that monsters take by debuffing them.
See that the cave continues
Versus the Lore Master, which is defensive, which has the offensive support role, the DPS role, and the defensive support role. The offensive support role is very similar to the Captain one. It plays very differently and the timings are different. It's also pet oriented, so it's all about using particular pets to do certain different types of combat mechanics, which is kind of cool. Versus the defensive support role, which is all about debuffing enemies, crowd control, doing some off healing, or like and defensive buffs. So you have like protection spells you can cast quickly, a lot of externals. You can increase the incoming healing of certain allies, and then also debuffing all of the enemies and doing a lot of crowd control. It's good.
The creature curses you in an unfamiliar language as it falls.
And those are the 2 classes I play the most. I'm also leveling up my Brawler, because Brawler I think might be fun this expansion. But honestly, I've just been enjoying playing Captain. It's good. So maybe I won't. I haven't decided yet.
Lizard folk suddenly leaped out from the darkness.
Burglar, also very good. Just got a huge rework. You can now play Gambler. Blue Burglar is a viable burglar method. Nobody plays it because everyone still just plays Yellow Burg, because people have been doing it for the past like 19 years, so they're going to keep doing it, but still.
You can see a pile of crates matching the sailor's description on the other side of the room. As you approach
Oh no!
the crates,
A bunch of lizard folk dropping in from the ceiling. Whoa!
then the lizard folk dropped from above. The lizard folk.
Oh yeah, right. Gotta click the crate.
Now, to recover the cargo you were sent here to find, you found the crates you were looking for. They contained.
I forgot that I get a lot of these tokens. So then in theory I can buy a new sword if I want. I can buy one of the salt swords. What are they called? Salt iron swords, I think. Which is kind of counterintuitive, because if you have salt iron, your
This ship seems to have
iron is like corroded and rusty.
The
But I don't know,
main
maybe it's fine.
appears to be completely intact.
Insightful spell resistance. Woo. I think so far the only named item I've gotten is the Ring of the Kraken, which sounds about right. I don't see myself getting a lot of other ones. Got a lot of tower shields. Oh, I didn't bank the Skulls of the Sea, that's why. Why do I have so many tower shields? That's why.
The Sahuagin have captured this
Yep.
seaside fortress from the lizard folk. They're using it as their base of operations.
Something I actually do want to do, unrelated. I haven't played a Diablo 2 Classic in a very long time. Like, not Lords of Destruction. So I might do something like that over the course of the next month, if I have enough spare time.
Our to the lower level and try to distract a couple of Sahuagin patrol.
Mostly because the Path of Exile event, the Freesia event, is almost over. And so I might have like a tiny bit of free time to play like a certain video game, but we'll see. It's difficult, man. In this quest, I find I just hug left when you first come in, and you just stay to the left until you get all the way to the end. Easier route to follow. Also, didn't I get an intelligence helmet that's like insanely good? Level 32, intelligence 12, accuracy 20. We're almost there, baby, almost there. One more level, one more level.
Construction tools nearby and new tile on the walls show that the Sahuagin.
Unfortunately, because I'm doing all of this expansion content, I'm actually getting a fair amount of increase in my, pretty healthy increase in my favor as well, which is nice. Bye. So my favor currently is 3329. We're getting there. Gatekeeper, we got extra ranks I can claim. Same with Harpers. I now am a Harper agent. I am the Harper agent now, which is kind of sick.
Forced to renovate what was once their own fortress. Sahuagin soldiers guard the slaves.
My favorite expansion? It used to be Feywild, then it became Isle of Dread. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it might be Lamortia. I really like Lamortia. I try to do Lamortia every life. I just have a lot of fun with it. I enjoy the quests. I like the story. I like the area. I like the music. So yeah, Lamortia is really, really good. I really like Lamortia. Which I know this might be counterintuitive because some people like Lamortia. Don't you mean Barovia? You know, Strahd? Isn't Strahd obviously the best one? I mean, I don't love the Mist of Ravenloft. I prefer Chill. How old do you need to be a Harper agent? Great question. In the content. So do you have a favorite gimmick build in DDO? Gimmick build? Tough to say. I mean, this character that I'm currently running. Also, hello, Caffeine Kobold. Hopefully your day is going very well. And I'm glad I can be at least somewhat of a podcast for you to listen to while you're out during your workday. The most fun gimmick build. I mean, currently a build that I have that I enjoy playing is my Sun Flask thrower, where I use the Eternal Sun Flask from the Snow Peaks event, which was made for me, so I'm very grateful. It's a reference to me directly because of my Sunfest that I've ran in the past. And that build is fun. However, it's loud and it makes a lot of noise and it makes people angry, so I don't play it that often. So there's that one. But if I had to pick a good gimmick build, gimmick build. Things that work. I think it depends on what you mean by gimmick. Because there's a lot of like weird stuff you can do. But if I'm gonna be honest, if I had to pick one gimmick build that is probably my favorite, I gotta credit Cruiser where credit is due. It would probably be Caster X. So that is take a character that's not a caster and then shove it into Fate Arc Illusionist and make it one. It's pretty fun to play through the game. You got some just like silly tools and you have to have interesting problem solving for getting through the game. For example, I have my solo guided caster ranger that I did a couple years ago where I played through the entirety of DDO by myself on hardcore on a ranger that was a spellcaster. Ranges are not spellcasters, so it was a very, very long leveling process, but it was pretty fun and it was entertaining. And I do enjoy that. I think it's a very fun gimmick you can put yourself through.
You and your companions can now explore.
That being said, you need to have a lot of patience to be able to do this. Solo guided caster ranger was yeah.
The strategist behind the Sahuagin's invasion. You've slain the Varus, one of your mission's primary targets.
I mean, I max dodge on every build, so I'm always maxing out my dodge. Because dodge is just the best defensive stat in the game, because there's no way for enemies to override it. This way sort of vibe? Yeah. Caster Dragonlord would be better with the high CC. So the reason why the Ranger was good is because the Ranger does get access to spike growth, which was actually pretty valuable generally. So spike growth was a surprisingly useful spell. And it actually gets mana scaling off of wisdom, so you can make use of some of the high mana abilities, like Weird as an example, because you actually have a lot of the you actually have the resources to be able to do something, which is harder to do on Caster Dragonlord, which I've also done. Now, Caster Dragonlord was really horrible. I can't recommend that one. The Dark Hunter also gets healing, which is nice, which is a pretty big increase in terms of just general power and effectiveness, because being able to heal, as it turns out, is really, really nice. Ruin Ranger when? Well, I still have the character. Solo Guided Caster Ranger is on train. I can play it. It's level 32. It's not fully geared. I could fully if I want to. I've been tempted to like redo the build. Oh my god, I got armor. Whoa, I can't use it, but it's cool. You got a chest piece. Healbot Paladin. There is a build I wanted to play. Fun fact, I'm in Saltmarsh, and I'm actually, the next quest I'm going to is called Down You Go, which is where this character died. So in a previous hardcore season, I made a character build. It was a Blade Forge 2 Paladin 18 Sorcerer that was meant to be a healer. It had all the repair spells for healing Warforged. It also had positive healing spells because you could lay on hands for flash healing or like to snap healing people. And they would also use the shout healing from Fatesinger to allow it to be an effective full party healer, healing both robots as well as fleshies alike while having crowd control. And that was going to be the idea behind the character. However, what ended up happening is I was playing it on hardcore and ended up dying in Saltmarsh in Down You Go right here, where on elite difficulty I took 156 damage from a Bullywug's heroic elite. I took 156 damage from a champ shaman's Bullywug shaman's actually it was the croaker champ Bullywug croaker produce flame. The produce flame one-shot me. I had 136. It did 156, making me at exactly -20, which was my my unconsciousness range, and I died.
Here, with forks leading north and south.
It was brutal. So at some point I do want to redo that build, but I'm still reeling from the pain of when that happened.
The rune flickers to life as you touch it.
Also, my armor class now 131. Oh yeah, baby. So much tank. Healer Dragon Disciple using Healing Hand, Spring the Summer, and Cure Mass mod. Yeah, you can do that. Cure Moderate Mass is really nice because the caster level maximum on it is like 35, and it's actually achievable since it uses your kill. So you can actually get it to heal quite a lot, making it better than if you had the actual spell Cure critical wounds on a caster. Cure Moderate Mass from Exalted Angel is better than Cure critical wounds, the spell, which is funny. Unmatched freedom to screw up your build. I mean, yeah, but that's one of the cool parts about it. Like, I love the fact that you can make whatever you want. Any silly idea that you happen to have, you can just like throw it at the wall and see if it sticks. And yeah, it's one of the things that keeps me coming back. Like, people have asked me on more than one occasion, how come I can keep playing the same video game over and over and over? And the answer is because there's just so many like toys to play with, so many builds to turn around with. Like, I still have ideas for Tabaxi builds I want to play. So for this, I don't know what the answer is, by the way. I just spin it until I hear the ding.
As the wheel aligns to the correct symbol, one of
There's
the
a ding?
stars spouting from the pillars slows.
That's all the dings. That's all you do. I have no idea what the actual answer is, but you can just spin it until you hear all the dings. And you jump across the section. Now, this jumping section is difficult for some who are not as good at the jumping. So how do you make this easier on yourself? At the very least, as you go through, there are levers you can pull. And they're like little checkpoints, so that way you can pull a ladder down in case you happen to fall, or you can help other people like climb up if you wish. if you are that type of person where you're like, you know what, I'll make it easier for my teammates to get through some of these sections. And again, there's also a ladder here. Additionally, if you can't do this at all, you can swim under the waterfall, and down there, there's actually something that allows you to just activate the ladder right away, so you don't have to do any of this jumping if you are stuck. So if you did not know that, there you can get around this quest without having to do the jump at all.
The door opens to reveal a large rolling door.
The alternate route is trapped. I mean, yeah, but if you're playing as an artificer, you can deal with traps.
The man who stole it did that.
Yeah, it's this guy. This fucking croaker right there. Bullywug croaker ended my hopes and dreams. Deleted me from the universe. It was very sad.
A door opens up above, allowing access to the highest chamber. Perhaps now we can return to the surface.
Yep.
A ladder leads up to the surface and out of the Bullywug's lair.
Can you show it? Oh, I should have read that before I left the quest. Well, it's in there. It's not too bad.
Down beneath the earth. Strange sounds.
Admittedly, I have never ever gone down there to use that under section. And the reason is because I just make the jump every time. Like, I don't know. So I've never actually gone down there for that purpose. So I just assume that's right. But yeah. I'm level 31 currently. We're level 31, and we are heading towards the level camp of 34. I believe I have 2 more quests in Saltmarsh. I have this quest here, and then I have the rest at night, and then I can grab my saga. And then we move on to another saga, which will probably be Sharn or Feywild. I haven't decided yet. There's also just some other general quests we can do as well.
Judging from what you can see, the Sahuagin have set up some kind of ritual.
Pretty brutal. Never found the box disable. Just sack Frogo. I mean, there you go.
They're using it to raid passing ships. Some of these wine caps.
All right, so in this one, stepping in the water gets you bit, so you don't want to do that. You can see the alligator swimming around in here. So I'm just going to solve the puzzles. There's a fun fact with this one. You can actually solve this backwards if you want. Where if you start there, you can actually activate the tiles through the little wall if you get close enough. Dorg died? Oh, yeah, because he doesn't have the epic thing. I don't know what it is, but the pet loses its epic bonus all the time. And so as a result, it loses like the extra physical resistance rating. So it should be taking half damage from all attacks and be dealing more than double. And it just doesn't have it because it just loses it constantly. And I don't know what causes that. Whoops. And then the boss is going to come out here. Whoa! It's a dinosaur! Oh my gosh! And he goes back in the water. Goodbye, dinosaur. Anyway.
Cursed beast! Stay and fight!
Cursed beast.
Straining to control the crocodile.
All right, puzzle done.
Sahuagin surge from the water.
I guess I can just go in the water. It doesn't really matter. Also, that's one of the reasons why you don't break all the barrels, so you can climb across them to get through this section. I have done this on hardcore with some people who have like broken all of the barrels as they go across, and you can cause lots of problems with that if you do that. Because on hardcore, especially if you're doing heroic, the damage can actually be a little overwhelming. All right, so let me go here, and then I'm going to get attacked by water weirds. I don't love that. They're weird, man. They're water weird. Oh, I'm busy. Stop attacking me. Anyway, and this is this guy over here. Can you kill him? Shrim, what would you recommend for a first-time Trapper tune? So, in my opinion, I think the best character to play for a first-time Trapper is a Dark Hunter. Dark Hunters, not only do they get the ability while wearing medium armor to take half damage from traps, which is just good when you don't know where the heck trap boxes are. So you can just blunder into them and not die, which is really nice. But on top of that, they also get the effect from, oh, deft boots of feather falling. Cool. So now I have feather falling and it's a better seeker. Sick. I just have featherfall. I didn't have that. Awesome. But yeah, what was I saying? Another thing is they get out of the Dark Hunter tree an ability which grants them plus 20, well, a bonus to their search and disable device equal to their natural lore, or their, what is their nature lore, whatever it's called, which you get one, or primal lore, which you get one for every level. So as a level 20 ranger, you get 20 of those. So it's basically plus 20 search and disable device, which is crucial for allowing you to be able to find and disable every single trap. On top of that, you can play as a Tempest and go dual wield. You can go Inquisitive if you want. There's a lot of different flexibility in terms of how you actually play the character. So it's not just like one way, which is just nice on top of that. However, with the addition of Chill of Lamortia, if you're willing to do a Lamortia saga, you can then get the token, so you can get access to Echoing Soul. There it is. And Echoing Soul will give you enough bonuses to your skills that you can get every trap through the rest of the leveling process as well, even if you are playing a non-int based character. So that's also a good option. Yeah, if you're doing a first-time trapper, Dark Hunter is my recommendation because you don't need to be intelligence-based as long as you take that effect out of Dark Hunter. It's on the left side of the tree, tier 4. It's like part of that dog line. You don't actually need the dog. The dog also auto-search traps for you, which is convenient. So that would be my recommendation. But also, if you have access to Chill of Ravenloft, get yourself Echoing Soul and just use that and then play whatever trapping character you want, which is also convenient. Or if you want to play an intelligence-based trapper, you could also just do this Artie build that I'm currently running, which allows you to do all of that regardless, because it is, of course, an intelligence-based build. You could also go with intelligence-based rogue if you want. So there's a lot of options. But if it's a first lifer or without a lot of like tomes, past lives, and a lot of prepped gear, you will struggle with traps unless you're intelligence-based. So if you plan to play a dex base or something else, that's where Dark Hunter comes in clutch. Games for now. Apparently time to pay attention to the puppy. Yeah, you gotta make sure you pay attention to your pets. You gotta make sure your pets also get lots of pets. It's an essential part of the process. Do you guys remember Neopets? Did you remember that in Neopets you can get a pet pet? And a pet pet is when you get a pet for your Neopet. But do you guys remember when you can get a pet where you get a pet for your pet? Good times. Your pets that died from starvation? Yeah. I don't have access to my Neopets account when I was a kid. I have no idea what the login information is, so I will never go back. But I can remember fondly spending time playing Flash games. Realistically, it was just a vehicle to play Flash games. You all have Nintendogs who miss you. Aw, poor Nintendogs. I didn't know this until looking it up, but Nintendogs sold unbelievably well. Just wild. Hey Stream, how's this build different from ZVD's First Life Melee Artificer? I don't know, I never heard of it. So I don't have a way to answer your question. Tamagotchis as well? Yeah. Although your Tamagotchis, correct me if I'm wrong, can't they actually die? Like if you don't take care of them, they just disappear and you gotta start over? Yeah, Homestar's great. I used to watch Strong Bad Email all the time. Every once in a while, I still put on Everybody to the Limit. Yeah, it's because somebody managed to log into his account from his PC, so he's going to rename one of his pets as something phallic. I mean, yeah. To be fair, somebody could have done it. It could have also been your friend. Who knows? There's no way, really, there's no way to know. All you know is they got banned. So, you know, it could have been, like, my account got hacked. And yeah, dude, my account got hacked. Well, your account got hacked? Yeah, my account got hacked, so that way I got banned. Because the hacker changed the names of my Neopets to something that you're not allowed to say. Oh. How do you know that if your account got banned? They told me when I emailed them. Of course. Because that's what companies do. They tell you why they banned you when you email them. As opposed to not doing that. Shrimp, can you do a weird monk build? Define weird. Weird how? I've done Inquisitive Monk, which is Monk, but you turn off all the abilities. I've done Keycaster Monk before Keycaster was an actual thing. I've done Flame Blade Monk.
At the same time, if you spot
What would you want? What's a weird monk that fits outside of that? I've done Necro Monk. I'm trying to think of other monk builds that I could possibly do.
now to destroy
Monk
one
using
more
weird.
Samurai.
Caster Monk? Oh no.
Don't see any more nearby.
No, not Caster Monk. Like not Keycaster, straight up Caster? Oh god. You know, the Dio forums last night who posted in all caps asking why he got banned and then a little later posted that he was banned for racism? I mean, that'll get you. Yeah, I still remember like back in the day playing League of Legends where there'd be somebody who would complain loudly like on the public forum and be like, I got banned for no reason. I never did anything wrong and Riot just banned my account for nothing. And then a bunch of people like, yeah, that's ridiculous. How could Riot ban their account for doing nothing wrong? Because they're obviously the best person who's played this game. And then like some community manager comes out of nowhere and is like, yeah, I checked the logs. You got banned for using racial slurs in chat. You got a chat ban. And then when you got unbanned from your chat ban, you immediately use more racial slurs and you got a permanent ban. And it'd be like, that's literally like 100% of the time. If somebody was like complaining that they didn't get, they're like, I got banned for doing nothing. It's almost always because they would just like say the worst things in chat. And they'd be like, well, but it's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. Blight Monk? Oh yeah, Blight Wolf Monk. Well, there is Ipsum had an ability, or not ability, a build a long time ago on his character Brain Rot that was like a wizard, druid, monk, kind of Eldritch Knight wolf build. I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. All right, there we go. Checking for items, and I got nothing good here. Bunch of armor I can't use and weapons I don't care about. Checking this guy. We got Visionary Boots of Feather Falling with nothing. We got Magic Resistance rating of Insightful Combat, which I don't care for, and nothing. Cool. Next up. Okay. Almost done. And next up. Nothing. Oh yeah, I can't level up. I gotta talk to this guy. Hello, Saltmarsh Saga person. I get my reward tier. I get the Brass Admiral, Salt Meta Haste, some Star Fragments, some Guild Renown, or some XP. I'm gonna take the XP so I can level up faster. Ooh. Right, and now, boom, spell DCs. Let's go. Oh, and I can take the Epic Moment. Maximum Overdrive. Hell yeah. I will never press this button. But you know what? We'll press it every once in a while. Okay. Let's do some examination here. So we did this. I now have White Blue Mountain to do. I didn't do that. Apparently I didn't do Feywild at all, so we have Feywild to do. And I don't want to do Slave Lords. And I don't want to do Creeping Death. So I'm going to go do White Blue Mountain, and then you guys can tell me whether I should do Feywild or Sharn next. What spell DC bonuses do druids need most? Conjuration? It depends. But usually it's Evocation, Transmutation, Conjuration are the kind of the big three. Yeah, vote now on your phones. Fine, I'll actually do a thing. Oh, I didn't look at your poll from the setting. Oh, you got a tie between Dark Sun and Dragonlance, was your answer, by the way. Artines. What next? Quest chain. Sharn. Feywild. You go. Do slave lords, you coward? No, I don't want to do slave lords. You do slave lords.
To the east,
Guys, this is meant to be a recommendation of quests that people should do. I cannot be recommending people go do slave lords in current year. Okay, so this thing has riddles. You can use logic to deduce the answer to the riddles, or you can just look it up. There's not that many of them. So this one, there's a lot of answers here. Jewel of the Velvet, Pearl of the Sea, unchanging and ever changing eternally. The answer is the moon. Jewel of the Sea, it's unchanged but changing, which the moon doesn't change, but the faces of the moon change. It's round. Altar of the Lupine Lords, werewolves, moon. Owl at the moon.
Greetings, challengers. I am required to administer your first test. Please.
What do you think is the worst expansion? The worst expansion in terms of the time of release, I think that Shadowfell Conspiracy is probably the worst expansion. And if I'm being totally honest with you, the worst expansion, which one that is my, like, the one I dread playing the most? It's a tie between it's a tie between Mist of Ravenloft and Mithranor. It's hard to say. I don't know the answer there. Saltmarsh better than Shadowfell? At the time of release, absolutely. Shadowfell Conspiracy came out with a lot of like really good features and systems around it, but the actual expansion itself came with basically no usable items at all, and some cool quests, but other than like some cool quests, it was mostly like you're using the old gear, you're still using all the stuff from Menace of the Underdark, which ended up just being better the entire way, and iconics were like an interesting feature that I would also call as being slightly divisive at the same time. Actually, there's an insightful intelligence item here. I should go check it out. So those two things were like maybe not the best received, versus Saltmarsh, which came with the full rescaling of the entire epic system, the epic item system, which is the crafting system, which made all those items significantly more accessible, adding a huge amount of variety to endgame build crafting. Saltmarsh itself had a lot of really cool items. The quests were interesting as a return to form. It came with Horizon Walker, the much wanted bow support that people wanted for a very, very long time. Again, the quests were just good. And then once people figured out the stuff about the Nebula fragment and some of the details there, it created this like wild goose chase quest that people went on for a long time to experience a bunch of stuff. That being said, I could be slightly undervaluing the experience of playing through Shadowfell Conspiracy, and maybe some people can disagree with me, and that maybe had a really, really good time, and Shadowfell was their favorite time to be playing DDO. But I think the experience of playing DDO around Shadowfell didn't have the same like oomph and like excitement as Saltmarsh did, and didn't have the same lasting impact as Saltmarsh did. Although one thing Shadowfell did was this. This was Shadowfell, baby. The trees, which is a pretty big deal. So, yeah. I'm gonna quick answers. What's my opinion on Vecna? I actually really like Vecna. The only reason I don't run it is because it's level 18. If Vecna was not level 18, I would run it all the time. But it's level 18, so it is what it is. Oh my god, my frames. My frames. But I like the story. I like the everything that you do in Vecna. It's a good time. So there's a trap here. If you disable this trap, then you can just open the door right away and you don't have to fight all the monsters that come down. Isn't that neat?
To your surprise, a mouth carved into the stone wall announces your presence in a booming voice.
Attack.
Ah! Guests approach! The halfling's grin grows wide.
So yeah, I like Vecna quite a bit.
His body
Saltmarsh came with a usable hireling. Oh yeah, it also came with Frogo, which is like one of the best hirelings we've ever gotten. So there's that. You can run it at 20. You can run it at 20, but I would never run it at 20 because at 20, the monsters in Vecna Unleashed are much harder than the actual epic monsters you fight around epic levels, which is really funny. Then the XP is worse. Legendary Vecna is really fun, and like I previously mentioned, I actually like the quest quite a bit. I like the story. I like how it capstones everything. I like some of the goofy quests and some of the silly elements of it. I actually like Upper Moorgrave as an area. Fires over Moorgrave is like such a fucking cool raid. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Shadowfell Conspiracy also didn't come with like any raids either. So it's, I think, the only DDO expansion that features, no, it's that and Saltmarsh featured no raids. But I think Shadowfell just fell short because at the very least, even though Saltmarsh didn't come with raids, you wanted to run raids because all of a sudden now it's exciting to go run Chronoscope for the new legendary Chronoscope gear. It was fun to run Vault of Night to try to get the new dragon set, which was really valuable, or the legendary red dragon armor. So yeah. Do you know what level heroic Out of the Abyss expansion will be? No. What's my favorite support class? Bard. Feels great. Also, yeah. It's that Quiver cosmetic. This is the most recent supporter pack that's come out. This is the Midnight Wing outfit. So it's got like it's hard to see, but it's got like this whole aesthetic to it, and the cloak has the quiver on it. It actually looks great. I'm a big fan. I think it looks excellent. Also, if you didn't know, always kill Burkett first, because Snarla will turn into a werewolf whether you kill her first or Burkett first. So always just kill Burkett. Because she heals back to full. No, Dorg. He's dead. He's dead. It also comes with a raven that you can ride. Is my box full already? Oh no. Alright, what do we got? I have a bunch of things. Let's get all the non-rare filigrees out of here. Non-rare, 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 non-rare. Oh my god, it's all non-rares. I like do multitasking, deleting filigrees. Yep. 2 slots left. Non-rare. 2 electric spell power, non-rares. Amazing. The enchanted wolves pulse and sway with the wonder. Boom, maximum overdrive. Look at that rune arm charge speed. Boom. Maximum overdrive actually was a lot worse back in the day, but fortunately they changed it to increase the rune arm cooldown speed as well, which it did not do when it first came out. So it had the charge rate, but then your rune arm would charge to full, and it would take forever to like lose its charge. I need to get a better rune arm though. I need the dumpster fire. Dumpster fire is really, really, really good. Falconer build when? I did a Falconer build pretty recently, so probably not for a little while.
From the chamber. Another crest claimed. Only one left to go.
Exactly. I really like the quests from Shadowfell. I just want to be super clear. I think that the quests from Shadowfell are really, really cool. But Wayloon Prison, which is half of Shadowfell, and Stormhorns, the other half of Shadowfell, definitely feel like quest packs and not an expansion. YouTube write-up? I can't remember if I have done it yet. There are a few, I can pick this lock. There are a few builds that I still have yet to post on YouTube that I probably should have done sooner. But I'm pretty sure I did. Wasn't my Flameblade build also a Falconer? It was like Flameblade Falconer? Or am I losing my mind? Was that not a Falconer build? No, that was a thing. What was the Falconer? I did a Falconer recently. I can't recall. Apologies. Remembering my own life is hard.
Pick wrong, and they will kill you. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, Caught in the Web is also very cool. Very thematic, iconic raid. I can't remember my own life, I apologize. The new X pack is going to be 10. They should change Mr. Ravenloft to be all 12. I don't know. We have no confirmation about what the level is going to be. SSG has not publicly said what it's going to be, so we don't know. Anything other, if anybody says otherwise, it's just remember it's just speculation. There's been no public confirmation. Yo, what's up, Mana? How are you doing? How are you? Now, to be fair, level 10 is actually not that horrible, because one of the current problems we have right now is that they're like level 9 and 10 is like the lowest quest range. There's like no good 9s and no good 10s. It's pretty rough. The new quest pack? Are you talking about the dragon one? Is level 10? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't have a lot of 10s, so that would be good. Plus, we also have other quests around the 10s, specifically Black and Blue and Newcomers, which are also 10s. So that would fit in with the other dragon-themed quests. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good.
Natural darkness fills the room ahead. No light is able to penetrate. You feel certain that something deadly awaits you in the blackness. As the darkness engulfs you, a voice.
This would make Abyss all level 19. Yes, more quest chains that nobody ever runs. Yes, give me more unrunnable quest chains. Yeah. Also, for the record, we won't have to wait that long to find out that information. SSG oftentimes will just leave information in the game that people can look at. And some of you might be thinking like, yeah, you can data mine the information probably, search in the game code and find out the answer. No, you don't have to do that. What's probably going to happen, which is what happens every time, is you go into the adventure compendium and you go to Wilderness, and usually the Wilderness will just be in here accidentally ahead of time. So you just scan through and you'll see the Wilderness. So for example, Lamortia Wilderness, what came out, the expansion came out in what, August? And the Wilderness was like in the game in like June. So we knew it was going to be level 8.
Return to the treasure room and claim your rewards. A voice
It could be low level. It would be interesting to add a low level quest chain to the Forgotten Realms areas. Again, one of the main issues, so I've talked about this before. I think it would be cool if we actually had a way to have like a Forgotten Realms starter zone. If we had like a Forgotten Realms race that could start in the Forgotten Realms, like that would be kind of sick. The problem is there's no low level quests in the Forgotten Realms. So the idea of having a character race that could start at like level 1 would be kind of neat, but out there and use like the Forgotten Realms deities and all that would be cool, except there's no real support for it. Like there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do. We do have some quests now. There's like Toil and Trouble is out there. There is the Night Brigade, which is out there, that's level 4. So we have 3s, we have 4s. So hopefully there can be like even more that gets added in. And maybe they'll do that, and eventually we can have like a race that starts there. Something like that would be very, very interesting, but that's probably not going to happen. But who knows? Maybe the whole expansion will be like level 3, 4, or 5, somewhere in there. Or like maybe 6, 7, I don't know. And then it fits out there. I couldn't tell you, but it's wish list stuff. New Salt Marsh? Hell yeah. True, I did say 6, 7. You caught me. You got me. Alright, I don't need this shard. I'm gonna do some inventory management here real quick, because I have a bunch of garbage in my inventory and it's annoying. Let's do some inventory management. Yeah, but we've gotten other races, like for example, Dampier, the Iconic is a Forgotten Realms one, but the Heroic isn't. Azamar, the Iconic is Forgotten Realms, the Heroic isn't. So I have a feeling they probably just want to have the Forgotten Realms races only be Iconic, and the Heroic races only be Eberron. But someday in the future, you never know. Something like that would be kind of cool. But again, there's no, at this point, there's no way to really, it's just like a wait and see. SSG will make the decision. Ship Mage's attire. Black Pearl ring. This wisdom's actually, this ring is actually kind of cool because it gives the frozen depths and also negative energy absorption and nightmare guard. I just don't want any of these stats. Really cool item. Can't use a single stat on it though. Hardy Ring of False Life, Ring of the Kraken. I say Kraken every time and then people get mad at me. Apparently I'm saying it wrong. Oh, Sir Squillum 5. I didn't realize I got this. Cool. So it's got Legendary Water Attunement, which is sick. Spell resistance, natural armor bonus. But now I need cold spell power. Where are you, ring? Where are you? Where's my ring? Well, this gives cold spell power and crit. Oh, no, it's force, isn't it? No, it's force. Salt shot's force. Oh, it's force. How do I get force spell power? I don't have any, which is really annoying. It's got title shot, though. It's really good. Yeah, we'll think. Maybe I need to find a force item. I got Sir Squillum. Sick. I don't know if I'm going to use this because I don't have the force spell power, but it's kind of sick. The water attunement's a lot of damage on my actual attacks. The cold resistance is fine. Natural armor is fine. And yeah. Neato. Again, probably not going to use it that much, but it is interesting. Definite video on pronouncing of Kraken. Is the patron coffer still available? I'm not sure. I can't see it in the store because I own it. But somebody else will be able to tell you that information. Or at least hopefully somebody will be able to tell you. I, again, do not know. Okay, we have Archaic Device or Squillum. Alright. Food. Sentient food. I do not know if it's still in the store or not. Okay, so remember, are there any heroic minor artifacts? No. There are no heroic minor artifacts. It's meant to be an endgame system, so there are no heroic minor artifacts, unfortunately. This item I don't need anymore. This item I also don't need anymore. I don't know how long I was wearing that. Could have replaced that a long time ago. This item I don't need anymore either. Oh my god. This is why it's good to go through my inventory once in a while. 32, huge upgrade. Deathblock bracers I don't need. Ring of False Life, we'll bank that for later. Periaptive Constitution, I just don't need this anymore. Get rid of that. Reinforced Ring of Feather Falling. Really cool ring. Don't know why I never put it on. Goodbye. That's food. We'll eat that tome later. These are potions. I'm going to put these potions away. I have materials. We're good. This. Frozen keys. Go in here. Those are the excess ones I forgot to use. Sentient food. I don't need the phylactery. Okay. My green bag is $100,000. Oh my god. Epic Masters gets to the lowest one? Yeah, it's level 20. Any recommendations to epic hand wraps that take sentience? Was going to use adamantine knuckles, but they can't take sentience. They can't? Really? Interesting. I mean, if you're just using them for leveling purposes, then you can just get like the ethereal hand wraps. Just take one of the free ones, like the ethereal hand wraps from Keep on the Borderlands, or the Morning Lord's hand wraps at 29 from Ravenloft. I mean, it's probably right. I don't know. Oh, they can't? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. RIP. All right, let's check the poll. What did you guys say? I said, what chain? And you said Feywilds. We're going to Feywild. Thank you, chat. You guys were helpful. Thank you. Yeah, adamantine hand wraps are fantastic. All right, and I have an extra point. So I can take this, and now I'm done with the Makrotech tree. We have crit multi while wearing a root arm. Beautiful. And now I'm going to earn how many more points? 12 more points. Cool. I don't know exactly what we're going to take for 12 more points, but we're going to take something. We are going to take something. Yeah, I've never done that personally, but there's that. It's 14. The problem is I never have issues with the 14s because you just do all of Giant Hold into the sick 14s, which is like Age of Rage chain and Necro 4, which and Grim and Barret chain, which give insane XP, and then you can go into Myth Draenor, and if you have done all of, like, there's so many, oh my god, so many things. Dude, the XP is insane at the level. Like, I agree with you, the number of quests is low, so you kind of end up doing the same quests all the time, but the XP is so good per quest. But yeah, the 9s and 10s have terrible. Like, there are actually a lot of 9s and 10s, but they're in weird quest chains. It's in like Threnal and Cult of the Six. Ooh, this guy's here. BM. I always like doing rares just when I go around. Bye, buddy. See you in hell. Nothing. Yeah, if they were level split, it would be a lot nicer. Alright, as a reminder, whenever you're doing the Feywild, always make sure you talk to Gale Estival. Once you talk to him, you can now teleport back here whatever you want, so you don't have to run through the Feywild to get to here. You can just go to the door and teleport to town. Similarly with some of the other teleport people, they will be able to take you here right away. So if you ever, just make sure you talk to Gale Estival. If you did not know that, that's something you have to do. Run Threnal every life if it was 9. Yeah, honestly, me too. Instead, just make Threnal 10 and make Cult of the Six 9 or 8.
You awake from your unexpected slumber.
If they also increased the XP on the waiting 15-minute quest by 10 times, so it gave 30,000 instead of 3,000, that would also be nice. Since you have to wait 15 minutes. Do you gain any experience by waiting? Maybe not. Yeah, if all of Tangleroot was just level 4, that would be excellent. I love that.
And die to monsters in the wilderness while I go make sure.
Monster Manual XP? Monster Manual XP. Good old Monster Manual.
Teleports away. You see creatures milling around near the gate to Wynwood Hall. Then you notice that things seem different. This isn't a fair. You are trapped inside the green. You approach a shadowy form that appears to be Lord Arden, reading a note with a worried expression on his face. The figure doesn't notice your presence. You spot movement underneath the bridge. Moving closer, you see a nasty-looking troll guarding the missing loot. Bits of troll and drops of its blood splash into the river as the battle progresses. The bits grow
That's not a bad idea. I was looking at my own Discord and I realized in the general channel I actually pinned a very big message that goes through all of the builds for every class that I want to play coming up. I should probably redo that because that is a way that I don't have to think when I want to play a new character. I can just like sum it all up ahead of time. Those are good ideas. Sorry, I got distracted staring at my monitor because I just like, I remember there was, I don't know why. I had this like brainworm to like look at the pins.
This is the Feywild after all.
Somebody screaming, Artificer equals the solar mass I will use to destroy the earth. Ah, yes, that's a good idea. How useful is balance? Does it do anything? Balance is required to be able to take defeat single weapon fighting, so I take balance on this character, and balance is also useful for getting back up after you fall down from something. Other than that, nah, it's not really that important. I would say balance is a kind of unnecessary skill. It's nice to be able to get back up quickly, but other than that, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Get stunned, sucker. Eternally. I'm gonna get a curse that makes it favored weapon. Yeah, you could do that. I would probably want to get one of those curses on a neat item, like a throwing weapon, like a shuriken or a throwing dagger, because those weapons can't be made favored traditionally. And it would be neat if you could get a favored throwing dagger or a favored shuriken. There's some neat stuff you could probably do with that, but unfortunately, you cannot do anything with that. Like you can't get any. They might make one in the future. Oh, posture check? Oh, I should probably check my posture. Good call. My posture is bad right now. Posture is bad. I should sit up. No slouching for sure. Ugh.
Cadence finishes her conjuration.
Alright, thanks, Mr. Arden. Alright, do we get anything good out of Feywild? Holy shit. Repair amp, fortification, physical sheltering, parrying. The main problem is I don't have magic resistance rating right now at all. So if I put this on, I lose all my magic resistance rating. But I don't really take a lot of magic damage anyway. And the armor class is huge. 145 armor class. And I get parrying 6. And it gives me a bonus to all my saves and the fortification, so I'm basically crit immune. I mean, I'll take it. Video game, I will take it.
Grind up the flowers roots.
Sometimes you just gotta ask for stuff, you know?
Burn the roots along with
Oh, true, the dog can use the old docent. True. Here you go, Dorg. Boom, magic resistance rating. Because his physical resistance rating is now 0. I don't know if he gets healing amp, though. Does he? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, I don't think I heal for 1200. So yeah, that makes sense.
Eyes open. He springs out of the bed. Lord Arden thanks you for awakening him from this curse. He urges you to speak with him back at Winwood Hall in the waking world.
Alright. Let's run all of Feywild, legendary hard style. Feywild, I don't think has anything really relevant to comment on for the most part. It's a really, really straightforward expansion. There's like a couple quests with some neat tricks, and when I can give you information about them, I will. But for the most part, Feywild is very, very straightforward. You can also run Feywild in Heroics if you wish, to make it much easier or to get it done sooner. But again, it'll be a thing. Blah, bluff. I don't care. You won't fast talk us, says the guy who got fast talked by me. Fun fact, if you have, in here, if you have a tome of Perform, so if you picked up a Perform tome at any time, that gives you access to knocking down the apple using the Perform skill, and it's free. You don't have to make a check. Whereas here, because I don't have access to Perform, I do it to make a check. And then you have to fight this lady. So having a Perform tome at some point, because of all those sagas I've been turning in, getting that can be quite useful because it just lets you skip this whole section with the tree and you get the apple instantaneously. So if you ever wonder how come everybody can do it, it's because if you're on your main, at some point during the leveling process, when you hand in a saga, pick up a Perform tome and you count as having Performed for that.
Sprawling courtyard seems deserted.
Shifter, caster, barb. There's fewer things I could do. More. Also, I should check. I'm going to check all the chests for Fey Twisted, so I'm just going to look at them. I'm not going to go loot all of them, but if a chest is Fey Twisted, I will go get it. Fey Twisted chests have like a 1% chance to spawn in the Feywild, and they have an alternate loot table that gives you unique items every time it drops.
This house is occupied by a very energetic chest. It gapes at you with a big
The answer to this riddle is short. All these riddles are not terribly complicated, so like think about them or look on the wiki.
Let us talk.
Oh man, could you imagine? Sometimes when you loot a Fey Twisted chest, it gives you a Fey Twisted Mimic that's like a Giga Raid boss, but then when you kill it, you get like 2 items instead of 1. That'd be cool. And it's like a 1% chance on the Fey Twisted chest. And the best part is when that happens, you'd have to, people would, because it'd be so rare to happen, it'd be like 1 in 10,000 that it would happen to somebody, and then they would post about it and nobody would believe them.
A gnome cowers at the back of this smithy, surrounded by menacing red.
I also love that answer. It's like, you want to fight? It's like, sounds good actually, I could go for a fight. wish they had the Gem of Perfections not exclusive to Fae Quest. What's a Gem of Perfection? I'm not sure what that is. Hey, what's up, Derekashi? Hope you're doing very well. And I'm glad I was able to help you get started on your DDO journey. Hopefully your time playing DDO is a lot of fun. And you can have an absolute blast.
As you reach for the door, a swirling torrent
For set
of
augments?
snowflakes envelops you.
Oh,
You aren't
yeah.
cold.
The
You don't even feel cold.
the things that do the stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Eladrin guards wearing the garb of the Saint await you in this room. One of them holds up a hand to hail you.
All right. I yield.
Strangers, I would parley before we come to blows. You may step forward in safety to speak.
To do the diplomacy here, you need like 140 on the diplomacy, which I can't do, considering I don't have any of the stats for that.
Even at the risk of your own.
How to do /say in Feywild? Yeah. I don't mind it, because it's just like a little bit of problem solving. The only issue I can see with that is obviously there are people who have legitimate complaints about that, which is people who suffer from dyslexia or other conditions that prevent them from easily typing out things in a direct order. That is something that happens, and there are people who are able to engage in video games even though they have a condition like that, because there are other options, like being able to select the option out of the list, obviously, is very different. But that is something I've heard a legitimate complaint where people say it's difficult for them to be able to do. So yeah.
A regal Eladrin silently awaits your approach.
Yeah, get him, Dorg.
He appears to
Quests deserves to be called quests and not chores. Yeah, every quest in DDO is a completely unique adventure with full voice acting and the narrator telling you what's going on and everything that's happening and all the mystery and the intrigue. DDO is very cool. It's a very special game. I agree with you. One of the reasons why DDO is the unkillable cockroach that will continue to exist many years into the future is because there just isn't any other game that does what DDO does, for better or for worse. Like, there are no other games that have this like unique way of quest design, which is really, really cool. But also, there are no other games that have like layers and layers of systems that are unintelligible, like the way that certain items stack or don't stack in your inventory. Oh my god, which one is it? This one. For Agnes, the ones that are fake flash blue. So you see that's like flashing blue there. Some of these will like flash. Yeah, so it's like flashing. That's how you know it's a fake one. So you just have to kill the real one. The real one also starts screaming when you stab her.
The hag dies.
Think you found me. Think again. Stab.
The Viscount rises to his feet and blurts.
Who was that? What's going on? I demand an explanation.
That's a really good belt. Oh, it's got magical sheltering. It's got intelligence 14. I mean, it's Soul Vessels, what you think of. I deserve it. I deserve the autumn strap of autumn leaves. I've been working very hard on this character. There's my magic resistance rating back. The downside is I won't have the constitution, but when I get to 32, I can just put on my ring, which gives me the con 13. So I get that back. So I just need to get level 32. You know what? Honestly, deserved. I deserve it. I owed to me. I did well. Yep. A strength here doesn't stack with each other. Yep. Look, listen. The drop rate for artifacts in this area on hard mode is probably around 3%. And you know what? Again, I gotta say, I think I deserve it. So, yep. No, I didn't get lucky. No. Well earned. It's not luck. Consistency, guys. I've done hundreds of quests. You gotta get lucky sometime, You gotta get lucky sometime. Until your strength doesn't stack with each other. Yep, that's one of the things that is kind of confusing. That's one of the reasons in part of the beginner basics I have some of those like in-between videos that are like, hey, here's like the basics of itemization and how items work and things like that to hopefully help some people. Same thing with like even something as simple as like the key binding, which I didn't think was going to be a very impactful video because I don't know, I'm just like, use your keyboard and mouse to make your gameplay easier. But the number of people who like sent me messages or like nice comments were basically like, man, this video is amazing. I learned so much about like using the keyboard and mouse. And it's like, okay, that's good. Again, not a bad thing. It's good that people are able to like learn and gain that information from me, surprisingly, but yeah. As of right now, there are no negative rune arms. As of current moment, no. VIP loot bonus for pay to win. I mean, yeah, basically. Look, when you play the game, you are going to set yourself up. I've spent a lot of hours on this playthrough so far. At some points, I do have to get lucky with item drops. Your tips and tricks video, only watch half before, so it's... No, it's all good. To be fair, there's just so much shit in DDO to have to explain to somebody. This game is just so dense with this endless quantity of like, but actually, but this way, but this actually, but it works like, but Here, I have found a book about sphinxes.
Water gushes up from the ground in one corner of the room, forming a large pool. This must be the cascading spring the house is named after.
Put the magic seeds here, and we go this way. Yeah, that's why the solo guided playthrough video that I'm uploading, which is something that, for the most part, I expect people to like put on in the background as like, you know, you're making dinner or you're like going for your walk and you can kind of listen to it and treat it as a podcast, or you're like at work and you can just like have it kind of on like another tab or something like that. The goal is just to have a thing where if somebody gets stuck in a certain area, so let's say you're level 6 and you're like, man, I don't know what I should be doing right now. You will have like a video you can turn to and go, oh, at level 6, Strimtom did this, and you can kind of like scan through and see what's going on. It's kind of the goal there. Watching the Cricket World Cup right now? Oh shit, that's crazy. Is it good? Is there downtime tomorrow? I don't know if there's any downtime tomorrow. Also, usually Lemania, if we were going to have Lemania this week, we would have heard about it, and we didn't hear about Lemania yet this week. So I believe Lemania is next week.
The revels have finally ended, and not in a way that
yeah, so we'll see.
expected.
In this game, which is why I came here and ask questions when I can't find in your videos. Absolutely. And that's the thing, is like, even if I made a video for every single thing that you would find the answer to, for example, when I will do the quest The Pit on stream, and somebody would be like, oh man, you did this quest so fast, Strimtom. You should like make a video about how to do the pit quickly. And I literally have a video on my channel called like how to do the pit in 20 minutes or less, or your pizza's free. I have a pit guide, but like, same thing with like the Crucible. I have a solo Crucible guide. The problem is you only need it when you're looking for it. So you just assume it's not going to be there. So unless you are directly looking for it, you'd be like, oh, it doesn't exist. So you want to like come to the thing. So this is why asking oftentimes the benefit of the live stream, instead of having to sift through the catalog and hopefully find what you're looking for, or like know that there's a video that has what you want, instead you just whip the question into chat and get an answer right there. Speaking of answers, I'm going to show you how to do this quest really, really, really fast. It works well because I have the ability to knock down enemies. This is the fast way to do this. There are 3 spawn points for the lions. I'm going to show you how to make sure you guarantee you get the slam on all 3 of them. So first, you need to make sure you get aggro on this creature. So I'm going to hit it quite a bit just to do some damage to make sure I have aggro on top of it. Boom, couple hits, boom, 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 boom. So I did about 4,000 damage. It's going to stick on me. Then we find the topiary lion, and I use my Thundershock weapons to knock it down. So I'm going to use Thundershock weapons, and it is now knocked down. Now that it's slamming, I'm going to walk away from the windmill and move all the way over here. You'll notice my dog is on passive. I don't want it accidentally taking aggro. The next topiary lion spawns right here. So I want this to crawl all the way across and do the slam right here. Boom. Topiary lion is now inside. I can completely ignore it and walk away. The last topiary lion spawns right here. So, to make sure we catch the spawn, I'm going to wait over here, watch out for the lion. And then it's slamming, and then spawn, and dead. And that's this quest in like a minute. So that's how you do it. 1, 2, 3. If you miss one, you have to start chasing them around and doing things. But because this character has the knockdown of Thundershock weapons, it is extremely easy and I have to do no work whatsoever.
I wish you had trusted me.
The old
I adored and chill, but now I'm in this rabbit hole and I don't want to get out. Yeah.
Came to my
Yeah.
aid in the
I've said it
end.
before, but like to me, a lot of video games will have like a learning curve, or a lot of activities you do will have like a learning curve to them, where like over time you'll improve and you'll gain more skills to let you do more things. In DDO, I think there's like a learning brick wall where you can play, you can get started and play pretty easily, but then eventually you hit the brick wall of, why isn't this working? How come this doesn't work like this? I can't do this. How did this kill me? Wait, what happened? What happened? What's going on? What's happening? And it kind of is the true DDO experience.
Within the distance of just a few short steps,
Everybody's got to hit that learning brick wall at some point. And the best part about Dungeons & Dragons Online is once you get over that learning brick wall, it's smooth sailing until you get to the next learning brick wall. I'm going standing up again. I might have to put a limit on redemptions for the day, because I oftentimes stand up for more than 30 minutes, so then my legs, they get tired from standing in one place. So I'm probably going to have to put a limit on how many times I can activate that per day. We'll see. Then suddenly take 3,000 damage from a spell ward? True.
Ahead lies Bitter Spine Palace, home to the Baron and Baroness Bitterspine.
All right.
And one of the many holders.
So this quest is called Frosty Reception. Frosty Reception is a quest that if you play in a group is very annoying, because one of the parts you have to do at the beginning of this is after you do the opening section, you have to gather in this central hall, which means if any of your party members AFK, you cannot continue doing the quest because you need them to be there so you can continue playing the adventure. It is a very frustrating element to this quest. I do not mind waiting for people. I'm not that impatient, but people AFK in this quest on me almost every single time I do it. This is one of the few quests in the game I actually prefer to solo, because almost always you get in here and then some guy goes, hey, sorry, I gotta take my dog to the vet. I'll be back in 4 hours. And they just leave. They just like AFK at the beginning of the quest. And you're like, oh crap. They're like, oh man, sorry. Right as I stepped in the door of this quest, I was eating soup with one hand and I spilled the soup all over my keyboard and my computer and I gotta go clean it up. I'll be back tomorrow. And they just AFK at the beginning of the adventure. Ugh. Very irritating. It is okay to AFK quests. It's okay to be like, hey guys, I gotta take a break. I don't mind when people AFK. In fact, if you want to AFK every single quest I do, just join AFK at the start. If you just ask me and go, hey, can I AFK all your quests and leech XP? You know what? I'll probably be fine with it. I don't really care. But if the quest has a gather point where we cannot progress until we're all together, oh my god.
Out of the treasure vault to confront the intruders. You hear a bell chime in the ballroom as you pull this lever. You notice a bizarre painting depicting the Wintertide Ballroom. To your surprise,
I don't know what YKWIM is. I am not familiar with that acronym.
This door leads out to the windward balcony.
It failed the spellcraft? Damn.
You can see that it has been sealed.
Oh, you know what I mean. You know what? Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah. That guy iceberg me? Anyway, it's fine.
The sound of your footsteps.
I'm too old. I don't know this stuff. Goldfish is on fire, gotta put it out if it's gather. Yep. Oh, dude, every time. There's a lot of quests in DDO which are fine when it comes to the gathers, but for some reason, this quest and a Sharn welcome, like right now, it says gather your party in the entrance. Right there, Frosty Reception, gather your party. This quest and a Sharn welcome are like magnets for people who just, like, they have to AFK for like 4 hours the second they get into this quest. I don't know what it is. Every single time it happens. Does that work? Can you do that? Can you have everybody gather and then have someone log out at the gather point? Yo, if that works, honestly, you've saved my whole life. Trolls? No, it's just fate. Oh my god, I didn't know that. You guys have taught me something. That is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful.
And unexpectedly, a shockwave rocks the palace.
No idea why they keep pushing gathers. Well, the reason there's a gather is because in this adventure specifically, all this ice wasn't here before. So they basically changed the look of the entire dungeon, where it unloads the dungeon and loads a new version of it. So they don't want to have people in here, because if there's all this stuff loaded all over it, it would look kind of weird if you had people in multiple places. which is why you have the gathering.
I'll turn you into a block of ice.
Lady Lazuli,
There's reasons, because you want everyone to be in one place so you don't have certain things loading. Or because, like, imagine if you're standing like right here and you get stuck inside of this architect or this texture. Shit, that's amazing. I didn't know that. Is there a recommended alignment if you have characters forced to do something? Yes, chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral is the one I recommend because lawful means you get hit by chaos hammer, which can hurt you a lot. You take extra damage from slads, which can hurt you a lot, and generally the chaotic feat harbinger of chaos, which requires you to be chaotic for, is better than the alternative, which is the orders law something. I don't even know the name of the feat. It sucks. So that's pretty good. And then also, the spell Order's Wrath is super rare, which is the one that actually hurts chaotic creatures, and it's only on like 3 monsters in the entire game, so you can just ignore it entirely. So chaotic neutral is the best alignment you can have, unless you have a reason to not be chaotic neutral. So if you're like, I don't know what to put my alignment as on my character when you make it, you're doing a thing, just chaotic neutral every time. If person automatically logs off, yeah. I did not know that you could just have the logout though. That's interesting. I'll check that out.
This must be Dame Allegra, the mysterious newcomer you're looking for. Dame Allegra saw a hooded stranger plant the frosted cerise in the garden. She bids you to follow her there, so she can help you search for clues about the culprit. A frost giant snores on the floor.
You can use Order's Wrath on chaotic monsters.
Clearly, you didn't think anyone would dare.
Yeah, if you're playing, if you want to use Order's Wrath, then yeah, you don't want to be chaotic, but that's like a kind of a bit of a given. But to be fair, you're never casting Order's Wrath anyway, because you're just going to cast Holy Smite, because all the chaotic creatures are also evil conveniently. Are there any chaotic creatures that are not evil? Golems aren't chaotic. Slads are evil. They're in DDO, they're true neutral, which is the most evil. Chaotic. Oh yeah, Fae. I guess Fae are a lot of times chaotic. Slads shouldn't be evil. In DDO, they're true neutral. Isn't that? It's the most chaotic thing possible. They're true neutral. It's amazing.
Dame Allegra stands in the center of the garden.
Elesh golems are chaotic. I don't know. They shouldn't be affected because of spell resistance anyway, so you shouldn't be able to hit them. No, you are correct. I'm saying that slads in DDO are all neutral. You can't affect them with Order's Wrath. They're completely immune. Yeah, because you're like, I don't want to be a good. I'm not going to be a goody two-shoes sort of character. I'm just going to be whatever I want. Chaotic neutral is the best, and I knew that from the start. Hell yeah. The slides in the Ides of Chaos are chaotic. They're definitely not chaotic. As somebody who's tried to use Order's Wrath and other goofy spells, goofy lawful effects against slads, they don't work.
In her place.
Unless they changed it, but all of the slads that have been pretty much introduced through the entire game, and none of them have been chaotic. Yeah, Word of Balance doesn't work on them.
Frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time, the bloom stays in the palm of your hand, instead of crumpling away into nothing. Return to the Baroness to tell her what happened, though the prince himself would never admit to it.
And Word of Balance only doesn't work if you're true neutral. Yeah, often turning DDO off and turning it back on again? Excellent question. They probably have tried doing that many times. It's probably what they did with the lag. It's basically how they tried to solve the lag for the first several, like, you know, years of all the lag problems. I really hope DDO is able to see some like solid growth and see some more players get invested and get excited about the game, because it was really hard for even me, as somebody who's like DDO guy, I've been playing the game for 20 years, I've been making content for it for the past 10, to be like, hey guys, you should come and play DDO right now. Check out this laggy shithole that doesn't work. It's like not really great, it's not really inspiring, but current DDO doesn't have nearly as many problems as it has had in the past, which is really good and exciting. So who knows? Maybe it will like actually help drive sales and it'll be worth it. And hopefully it is a worthwhile investment. But you know, it's always hard to say because SSG was still able to make money when the game wasn't working at all. So now the game is actually working all the time. Who knows if it'll make a difference? Dude, it is like a blizzard outside. Oh my god. That's so much snow. Based off a D&D character, which I think many people do. I think a lot of people's first character, if they play D&D, their first DDO character will be based off of one of their characters. They probably played in pen and paper. Because I just feel like that's an easy way to get started with it. Although, fun fact, one of the ways in which a lot of people do find Dungeons and Dragons online is actually from going onto Google and Googling Dungeons and Dragons online, because they have this idea where they want to play Dungeons and Dragons with other people on the computer, and they find this game by mistake. Which, to be fair, DDO uses the Dungeons & Dragons pen and paper rule system. This is based off of pen and paper 3.5. So if you played Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 between the years of like 2002 and 2008 or 9, you probably have a good amount of experience with this and understand the systems like right away and can get into it immediately, which is really cool. And I like that about DDO, that it has this like immediate familiarity for people that are experienced with the system. That being said, if you don't have that experience, it can be very complicated and confusing. D&D on Twitch online and use the DDO tag? Yeah. I used to be upset about that, about like people who would stream on Twitch with the DDO tag, but they're actually just streaming Dungeons and Dragons with their friends. But I kind of came to the more nuanced point, which is like, it doesn't really matter to me if people are streaming the wrong category, because at the end of the day, they're making the DDO category look bigger, so it moves higher on Twitch. So people go, oh wow, there's 200 people watching DDO, there's 300 people watching DDO. Wild. I wonder what this game is about. People who've played 3.5. Yeah, we just gotta bring it back. Be the dungeon master you want to see in the world. Oh, my dog is on passive. That explains why he's dying so much. I could turn the boss. I waited too long. I've been tempted to try to convince some of my friends to actually play Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, but it's so many rules. As much as I think that, or there's many, as much as there are like a lot of reasons why I don't love the rule system for 5th edition, it does just have a faster onboarding, admittedly, than 3.5 does. But I like 3.5. D&D 2nd edition rules when he played Baldur's Gate? Yeah. Also, I'm like weirdly lagging in here, which is strange. (27 to 70). Yo, that's pretty warm, man. It's like 1,000,000 degrees. I wish Lotra would play like this. Yeah, but Lord of the Rings Online is more that like traditional classic MMORPG. Like, one of the things I appreciate about Lord of the Rings Online that I don't get out of DDO is the feeling of being able to pace myself. So like, as an example, when I'm playing DDO, I really only like to do whole quest packs or whole areas. Like, I don't really want to play for like 5 minutes. I want to do a whole expansion. You know, I'm going to go do like 10 quests, 20 quests in a row. I don't really want to do just one. Did that door open? Did my invisible dog open the door by walking into it? That's crazy. All right, so fun fact with this quest, if you're looking for all of the runes are on opposite sides. So if I find the first rune on the left side in this room, then the other room will be on the other side, off by 1 door. So because it was this one, it's either going to be in this one dead ahead of me because it's down here, or this one over here, not the middle one. So I can just rip this open and I have a good chance for it to be here. And the rune is not here. I can check this middle one and show you that it's not here. So I can open this. And bazinga, no rune. But if I check this one right up here, the next rune should be here, because it's the opposite off by 1. Come in here, and look at that. Opposite off by 1.
The werewolf sentry sniffs,
Is mouse look mode? Oh, yeah.
and
Take the chalice.
Now
Alright,
the sound
get out of
of
here.
bandit
Gotta go.
awakening can be heard throughout the cavern. You'll have to fight your way through. This is the missing
I mean, you
link
do have mouse. You can just like
the
hold the
boss
button.
requested. Now that you've done
I don't know if there's a
these
toggle for
three
that,
favors the
but
Prince of
you can
Frost,
just hold down a
perhaps he'll
key.
return
And you could probably make a macro to hold down the key if you wanted. Like I use right click for that. So I just use my right finger and I hold it to turn. So I could just turn with the mouse.
To once again even the scales.
There is a key.
The Prince of Frost agrees
Rose
to
Thorn
lend you
necklace,
his
another
powers in
artifact. This
reaching
one's
Jason's
horrible.
fortress.
I don't want it.
You
I
can
will pick it
now
up so I can sell
proceed
it.
with the final part of your plan.
Yeah, in
Reading
DDO it's the
Jason's
T
will
key.
for the codex pages.
But I don't know what it is if there is one for Lord of the Rings. Because admittedly, I just use the classic, like, I hold down the mouse button to look around. I hold down right click. Then I start twisting the angles.
In one of the many holdings of the Prince of Frost.
Dude, I love the Feywild music. It's so good.
Open gateway of the abandoned lodge. You spot here, Sam, the Prince of Satyrs through the gate.
We meet again, Bear. I see you're still here.
What about DDO? Nah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. I won't hold that against you forever. You were partially listening to my live stream, sort of kind of paying attention, but also doing another activity, which is what most people do when they watch live streams. How dare you?
I'm about to
That's
have a
ridiculous.
very important meeting here, and I don't wish to be disturbed.
Standard WoW clone is very well made. DDO feels much more unique. 100%, yeah. Lord of the Rings is made. It is like very much made to be like the same game style as World of Warcraft. 100%. That's what it is. However, I've talked about this before because I do play a lot of Lord of the Rings online. I'm in an endgame raiding guild in Lotro, and I have been for the past, I don't know,
The bear looks up at you.
6 years or so. The game feels different enough. I actually prefer the game feel of Lord of the Rings to games like World of Warcraft for a lot of different reasons. I do wish there was some of the Warcraft content in terms of like the number of dungeons and the number of adventures and the length of the raids and the level of the raids. I think that'll be interesting. But I prefer the actual gameplay to Lord of the Rings Online, which is what keeps me playing it. Have unbound items consumables removed bound to account items so you're able to sell it on the AH. It turns bound to character items into bound to account items. It is called the Wish of Inheritance. You cannot take a bound to account item or character item and sell it to another person at all. You cannot do that. Marketing for DDO is so bad. Yes, I would agree with that. I think the marketing for DDO is very bad. DDO is not very good at advertising itself. Not ideal. Substantially better MMO than WoW. I actually don't agree with that. Just because I think the content that you get in World of Warcraft is much better curated. I think there's a lot of like if you go like content line to content line, especially as somebody who looks at like endgame content, dungeon content, raid content, I find that the endgame dungeon raid content is just so much more refined in World of Warcraft. I do find it to be a better experience most of the time. If an item would be introduced, would you welcome it? No, fuck that noise. I'm not going to pay Sandstone Games to engage with a trading system. Horrible. Horrible idea. Garbage. I would hate that. I would really, really hate that. I think that would be awful for the game. Because if that existed, then that is literally the exact definition of pay to win. Because then you would have the ability to pay SSG, or people can pay SSG to make their items unbound, and then other players can then buy that with some type of in-game currency, which would probably be astral shards. It is you could buy all your gear with money. It would be the exact definition of pay to win. So no, I would not like that.
The portal flickers to life.
I would absolutely hate that. If you had the ability to buy an item that allowed you to sell things to other players, and people would make real world trades immediately. Real money trading would be a thing. You could just like, do real money trading and buy an entire like set of gear from somebody. That'd be horrible. Absolutely horrible. If you could also farm it, if it is at all purchasable in the DDO store, I am 100% against it no matter what. it is the textbook definition of pay to win. It allows somebody who basically, if that exists, then it means that anybody who has more money than you will automatically have more stuff than you because they can just buy everything. There's no doubt about it. You just, if somebody has more money, they just have things and you don't have things. That's all it is. I hate the idea entirely. Also, you can go through this. This just summons guys. All these other traps are explosions. This just summons guys. So you can have it run through here and skip. And then boom, it just summons a couple guys. If you have Dimension Door, you just detour out of here and skip this. So no, I would not like it. If it also came from a thing, no. If there was a feature in the game and you could not purchase it, it was from a free quest that anybody could engage in, sure. I still don't like the idea, but at least it's a little bit better. But if it's something you can pay for, a paid feature, where I can give money to Standing Stone Games to then allow me to have my items be unbound so I can trade with other players for anything, let's say it's like actual cash, no, absolutely not. Well, Lord of the Rings Online is also one of the biggest MMOs like on the market. It has like the biggest physical space. Absolutely not.
Restore the Feywild. Return it to what it was. Hardly littered carts and palaces.
It's not so much rage. I just think it's bad.
A place of
Like, there's a reason why real money trading is a huge problem in a lot of video games. And it causes a lot of negatives in a lot of experiences because everybody feels the effects of real money trading. So I'll give you an easy example. Some of the prices in a video game like Path of Exile that you might trade an item for are influenced by the real money trading market, because if people know they can make real money by trading those items on a against the terms of service market, it'll affect the price of those items for people that are playing in the market, trading for only in-game currencies. So you as a player are affected by people performing real money trades, even though you're not necessarily supposed to be affected by that, because in theory it's all separate. It's not going to be there. Like, no, it's just a bad idea. Real money trading, opening the door to real money trading is not good in any capacity. It is always bad and will never be good. Like, this is very similar to when World of Warcraft introduced the WoW token, where people could then basically buy gold directly with money. And some people would argue, like, well, yeah, but gold, all gold does is just be useful for or all you're going to use gold for, obviously, is like buying stuff in game. So who cares if you can like give Blizzard, you know, $20 and buy 80,000 gold? And the reason why people care about it is because the second they added the WoW token, my guild started selling raid carries for gold. So we would be charging X amount of gold to carry people through raids to get their titles and their deeds and all this other stuff. I didn't pick up the Sky Sap. I'm an idiot. 100%, this is what we did right away. And we make the gold, and that would be paying for everybody's subscriptions. So we didn't pay to the subscriptions for the game anymore. Instead, we just made like millions of gold selling raid carries on when it was not raid days, and would use it to pay for the subs of everyone in the guild, which is not good, because now there are people, which again, I did it because it was the system. It already exists. So like, yes, I engaged in this system, but that's because the system did exist and it was already there, and Blizzard has not gone back on it, and they're not going to because they make too much money off of it. But it basically meant that all of those players who we carried through in exchange for money, they basically swiped their credit card, bought some gold, and then used that gold to get a completion on a raid that they shouldn't have had.
Effective spies.
It ruins the whole experience once you introduce real money currency into it.
I'm sure.
You pick up the sticky sap. What could the bear possibly want with this?
Paid $10 for it, I would have in a heartbeat. Oh yeah. Like, and to make sure I'm being crystal clear, my problem is the real money portion of it. You can pay real cash to the company to have a company sanctioned purchase of an item in game. I don't like. I think that's bad. I'll give you a counterpoint. Let's say there was a hardcore that SSG decided to run, and in that hardcore season, all items in the entire game were unbound. Nothing bound to character, nothing bound to count. You could trade literally every item. Only for that hardcore season. I'd be down for that. I'd try it out. DDO with a real economy, people are actually trading for individual items. You find an item in a chest and you can go, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I don't need this, but this is pretty rare. Now you might be able to trade it for somebody. You know, maybe you want a heart shard, but instead of getting the heart shard, you found a art blade. You could trade an art blade for a heart shard because maybe somebody wants the cosmetic or somebody wants something else. I can see from the perspective of if it's free and available to everybody all the time, and it's just a feature of the game, sure. But once the money is involved, once you can start paying money to get gear directly, where playing the game means you are automatically granted items. And again, DDO technically has some of this in the sense of you can buy astral shards, which allow you to reroll on chests to technically get more money or more gear for money. You can buy raid reset timers to allow you to do raids more often, which is technically allowing you to spend money to get that gear. The thing is, this is one of the things that gets kind of weird. DDO's loot system sucks so fucking bad, and the drop rates are so horrible across the entire game that you can't use astral shards to reroll chests and raids anyway. But even if you could, you still would never get the items that you want, and most of the time you just get the items by running the raid 10 or 15 or 20 times with the runes. And that's how you get the items anyway. Even if you could do all of this. So yes, you can technically have very minor quantities of I pay SSG money and then I get a thing. It's very small. But yes, in my opinion, I think it would be really horrible. I think it would be bad for the game. I think it would be bad for the player base. I think everything would be bad about it. I would never want to have that option added to my game. Also, I don't mean to... I hope what I'm coming from is understanding. I'm not trying to... I'm not pointing a finger at you, One from Mars, or anything like that. It's just you brought it up and I'm very passionate about this thing. So that is just my personal opinion. I thought I would give that because you asked me. But I'm not trying to direct anything towards you or like make any aspersions about you or anything else like that. I hope you can understand that I'm just sharing my opinion about what you asked me. You still have to get the chest? Nah, I don't like it. My solution is just get rid of Ransack. That way, if you want to get an item from a chest, the answer is just go get it. Like that's why I think I like the idea of getting rid of Ransack and DDO as a mechanic. Ransack, for those of you that don't know what that is, you can only loot a chest in DDO 8 times before the chest will stop dropping its named item that comes out of it. And I don't like Ransack because if you loot a chest 8 times, you have to wait 1 week to be able to get the item again, to have a chance. However, if they get rid of Ransack, then the solution of, okay, how do I get this item? It's go run the quest until you get the item. As opposed to go run the quest and hope you get the item. Also have a group of friends who are with you. Also maybe make some bot accounts so that way you can drag a bunch of extra random accounts with you and bloat up the servers, which everybody loves. That's a thing. Or, crazy thought, what if you get the items in the game by playing the game? That's my thing. Just make it so the items in the game come from playing the game. I know, wacky ideas over here. Business and markets and countries and strict gambling and gambling addiction laws, yeah. And there's no cutoff? That could be it. I mean, then get rid the thing, and I've mentioned this before, I don't think they'll ever get rid of shard rerolling, just because they, like, dude, people buy so many astral shards. If I could give you my heart shard axlet, I would. I totally don't have 8 chaos masters for farming low-level named loot. Yeah, exactly, right? That about the Unbound thing? Ask a question and continued from there. Is the question from my side? I never recruited Unbounders RMT previously. Very convincing point. Yeah. Because it's just one of those like things that it just gets really out of hand almost immediately. Because like you think of the innocent thing of like, oh, if I could buy an item, like imagine if there's an item you could get. So you can gift an item to a friend, right? So then you would be able to trade an item with another person that was like on your friends list. There actually is a game that does a system like this that I think might be something that may be a little bit more appealing. Pokemon Go. So in Pokemon Go, once you're a friend with somebody, you can trade Pokemon with them. So to trade Pokemon, you have to become their friends. So you have to add them to your friends list. And then you have to be in the same, you have to be next to each other. And if you're next to each other, you can then trade Pokemon from one game to the other. Pokemon Go is the go walk around outside and catch Pokemon thing. However, the cost to make the trade is based on your friendship level. So if you let's say you're out somewhere and you're playing Pokemon Go and you run into somebody you don't know and they have a shiny Zapdos and you're like, that's so cool, it's super rare, hard to come by, you don't have one, Zapdos is your favorite Pokemon, you really want that shiny Zapdos. If you want to trade with them, it's going to cost you like 1,000,000 Stardust. Stardust is a currency you get in the game by catching Pokemon. On average, you get 100 Stardust per Pokemon. If you do the very short amount of math there, you're going to have to catch, what, 1,000? No, more than 1,000. 10,000 Pokemon to get your 1,000,000 Stardust? It's just a waste of time. You're never going to get that much Stardust. There's no reason to make the trade. But as you raise your friendship level, and then you can't buy it. There's no way to buy the Stardust. You can't acquire the Stardust any other way. You have to go catch Pokemon. That's the only way to do it. So you have to go play the game for hours. What you can do is you can gain friendship levels. You gain friendship by gifting items to your friend. You actually get these things called gifts. Cloak of Winter is sick. You get like gifts, so you can gift an item to other people, and you basically, they get some items, you get some items, you can send gifts every day. You can do raids with them, you can trade with them, you can battle with them. Anytime you engage with a friend, once a day, you gain basically a friendship point, and once you get enough points, you go to the next tier of friendship. And for every tier of friendship that you have, you get more and more privileges. To now, it's the point where my girlfriend and I, because we are best friends, which takes, I think, 90 days of interaction, we can now trade a Pokemon. And one of those super rare legendary shinies cost 40,000 dust. And 40,000 dust is obviously a bigger price.
A deep voice boomed.
40,000 dust is obviously like a bigger price than or like a much lower price than 1 million, and is obviously like possibly cheap enough to be able to do all the time. But it means that if I get something cool, we can just trade it right away, right? We just trade it right away. It's instant. It's just, oh, you want to trade? Okay, let me trade. That's it. There's no real thinking about it. It's just kind of cool. If DDO had a system like that, where imagine you can add somebody to your friends list, and then based on the number of days you've had somebody on your friends list, you could then maybe like once a week trade an account bound item to them. So it's like, you know, you have to be friends with somebody for 2 months, and then after 2 months you can trade an item with them once a month, and then after 6 months you can trade an item with them once a week. Something like that could be interesting. So then you can trade only bound to account items, only to people that are on your friends list, and there have to be people that you play with, and you have to do things, and it's not just number of days. You'd have to like play with this person to be able to engage in the system, like people in your guild or something. Yeah, and you could also make it cost plat. You could also make the trade cost like 1,000,000 platinum every time you do it. It allows players to engage in player-to-player trade of some of these items, but also it prevents it from being in the hands of RMT, because you're allowed to trade items. But even if you were to RMT with somebody, it's like, cool, I give you 20 bucks, and then in, 3 months you trade me the item. Like, that's not really good for RMT people. It's too cumbersome, but it does work for fudge. Oh, it's so much less special now. Oh, it's so much less special. God damn it. Well, I am happy that I got a strap of Autumn Leaves, because it is cool.
Then took that needle to some place called the Treasure Grove.
Well, it's actually just the artifacts. I think there might be something weird about the artifact drop rate because of the VIP. Like, the VIP 2% is really affecting the artifact drop rate. Got Heart Shard. It was a total surprise no one in my group has one yet. Yeah, it's a pretty rare item. That's what I'm saying. Imagine a system like that. Would you... Like, would anybody be really upset about the idea of, like, you can trade an item to somebody that you have actively played a lot with? And it's like, and there's a limit on how often you can do it and when you can do it? Because it would mean, like, oh, maybe you and a friend go farming for items. Or let's say a friend of mine goes, that I've played with a whole bunch, goes, hey, do you happen to have a Vistani fighter sash? And I go, actually, yeah, I do. I have one on my bank, in my bank alt. I can just grab it and like give it to them because I have an extra and I'm not currently using it and they could use it. And then at some point they could like trade it back if they wanted to.
Have you come for the hag? Asks the master of the
That's what I'm thinking about.
the hunters.
If you want to be able to trade items to another player. That being said, I do think it would be kind of cool if they did like a 1 month hardcore
Summon my huntsman.
where everything was unbound entirely.
Avoid the hunts.
I'd love that.
That doesn't mean though they're invincible.
Oh, like good.
Where would the sports be? Muses the master. Each of my huntsmen are bound to the hunt.
So you sneak a few rune arm shots mid battle. Yeah, actually, I use rune arms all the time in battle because they're just really good. Oh my. Yes, Beatrice. Just run through the entire quest. Why don't you?
Oh, where did I put it?
My dog died, not Dorg.
Oh, Cadence will have my head. And here's some more turners in
Oh
the
my
wild.
god, dude.
If you like to see wild beasts,
How do you run and keep rune arms charged? So there's an effect called stable charge tier. It comes out of the battle engineer. At rank 2 you get +1 stable charge tier. At core 4 you get +2 stable charge tier. And then if you already have rune arm use, you get +3 stable charge tier at a rune arm use. So I can keep my rune arm charged while moving up to tier 4. And I just stop for a sec, it's 5, and then I go. Yeah, if you just use macro attack, you can't. But if you do use, if you're an artificer and you use macro attack as well, you can keep your stable charge high. So also one of the reasons why it was easy for me to replace Feywild as like my favorite expansion, where I've been like, yeah, Feywild is my favorite expansion, but then, you know, Isle of Dread kind of stomped all over it, is because Isle of Dread has dinosaurs and Feywild has this quest. Witch Hunt sucks. I hate this quest. I think it's like one of the worst quests ever. Easily like one of my least favorite quests in the entire video game. I can't stand it. Chasing around this stupid hag makes me angry every time. Yeah, one quest doesn't ruin the expansion, but it does make it easy for other expansions to supplant it. I really hate this quest.
Seems you didn't need my help after all. Impressive. Come see me for your proper reward.
Where's the note? I don't know where the note is. Here we go. It's over here. Air tingles with magic.
If you got to higher ground, you could look for the source of this disturbance.
Yeah. Do expand to fair concept, include all from the loot from the chain? I agree. I think it would be good if all of those like expansion-based collectible dealies that were tradable could be used to buy like named loot from the vendor, but you know, it is what it is. See, actually, it's actually funny. I really like the fan dragons. I think the fan dragons are really cool. I don't really love Mr. Nor, but I think the Fang Dragons are a really cool monster type. Oh, Cloak of Spring. Okay, I'm actually getting crazy lucky with named items. You guys are right. What the hell? Cloak of Spring. Dex, Insightful Dex, parrying, electric absorption. Ooh, I don't want it, but it's cool. Great upgrade? Nah, it's worse for me. Yeah. Do you think games are getting too easy these days? Like modern Pokemon games giving the whole party XP after a battle, MMOs having fast progression, mega power creep? Okay, so the answer to that question is yes. I do think games are getting easier generally. I think the average game, if you take the same style of game that you see now versus that exact same style 20 years ago, yes, modern games are much more forgiving. Even something as simple as I am playing Expedition 30, or I played Expedition 33. That game is a turn-based RPG. Even though there could be things that are hard about that video game, or easy about that video game, whatever you think about it, at the end of the day, the game has an auto-saving system. And because there's an auto-saving system and a forced saving system, if you're playing like a Dark Souls style game, if you die, you go back to the campfire. This game has campfires to mark your checkpoint, but it also has autosaves. So if you die to an enemy, you don't go back to the checkpoint. If you got a newer one that the game just randomly gave you, because it saves like every 5 seconds when you're out of combat. So dying has almost no consequence, where you just immediately go back like 10 feet, versus a game that's very comparable to Expedition 33, Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64. If your ass dies in Paper Mario, you go back to the save point. There ain't no checkpoints. You don't spawn outside of the boss room. You go back to the checkpoint, or you not even checkpoint. You go back to the save point and you start over. And if you didn't save in a while, guess what? You lost all that progress. So I think that generally, I think games are easier for sure. So I agree that the same game experience for the same type of game is going to be the same going forward and back. Again, you can argue about like more modern games that are difficult. There are modern difficult games, obviously. There's a lot of them out there, so I'm not trying to take away from that. But that is a thing. However, there's actually something I wanted to point out here. Oh, the treasure chest, by the way, it can only be here, down here, or on this tree over here. All the other ones are fake. So because this one is here, it's real.
As you open the chest, a unicorn. As you defeat the unicorn,
Get stunned.
deer bursts out the deer, the blink dog,
Get knocked down. I hate this bastard, but it's over.
as it falls to
Beautiful.
earth, an egg roll.
It's a trick. Get an axe.
Thankfully, among the you see the glint of
Again, obviously, there are hard video games, as people have mentioned in the chat. You know, the Soul series came out. Hollow Knight's a game that's like kind of hard. Cuphead. So there are games that come out that are designed to be more challenging, and those are just a simple amount of examples. But on the flip side, when you say too easy, here's the thing. There are a lot of modern features that I actually really like. So on the one hand, I do agree with what you're saying, Need More Chai, about, Pokemon games. Now, when you get XP, all your Pokemon in your party get XP instead of just the one that's out front, which means all your Pokemon level up really quickly, and oftentimes you're going to be over-leveled. This leads to the experience of, like, constantly having your Pokemon be over-leveled, and it doesn't feel very good. However, as somebody who's played some, like, Pokemon randomizers semi-recently, like over the past year, the older Pokemon games not having that feature means you spend a lot of time fighting random fucking Pokemon when you decide you want to use a new one, because you can't just level it up easily. You have to waste a whole bunch of time. And the extra hour you have to spend farming out Pokemon when you go, oh, cool, I caught whatever, and it's neat, but it's only level 20, and I need it to be higher level than this, so you have to go farm it out. It's really annoying and frustrating as somebody who's like, I don't really want to do this. Now, fortunately for me, I can just like slam on in the emulator and put it at 800% and do the farm really fast. But also, man, it's just very annoying, and it's just a problem I don't want to have to deal with at all. And so, for me personally, I like a system, if a system like that was implemented with a convenience feature without it becoming overpowered. Imagine the Pokemon game where you level up all your Pokemon all the time in battles, but you have level caps that are based around the type of Pokemon you're going against, like a level cap based on each gym. So, you can only be up to a certain level when you get to a certain point. It's the sort of scenario where I like a lot of the convenience features that a lot of the modern games have. My main problem is that the convenience features add in the convenience without fully understanding how that affects the entire game, and don't put enough limitations on the convenience features. And that's, I think, where we're currently at, or where we have been for the past like 10 years of gaming, where a lot of games come out with more and more and more convenience features without understanding that if you give people unlimited convenience, even if it's something that's not combat, like gaining XP in Pokemon is not a combat thing. MMOs progressing faster, it's not a combat thing. The fact that you're like leveling up faster doesn't make the game easier. But by contrast, if I play a game like, I'll just use like a modern game, like Diablo 4 as an example. In Diablo 4, the only item or stat I need to look at on an item for the most part is the item level. If an item is higher level, it's probably better than what I'm using at any given moment during gameplay. Which means you have a faster sense of progression where you're constantly replacing items, but then you have the downside of not really getting attached to the equipment, not feeling like you're accomplishing a task because the items are very disposable, and it doesn't feel like you're actually like having that experience of like getting a reasonable upgrade. And that is a symptom of having this faster progression without any type of check and balance to keep it at a certain rate, where the idea is they make the items more consumable or easier to use, so they simplify down a lot of the stats, but then they become less memorable because they don't limit how many you get, so you're replacing things all the time. It's like, it's just unrestrained convenience causes this type of problem, and I think a lot of games nowadays are actually trying to layer in some of that stuff to get rid of some of the frustration that existed in the past without going so far that you kind of, like, get rid of some of the feeling that you get when you do achieve something or accomplish something in an MMORPG that you might have played in the past, or just video game in general, if that makes sense. I know it was a lot of talking and I kind of did a big circle there, but that's kind of how I feel about the modern experience of playing pretty much any video game nowadays, is that they do have a lot of convenience features that I do personally appreciate and I like, but they go like a step too far to kind of making some of these things feel, to making other elements of the game design feel unimportant, or making elements of the game design that should feel good feel bad as a result. And if you die, use 10% of your total experience gain and can de-level, amazing. Deal with quick saves, auto saves, and that crap. There's a reason why hard Pokemon have something to infinite rare candies. Grinding should not be a part of the challenge. Exactly. So I think that there's a correct answer to some of these problems where anytime there's a convenience feature that's added into a video game, there's a grain of truth as to why it's in there, but I think sometimes the ramifications aren't understood well enough about why it's there. So like a great example is like resource management in an MMO. So we talk about like WoW Classic is another great example, where like in WoW Classic, your mana just takes fucking hours to come back. So that's boring and that's annoying. So they can just remove it and make it so your mana comes back instantaneously when you finish a fight. However, now it means that if your mana comes back basically the second you finish a fight, so you can start another fight right away, well now not only does it increase your grinding speed, but it also means that the thought of an area having pathing monsters that you might have to encounter, let's say you're in like a camp of guys and you're fighting and there's like a troop of enemies that are pathing around, as long as you get caught by those guys when you're not in combat, you're fine, and the threat is completely eliminated because you get your resources back basically instantly. You don't have to worry about it. There's no resting period. And so you kind of have this like back and forth where it feels a little bad to you lose something immediately by making your resources come back faster out of combat that you don't, it's not like always going to be visible right away. It's like a weird invisible thing.
You spot the Eladrin's lost keepsake perched atop a nearby chest.
So yeah. Also, Majora's Mask, really fun. If you haven't had a chance to play the Majora's Mask recompilation, there is a version of the game that is actually just a PC video game, so you don't need an emulator or anything. It's just you play Majora's Mask on PC, and it's really cool. It's got a lot of really good features. You get a lot of mods you can get for it that can help you with the game. Things like HD textures, and some updates. So, like, there's an HD map mod that actually makes the map 8K. You can zoom into your exact location. It's really cool. Okay, I know that they added a Fate Spinner here somewhere. There she is. Remember it was like 4 years without the Fate Spinner being here? Oh, baby. Level 32! Which means I can now take Armored Augmentation, so my Rune Arm now scales with my Epic caster level. Huge. And I can now use this necklace, which gives me Sheltering 36, which I actually don't need, so I can just leave it. But more importantly, I can now equip the ring that I had here and this belt. So I can put this belt over top of this. Oh, I can only have one artifact, right? I can't equip this. So I'm going to equip this. I need a new trinket. And I can equip the ring that I had, which was the Constitution False Life ring. Boom! So now I have more life, more physical magical resistance rating, more intelligence, more armor class. 178 armor class. Oh, let's go. 179. I still have one more quest to do, though. Immortality lesson. It said its features are good. Yeah. Well, I mean, The Yu-Gi-Oh example is a little bit more complicated, and the reason I say that is because the issue with the games, it's a problem of perspective, where like if you are playing a deck that has a good amount of interaction and you open with like a hand trap or two, and your opponent is playing something that has a good amount of interaction as well, then there is a good chance that you can have a fair game where you're trying to disrupt their plans and they're trying to do something. And especially when you have something that lets you like do a couple plays on the first turn of the opponent's turn of the game, then you can actually have like a good back and forth in the game. And there is something to be said about both players playing on the first turn at the same time of a card game is kind of cool. The main problem is the most optimal way to play is to try to play in a way that makes it so your opponent cannot even use a single card or play or do assert a single thing. And there are too many cards in that game because it has an eternal format, which allows you to do such a thing, where you play enough cards, that way your opponent cannot do anything, either when they try to interrupt you, because you can negate their negates, because Called by the Grave is a card that exists, or in situations where you put down so many cards that they just can't get through it because you have too much stuff. And both of those are problems that they would have to rein in. I don't know if that's a convenience feature though. I do think that's like a power creep issue, but like untrained power creep is just a nature of like older games. The way that other games get around it, you have like, again, using card games as an example, you have Hearthstone gets around it by just nerfing all the good cards every time a new expansion comes out. So they just release an expansion with a bunch of crazy cards, and then when the new expansion comes out, they just nerf all the old ones, and then problem solved, no more power creep. People hate that. Or you just do like Magic the Gathering, where you ban all the red cards and VV. And then people are mad about that. I don't know the answer. Card gamers are weird. I'm so prevalent you can easily make a game harder for yourself. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. I think that game easy is very different from. Also, do you want to grab the thing that Hearsome wants? So it's the torch or the mirror because he looks at himself, or the fiddle or the apple. So these are the things that you want to grab in this quest.
You'll be shut in until you've learned your lesson. Or you meet your demise.
But when it comes to like being able to mod games to be harder, I don't mind having the ability to mod games to be harder, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I would much prefer, as opposed to games having the ability to be modded to become harder, I would much rather games be at a difficulty that the developers feel is appropriate, and then either including an easy mode or having a way to mod it to be easier, generally. But yeah.
And killed the hungry Fomorian. Now you are free to leave the Hall of Objects.
And then the quest you have EverQuest. Yes, EverQuest is. But the thing about EverQuest, and as somebody who's played some EverQuest, not a lot, but played some, one of the reasons why I don't mind EverQuest is, in terms of the way it does what it does, is because at the very least there is something that is very validating about playing EverQuest, which is that you make it. What the fuck? I got another artifact. The Prince's Gauntlet. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, one of the things is that about EverQuest is that if you like, it's a really slow sense of accomplishment. So like getting a single level feels satisfying. Getting a single gear upgrade piece, because it's so infrequent, feels satisfying. So you have those moments where you remember being able to equip a certain item or finding a certain thing. And so by getting rid of some of those like speed features, or like making it so that everything is faster and more disposable, it's hard to feel like excited about getting an item. And I experienced this because I do like the disposable nature of some MMORPG style content. So as an example, Lord of the Rings Online just got an expansion, which means level cap went up by 10, which means all your old items don't work anymore. My old raid gear, all my old stuff doesn't work. And I went into the first quest, and the first guy from the first quest gave me a yellow item that was so much better than my raid gear that I was wearing. I immediately replaced it instantly. And on the one hand, you kind of feel bad about that, but it's kind of the nature of the beast. Where for the first like 2 months of the expansion, there wasn't really any good gear to get, and it just didn't feel as good to actually farm the thing. Whereas now that the dungeon is out, the dungeons have 3 drops. the yellow, which is common and has whatever stats, the purple, which is uncommon and has pretty good stats, and then there's the teal gear, which is part of a special set with not only higher stats, but also this special set bonus that's very rare. And those very rare set bonuses, gonna be honest, it feels pretty satisfying to be able to like pick one up out of nowhere and start using it. Especially since I've gotten very lucky and I have 4 set pieces already, so I'm just killing it. I don't know, man. I think the answer is that I like convenience features as long as the convenience features don't make you lose sight of what made the game fun in the first place. And so nowadays, like going back to older Pokemon game as an example, and having to farm out XP on each individual Pokemon is just kind of a little bit too much work, and is not something I really want to do because I just value my time too much. And in fact, I'll give you another example. Going to Expedition 33, you get multiple party members, but you can only use 3 at a time. The ones you don't use, they still gain XP, they just don't gain as much, so you can still use them and swap them in if you want. But you don't have to worry about like, oh, I didn't use this one character, so then if I decide to use it later, it's just useless now. You can still gain XP and do all that, which I don't mind. Don't you dare. I'm like watching these guys trying to shoot me. Now you can go down here, but don't go up. Yes, I also prefer the all your characters, especially in an RPG, just being the same level. And the main reason I like that is because it just means that you don't feel bad about like getting some random new NPC or some other things. Now you gotta like build something up from zero when you're already further enough into the game. However, one of the things that I will say that there's a definite downside to this, where if you don't force players to engage with a certain thing, which is that because you're not forcing your players to engage with it, I might just not use it. If I get a character partway through the game, even if they're the same level, I don't have to like try to level them up to try to see what they're doing. They just already have their stuff, and I'm not going to pay attention. I'm not going to look at them. I'm not going to use their ability. I could if I want to, but I don't necessarily have to. And if I think my strategy works, I wouldn't change it. Again, I'm going to toot the horn of Expedition 33 because that game is really good. In that game, there is more than one point where, due to story reasons, characters get separated into different spots, and they force you to play with every character for like an hour at least once. So there's a section where, you know, like, for whatever reason, you now have to play as this character for a little bit, and now you're doing the thing. And I don't mind that, because it forces you to play it, so that way, yes, they do level up the characters for you, so they already have, like, their experience and what have you, so the grind isn't there, but now you go, oh, I can engage with this. I like this. I could do this. And I think it's good. Is that Honest Bounty, I think? Honest Bounty. / say Honest Bounty. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what happened to the enemies. They just died. Like, hit a button, they fall down. Can you try this character? It might be a character I play. Yeah, I told you. Shader Kai is like giga broken. Because you just go 5 favorite soul, so you have, and make sure you take maximize and empower if possible, so you can cast close wounds on yourself. So you're at full health all the time. You just go like boop 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 full, and then the rest road because you get giga sneak attack, and you go spike chain, greater spike chain, and that's it. The best part about that Mana of the Unknown is once you get into epics, you get Fury of the Wild, and you get the ability Quick Cutter for 3 points in the tree, and you're done. It's over. You just go chain attack, Quick Cutter, greater chain attack, Quick Cutter, chain attack, Quick Cutter, nothing else. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Good. Now, I do have to apologize because I did poison your life now, because you are now going to have this horrible negative experience, which is that it's going to be really hard to play anything else, because you're going to play a regular fighter and you'll be like, oh, I don't have spike chain attack anymore. So I do apologize for that. Hopefully someday you will recover and you'll be able to like play something else in the future. It's the same problem with people who start playing like Warlock as their first caster or Blightcaster. Going from like Warlock or Blightcaster to another spellcaster while leveling, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, I have mana costs? What is this? I don't kill everything in one hit?
He shrugged.
I'm gonna teleport. Teleport to the Feywild.
You have earned your audience.
Yeah, cooldowns? Madness.
Or you can leave.
When I stopped using a hireling? I stopped using a hireling once I got to epics because they just die constantly. Monsters and epics have damage, and the idea is you're supposed to defend against damage with physical resistance rating, but monsters don't have physical resistance rating. Or like, not monsters, hirelings don't have physical resistance rating, so they just gonna die. Ooh, the magmatic grasp. Speed, accuracy, deadly, fire attunement? No thanks. Give me some XP, baby. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've done like 3 sagas. I'm 32. I still have Sharn 1, Sharn 2, Sharn Docks, Vecna, Myth Draenor. Dude, there's so much XP in this game. Especially if you're able to run these on like Legendary Elite when they add legendary legendary things. I think it's gonna be very easy to level up. Yeah, Bard before level 3 is rough. Everything else feels so slow. Yeah. It makes me feel like I'm not going crazy. Yep. Hopefully, hopefully we're on the same page, Nibor Chai, about what I was talking about. Again, I don't mind when convenience features exist, but it's like, or when the other thing you have to worry about is when like, it's sort of like breaking a dam where maybe the reason why the convenience feature exists in the first place is because like there was a reason for it. There is a reason to make it so progression isn't too fast. And some people might not think it's like, oh, they're trying to pad it out so people like spend more time playing a video game. But this happens all the time in like single player games where people are like, yeah, they're just padding because they want to make the game last longer. It's like, dude, they got your $40. It doesn't matter. Or your $80. You already spent the money. It doesn't matter how long you spend playing the game. No one cares. Literally no one cares. People think about engagement metrics of like how long players play the game and what the player retention is. It's like in Path of Exile, there's like a player retention graph. Let's see, PoE player retention chart. Where's the most recent one? Past like month. Where's the result? It's like there's got to be one in the past year, probably. Here it is. So here is the chart, so you can look at this. So here's your concurrent players on compared to day one for other leagues, and there's all the different leagues of the concurrence of all the players and how many people are playing on an individual day. And then people are noting, oh, Keepers of the Flame is like the worst concurrence of all time. It's the worst concurrent. Path of Exile is dying. Path of Exile is it's like exploding. It's the worst thing ever. Path of Exile is really horrible. And the thing you have to understand is that GGG, they did an interview, and they literally came out and said they're like, we don't care about this. This number is not important because number one, it's not the number of people that are actually playing, which are starting, because who cares whether they keep playing or not? All that matters is they start playing. And also, you know why there's less people playing? Because guess what? At 60 days, there's a PoE 2 league coming out. And then 60 days after that, there's a new PoE 1 league. So they expect people to play for like a couple weeks or like a month, get bored, and then go do something else. That's literally how the cycle works. So people like lose their mind and they go like, oh my God, player retention, it's like the worst one ever. Like they don't care. That's not a metric they look at. That's not how it's what they publicly said. They don't look at that. It's something that people care about of like what's the retention on it and that sort of thing. But they don't care. For another example is YouTube, where YouTube used to be all about like watch time. And they have recently changed to a different type of metric, which is much harder to explain in terms of like how they care about how many people are like watching a video and engaging with something. It's wild. Yeah. Sometimes it can be useful. Sometimes it's just noise. Non-barbarians who don't have 150 temp HP for free. True. All right. Anyways, I have to take a bit of a break here because I have to go and make some dinner because dinner is important and you should eat regularly because it's a good idea and it's good for you. So I'm going to leave all my screens up here. So in case you want to look at what my character stats are, here's a reasonable example of the character stats. I will be gone for a slightly longer time because we have a little bit more food than expected. And so I'm going to be, I have to do a little bit more cooking to pack some stuff up. So I'll be slightly longer. So I will be stepping away for a little bit. I apologize for that. But anyways, we'll be back. Oh, what spells? Here are the spells. Take a picture. You have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Anyways, I'll be right back. I shall return shortly. So BRB, and we'll talk later. This is Dungeons and Dragons Online. This is I use AFK for 20 minutes. What are we talking about? It was actually longer than 20 minutes. Don't worry about that. Now we sit. So I want to. Thank you. My girlfriend got me a wok for Christmas, and I haven't used it because I've been scared of it. So today I used it. I'm sure you guys have had that experience. Oddly enough, that's actually what happened to me with the air fryer. Where when my roommate and I, my old roommate, we got an air fryer, and then it sat on the countertop and stared at us for 6 months before we touched it. Because we're just like, what is this weird device? What is it? So we're just like cautiously staring at this thing that's sitting on the countertop. It's spooky, man. It's like a new cooking thing. I don't want to just like touch it, and then what if I break it? Oh, fun fact. My physical resistance rating is now 165 because I have a 2-piece winter set. Isn't that fun? Same thing, yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, you know what's a really good tool? This like cooking device. You know what I don't want to do? Touch the cooking device. The cooking device is scary. I think I'm going to let the cooking device remain untouched for the rest of all of space-time. Yeah. I mean, I did like look up YouTube videos on how to properly use the wok, but it's just one of those like, oh man, it's spooky. What's up, Monkey Ra? How are you doing? How's your day going? My day is going pretty good. I just got back from cooking dinner, which was pretty good. This garbage I don't need. So I made dinner for myself and my girlfriend, and yeah, it was nice. I also made some extra, so that way there would be enough for her to have lunch over the next like 2 days. That way we don't have to like go to the grocery store anytime soon. So I made extra. You're supposed to take the walk to Poland? Oh no, is this a reference? I don't know. I need Just Business to be deleted from the game. I'm on it, boss. Don't worry, I'll take out Just Business for you. Okay, so now I have sheltering on the chest and sheltering on the belt. So I don't need the sheltering necklace anymore, so the corrosion focus is actually better for my rune arm, which is kind of sick with it. So I'm just going to go and bank all of my excess garbage I don't need into the food folder. The Cloak of Spring, the Cloak of Winter. This helmet is it better? It gives me accuracy 20 versus my accuracy item, which is accuracy 15. So it is +5 to hit. But that's all I would get. But I lose +1 intelligence and 5 insightful physical sheltering and rune arm charge speed. That's probably not worth it. I don't care. Goodbye. Then Fair Crystal Rapier, Queen Scepter. I'm gonna set up for just chill for the next week next to his surgery. Oh, nice. That's good. Taking care of that ahead of time, because obviously if the surgery's happening, it's gonna be, you know, gonna be a little bit difficult for him to be able to do a whole lot of things. So, especially when you have eyeball surgery. Why wear Poland? Just came and heard something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was mentioning how my girlfriend got me a wok for Christmas so that I can cook with it, and I'm excited because new cookware is fun and it's fun to cook with things, but also that I was scared of it because I don't know how to use it. I just realized I could do the 2 quests through the Tolgi Wood and the other one. And yeah. Anyway, I used it. Pharmaceutical wrap? Ah, yeah. No, I didn't know the reference. That being said, very fun toy. Very fun toy. with some delicious food. These next two quests are pretty straightforward. Actually, that's not true. People hate Through the Tulgey Wood. I'm going to teach you how to get through the Tulgey Wood very easily. This quest is very straightforward and easy. You just follow around Dame Alonso.
Dame Alonso's face breaks into a grin when she
But
sees
Through the Tulgey Wood is a much hated quest. A very maligned adventure.
I am glad to meet you here. It would be a great boon
Right,
to
let's
this
go.
trial to have you by my side.
Isn't a walk just a big curved pan? It is a big curved pan, but it's a different shape of pan. It's like big and curved. It's completely different. How could you expect me, a normal mortal, to be able to comprehend how to use the big curved pan? Also, it's the way it heats up, because the heat distributes differently. So it retains the heat, so food cooks a lot faster because of the curvature. It's basically like an oven in and of itself while it's also cooking. It's not actually scary, I'm just being hyperbolic, but it's one of those things where, for me personally, if I ever have to like make a change, even if it's a very minor one, sometimes my brain can just be unnaturally resistant, where I'm just like, new thing? What if I didn't touch the new thing? It was the same thing. I'm a big sous vide guy. I love the sous vide. Similarly, last year, not this one that just passed, but the year before that, my girlfriend got me a sous vide for Christmas. And I didn't touch the sous vide for like 2 months, probably. And now I use the sous vide twice a week. Great tool. Very fun toy. I forgot it's immune to electric. Yeah, exactly. What if I just didn't, you know? Also, this chest can drop a really cool artifact. And it took me forever to farm for mine on my paladin. Grimm's Bracer. And then I got it. Grimm's Bone Bracer, which was excellent for my paladin. Perfect. Best in slot. And then Isle of Dread came out and replaced Grimm's Bone Bracer immediately. Anyway. Also, I'm pretty sure there's like bear traps all over the floor in this area. Yeah, I just passed one. Just gonna avoid running into it. My dog, on the other hand, is probably not gonna avoid running into it. Yeah, he's stuck, but everything else is fine. Yeah, like I said, anytime there's any type of new change, it takes me a little bit to adjust, like it probably does many of you when there's some type of like new thing happening or going around. So yeah, I just need a sec to get used to this new thing, this new tool. And now I'm just getting better at it, you know, bit by bit, piece by piece. It's also like proper care as well. I want to make sure I'm like taking care of the device and properly washing and maintaining it and what have you. Because that's the other thing too, is like, especially when it comes to like cooking materials, I don't want to have to like buy a new pan for a long time. So I just want to know how to properly manage and take care of the pan. Fortunately though, restoring pans is actually not too bad. Like I had a cast iron pan, and the cast iron pan was, oh yeah, you also don't need to do this little jumping challenge. I just am doing the jumping challenge. This is totally optional. But I had a cast iron pan, and I used to cook with it every once in a while. My roommate at the time that I was living with, she like used it and then didn't know how to clean it. So she just took the cast iron pan and threw it into the dishwasher.
Oh, well done. Such an amusing and dexterous
And
Please,
that's not what you're supposed to do with that. And so the cast iron pan, unfortunately, got a little rusty. There's a little bit of rust growing on the pan. It was not good because it stripped off some of the coating. So that was bad. However, it's actually not that annoying. Like, it's a little annoying, but it's not that annoying to fix, because what you can do is you can just scrape off the rust with some steel wool and then just re-season the pan by putting some oil on it and then dumping it in the oven at 500 degrees for like an hour. And you do that a couple times and it re-seasons your pan and you're all set. But like, that was a situation where it's like, oh, so I'm just gonna make sure I don't have that situation, because it's not that hard to like fix the pan, but it is slightly more work than I want to do. I don't want to have to put the oven on 500 for an hour a couple times.
You feel as if something is watching.
Doesn't understand that our shower rod is corroded to near dust because he keeps soaking it in undiluted bleach. Why would you just use bleach?
As you
Also, dilute your bleach. You know how dangerous that is to your skin? Oh my lord. What the heck? I'm not even saying don't use bleach when you're cleaning stuff, but why would you use undiluted bleach? That's madness. Yeah, that feeling where your skin feels really rough after you touch bleach is because you ripped off almost all your skin. It's not good. That's an unhealthy way to be. Oh my lord. Well, hopefully he's doing okay, you know? Not Kool-Aid? It is not Kool-Aid, that is correct. Anyway, this quest is really easy. One damn thing after another. Straightforward, simple, cool items at the end. Nice. Every time it's been used. Every time? Yo. That sounds difficult, actually. That would be a very difficult way to be. I am very fortunate that I don't have any type of, like, compulsive tendencies. Because I know some people that have that sort of situation, and it can be very difficult for them to kind of manage and do a lot of things in their day-to-day. That would be too much.
Somewhere you will find Hermia, who sure
Chemical burns equals... funny. What was I going to say? This quest. So I'm going to show you how to do this quest through the Tulgi Wood. This is an adventure that most people hate doing because they don't understand it. So I'm going to explain to you how to do it, and I'm also going to show you a couple neat tricks that you may not already know. Some of you probably know this stuff. If you're a DDO gamer, you'll probably know a lot of what I'm about to tell you, but some of you might not. So pay attention, strap yourself in, and get ready for the fastest, blastest, most fantastic way through the Tulgi Wood. All right, first things first. On the left, you're going to notice there's a treasure chest here. This is going to teach you 2 lessons. Number 1, these are fire flowers. Step on them, they explode. So don't step on the fire flowers, okay? If you're doing this in high Reaper mode, if you touch a fire flower, you kill yourself and everyone around you. Number 2, this treasure chest is an end chest. It has all the named loot in it from the end chest. If you want to farm an item from this quest, just farm this chest and don't do the whole thing. Huge waste of time to do the whole thing. Long quest, don't do it. This quest doesn't, I think, have any good gear anyway, so you probably wouldn't be farming this one, but still, just in case, don't do it. So again, dodge the fire flowers.
The red cap says.
But this is where your
Oh, yeah, true, it has the SP augment.
Happy falls to the ground.
All right, so the way this quest works is you step through portals that teleport you to different areas, that teleport you to different areas, that teleport you to different areas. The way that you know where to go is it will display it on the map once you have unlocked a new area. So I have no areas here, so I'm just gonna keep going until I unlock something.
And are transported into another part of the wood.
Want to farm it? Don't farm it? True. Boom, and now I'm in this area. I know where to go because there's a sign with a sunflower on it. This sign with a sunflower is also marked on the map. Open door. Whenever you open a door, there will be a sign with a sunflower on top of it. That's how you know where to go in this adventure. You look for the sign with the open door.
You may try to steal their meal, but the birds have eyes.
So I click this.
I too am
Now it's opening a door. A door is yawning open in the distance. So now I go back, and I don't know where to go. The trick is also almost always take the nearest portal. I don't know where to go. So I look, there's nowhere to go. I'm going to take the nearest portal. From where I'm standing, I'm going to look. I don't see where to go. But if I look at my map, oh, right over here, open door. And you just find the open door. Look for the open door on your map. If you don't see an open door on your map, take the closest portal. 100% of this quest is take the closest portal. Mind the fire flowers. Although this guy already stepped on this one, so thank you, Dryad. Oh, she died. Also, once a fire flower has been stepped on, you can step on it as much as you want. So because the boss spawned in the fire flower, it's fine. Anyway, so now, if I pull it, where? Nothing, which means I take the closest portal. The closest portal is right over here, so we're going to go and find it. So this is the closest portal. We jump inside. Now we look. Oh, it's to my right. I lose my camera. There it is right there. And that is how you do this entire quest. Hey, what's up, Officer Skeleton? And now we go to the Royal Garden. And now there's only one way to go, so we go this way.
Resembles the manicured garden of a grand estate.
So again, a lot of people get really confused in this quest. It's always the closest portal or the door that's next to you. So I pull this. We're gonna do the same thing. Open map. I don't see any doors. There's a portal here. Take the closest portal. Open the map. Oh, open door right here. Once you get used to it, you can start doing this much quicker because you just know where to go. For example, I don't need to look at the map to know where to go, but if you're not sure, always take the closest portal and check for the open door. Again, some people get very confused by this one, so just to make sure I made this as easy as possible. What's up, Officer Skeleton? I am doing pretty good. Hey look, it's the closest portal, and I have nowhere else to go here. There's a portal right here. Take the closest portal. Oh, there's an open door here. Go this way. Just remember, as you pull the lever, you can somehow sense a door yawning open in the distance.
You stumble into a
now, this puzzle, tell dog to sit still. We talk to cow. Don't talk to cow on the puzzle. If one of the puzzle buttons spawns underneath you, it actually breaks the puzzle and doesn't work. This one's easy. The two closest to the cow, and then this little triangle edge here, boom, you're done. You have to open the treasure chest, which unfortunately is not real. It's a fake treasure chest. Oh no, it's actually a mimic. He dies. Fun fact, there actually is a chest here, so if you use the backspace key, you can actually loot the chest that is not here. So there's a chest that is spawned here. Again, look at the map, know where to go, take the nearest portal. Backtrack and always take the furthest portal. Correct, yep. So here's the nearest portal. I take it, open map. Oh, right there. Again, a lot of people do get intimidated by this quest, or they get lost really easily. As somebody who oftentimes hosts groups for this quest, it is very common for people to get giga lost. Hey, look, it's the nearest portal. It's right here. Back to the Royal Garden. Oh, that door next to the cow is open. Now, on the one hand, you could make the argument that this quest doesn't need to be like this. This quest could just be an easy path with all the directions just right next to you, since this is always the way that you do it. You're always just opening the door, going to the closest portal, going to the next door, go to the closest portal. So in theory, you could argue it's too easy and it shouldn't be designed like this. But I would counter with this whole point of this quest is to be obtuse and confusing. And also, unless you notice the pattern, people get lost in here all the time, which is kind of the point of the forest. Closest portal, look, right there. Shrim, which one of your videos do you recommend for First Life tank for build to have for guild raids? I actually have a First Life video for tanks on my YouTube channel, specifically. Whoops, this way. Even pointed me in the right direction. Hold on. Which would be in my build repository, which I have to go get it. So let me go find my own build repository. DDO, build repository. And these guys, you just talk to them and you go, and then you just go to the door and they get confused.
They study each other's faces with intense focus.
I have to talk to both of them, right? There you go.
When you try the lock on the door, the
This
two
one.
bullywugs turn toward you in surprise.
Huh? How'd you do that?
They ask
You'll
you
want to
the
update the
same
gear set to more modern gear, but other than that, it's perfectly fine and up to date.
Near that key.
But it is a 3-year-old guide, so the effectiveness of the stats are good. Again, it's just you want to make sure the the numbers are fine.
one asks. The other
Make sure that the
gives
stuff is
up.
up to date. The equipment.
He was watching me go
I don't have an up-to-date equipment guide because that's literally the equipment that's still currently used on my fighter tank right now.
Who cares? Let's rumble.
The twins let out their last confused
Yep.
crows, and a key clatters.
And then I
to the
pull
ground.
this,
You've been transported into
and
a
then, hey
shapely
look,
circle
there's
of
2.
trees.
I can go to the Royal Garden, or I can go to the Mushroom Forest. Given that pulling the portal, it's like, which one of these am I supposed to go to? I don't know. The best part is, it doesn't actually matter. You can go to each one. But let's say I go to the closest one, I go to the Royal Garden, I can look and then go, oh, there it is. It's right here. I'm all set, and this is where I want to be. And if I go and it's not here, then you can just find your way back to the other area because you saw the sign was for the Royal Garden. Combine the pit and the portals here, that'd be
You enter
sick.
a small clearing. In the center
I'd love
sits
that.
a gnome wearing a comically large hat, accompanied by 2 others, an exasperated squirrel and a hound who is
Oh yeah,
sound
I forgot.
asleep.
I gotta drink the tea.
You can hear the gnome and the squirrel arguing.
It is 6 o'clock.
The gnome declares,
No, it is not.
replies the squirrel.
It is so.
says the gnome.
You have bats in your hat!
Answers the squirrel. Shouts the hound, roused from his slumber and snarling in your direction.
What? Where?
Asks the gnome. When you remind him that he offered you the cup of tea, he shakes his head.
You never said you were a thief!
He says.
That changes everything.
The strange gnome slumps
I
on the
love that exchange,
followed by a
that whole
sharp
exchange where they're arguing about what time it is,
You
and
spin
then
a lever
it's
with
like
the crest of the
you
satyr
take
behind
the cup
As you
after you
pull
offered the
this
tea,
lever,
but the guy called you a
you
thief,
somehow
and it's like,
sense
no,
a
I'm not a
door
thief. You offered me the cup. And he's like, well, you took it, so therefore you're a
You
thief.
sense a door
I wouldn't give it to you if I
creaking
knew you were a
in the
thief.
distance,
It's great.
opening a
I love
path
it.
Onward to Hermia's hiding place. Your stomach
It's one of the
drops
reasons
and
why
you
I
fall
love
into
through the
empty
Tolkien Wood and a lot of the Feywild quests is I just love the whimsical nature of it and how nonsensical a lot of it can be. It's just funny. It's just silly, goofy.
Hermia
Good
perches
times.
on a nearby tree.
The way that this quest works, by the way, is you fight all the illusory creatures and then you have to break these illusory orbs. You break the orb, and then you break the next orb, and then the owlbear spawns, and then we go. Mess around in MTG Arena again? Man, I like playing Magic. Yeah, dude. Did you figure out how to make that tree deck work? The standard tree deck you were messing around with yesterday?
Oh, you are not listed in the
Nothing.
recipe. It would add to
This is just dropped for you? Damn.
As your strike lands,
What'd you call it?
owlbear
Orzhov
howls and
trees?
disappears. It leaves
No,
behind
Abzan
a
trees.
cluster
That's it.
of
Abzan
pearlescent
trees.
Orbs, and another challenge for you to face. The last orb disappears, and the elusive
Abzan is white
owlbear
and green.
reappears to face you one
I'm
last
learning.
time. The
Abzan trees. Yep,
illusion
I learned.
dissipates with a final roar.
Beautiful. All right, so now we go to Sharn. That's the next spot on the map, so we're going to go to Sharn. Now, not everybody loves Sharn, but they could. However, I'm going to do the Sharn intro quest, Lost at Sea, because it drops a unbelievably powerful pair of goggles, and if I get it, I'll be so happy. Which is Intelligence, Insightful Intelligence on one singular item. So we're going to test it out to see if we can get it. The odds are low, but hey, I got a good feeling about it, you know? We have release notes for tomorrow. Ooh, do we? I didn't see anything. That's exciting. What have we got? Lay it on me. Oh, they just came out. Literally just now. Here we go. Update 77.2.1. This update corrects the issue with the Vow of Glory effect that was causing characters with the effect not be able to acquire properly acquired loot when the Symphony of the Fae event was inactive. The Symphony of the Fae event is now disabled following its reintroduction last week. Characters will no longer retain the Vow of Glory, which means I will no longer be on hardcore when this changes. I am currently on hardcore, but I will no longer be on hardcore once that goes through, which is very sad because I wanted to be on hardcore, but it is what it is. Lack of sword. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to get 34 tonight, just because it's a lot more XP. My plan was to finish off this entire video series by Wednesday and have everything be done. So I don't think I'll be able to get that sorted, unfortunately, until then. Unalive my character for content? I'd rather get as far as I can, though. You know? A few hours to get the blue wings. You mean these wings? Or these wings? Or these wings? What about these wings? I have all the wings, I just didn't turn them on. Am I on the leaderboard? I am 98.
From the sunken ships surround the entrance to this underwater cave.
I'm 98 on the leaderboard.
None have Vaunt's mark on them.
Leaderboard has already been saved, by the way, so there's been no ability to make changes to the leaderboard. So if you got even further, like for example, I did, my character's now at 3473 favor, which would put me in the top 50. But it doesn't matter because you can't change the leaderboard as of right now.
A Sahuagin standing atop a rock high above sounds. Fools, you've made enemies of the tackle. More forces rush in from the caves nearby.
Yeah. So this hardcore season, I have no deaths, which is weird. No deaths is hardcore. Admittedly, I didn't play a whole lot of it, mostly because I just didn't really enjoy the hardcore element of it, to be fair. Not the hardcore, so the actual like event in totality. So that's probably the bigger reason as to why I don't have a lot of deaths, but yeah. Get heighten on a spellcaster? It depends on the spellcaster. So if you have spells that you want to heighten, yes. If you don't have spells you want to heighten, then the answer is no. I know that sounds really vague, but I'm going to do my best to explain. On a character like a cleric, for example, clerics have a lot of low-level spells that are very powerful that could use the extra DCs. Sound Burst is a very potent crowd control spell that's level 2, so by heightening it up to 9, you gain an extra 7 on the DC, which is quite good. Greater Command is a level 5 spell, so heightening it up all the way up to 9 gives you an extra +4 on the DC, which can be quite nice. So that can be relevant. However, in some cases, it's not nearly as good. An example where it would be bad would be like Fire Sork. Fire Sork casts Delayed Blast Fireball and Meteor Swarm as the only 2 damaging spells that you cast. Getting a whole feat in Heighten to increase the DC of your Delayed Blast Fireball by 2 is not worth it, and not something I can recommend. So I think it's going to depend on which spells you're casting. Basically, if the amount of spells that you are going to 100% cast on your caster are below level 9, is at least 3 or greater, then I would say yes, take Heighten, because it'll heighten multiple spells and you're going to use them. However, it is if you cannot think of 3 combat spells you're going to cast that you want to heighten, that are level 3 or like that will be brought up to 9, it's not worth it. Additionally, if your spellcaster level only goes up to 6, because you're an alchemist, you're a artificer, you're a bard, it's absolutely not worth it at that point. Because almost all of your best spells will just be the highest level. Technically, Alchemist, you could maybe argue is a little bit better because the level 6 spells for Alchemist kind of blow. So you're going to be casting like Multi-Vial, Flash Freeze, Vein Freeze, things like that. So you could argue it's a little bit better. If you have the points, obviously go for it. I think Alchemist maybe is the exception. But like on Bard, all your best spells are 5s and 6s. The only one I guess is Shout, but it's fine. Yeah, Web can come in handy.
This looks more like an office
okay.
than a boarding house.
Spell level is on this page. Okay, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only thing that spell level determines is how much mana your spells cost, and on top of that, what their DC is, because the formula for a spell DC is 10 plus the level of the spell. Heighten changes the level of the spell. So if I heighten my do I have a damage spell? If I heighten my flame turret, it would go from 3 to 6, gaining 1, 2, 3 on its DCs. Okay. But if I heighten tactical detonation, it doesn't do anything because it's already at the top. You can't go above whatever the top is. So spell DCs is what heighten affects. Caster level, which is the power of your spell when you cast it. So for example, I have cure moderate damage. And you can see here it says cast level 26 capped by 16 of the maximum caster level is unaffected by Heighten. So Heighten won't make any of my cures better as an example, because it won't affect my healing because people don't make saves against my healing. Caster level and maximum caster level, or sorry, not maximum caster level and spell level are confusing concepts for some people. It's much easier laid out if you spend, you know, however many goddamn hours it is reading all about this stuff in the pen and paper player's handbook when you're trying to learn how to be a wizard in the mid 2000s. But in DDO, it's one of those things that is a little bit more nebulous to understand. Like the formula for spells being 10 plus spell level plus intelligence is not anywhere in the game. It doesn't explain that to you, but that is how it is explained to you in pen and paper. It explicitly tells you how that formula works, so it's easier to understand. So for example, on a Pale Master, you could increase your caster level if you want. There's Necrotic Blast, I believe is the name of the spell, which you could take. I don't want this. So that would be an option to increase the, or to heighten something. But, yeah. I'm so fast, I accidentally tapped maximum overdrive.
You hear a piercing call from the direction of the terrace.
I also like that his name is Rabo Claw Rider, and it says defeat Rab Claw Rider, and it has said defeat Rab Claw Rider since Charn came out in 2019. He's been Rab Claw Rider for many, many, many years.
The figure on the sky coach ahead matches the description of
But also, don't feel bad about getting confused between caster level and spell level. It is confusing. Many people run into the same problem.
The beacon belongs to me now. I paid the Boromar clan good money to get it, after all. Don't think for a moment that you can challenge me in my city.
The spell level determines a spell's power, while the caster level is how powerful the spell is when used.
and the terrace collapses beneath.
Yes, but heighten also affects the power of the spell has when used, because it increases the DC. I think speaking in specific terms, which is heighten affects how hard your spells are to resist, and will not affect their output, is a better way to think about it.
The Inquisitive calls out to you. Step inside, quickly. There are eyes everywhere.
Heighten will make your spells harder for enemies to make saves against, as long as they're below whatever the highest level you can cast is. It's actually something that I will say I like and dislike about 5. In 5th edition, pen and paper, spells don't have caster level. They only use spell level, so they get rid of this entire layer of confusion. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, you know, what level is this certain spell? How powerful is this thing? Because if it's a level 3 spell, it's just a level 3 spell. It doesn't get more or less powerful unless you make it a level 4 spell, which a lot of spells will be like, if you cast this at level 4, do X, right? So I don't necessarily mind that, but the downside is that they have to be really careful because caster level is not a thing. There's a lot of really like insanely powerful low level spells that just like stay unbelievably powerful, and once you, if you're like a caster, once you move past that on damage, so you don't need those as damage spells anymore, you can just take the really powerful crowd control spells that are low level with no real consequences. Because you're never going to get better spells, basically. And it's kind of weird. Like, the higher level spells, in a lot of cases, don't really feel that much better than low level spells. It's just bizarre.
Just out of reach. Fell into just one big, cleaning up on a match in an underground fighting ring down in the cogs.
It is. It is annoying to use the word level in so many different places. I don't know what the solution to that problem is, though. Because I really like caster level. I like the fact that if I'm a wizard and I'm level 1 and I cast Burning Hands, my Burning Hands is not as powerful as a wizard who's level 10 and casts the same Burning Hands because they just happen to be more powerful magically. They have more magic inside their blood and their veins, and so their Burning Hands is inherently more powerful than mine without expending any more energy. Like, mechanically, I think that makes sense, and thematically it makes sense, and it feels good. Because not only can you use more powerful abilities, but you can also use lower level abilities more efficiently and in a stronger capacity.
Tables are still covered with food and drink.
So we're calling spell levels spell tiers. That's not a bad way to go about it. Tier 1, Tier 2, all the way up to Tier 9 spells. And then you have caster levels.
The incriminating information in this ledger would fetch a pretty price on the black market. You wonder why the murderer...
Because I think that caster level and spell level are inherently different things, so they can be separated. Caster level is what level are you as the caster, and spell level is what level is the spell you are trying to cast. But I think it's also because I'm just used to older video games, so I'm a little biased here. I will admit that. Where like older video games would use terminology like that because they would have multiple layers of going through. I'm just thinking of my experience playing like Asheron's Call 1, where in that game, you have your skill level in like War Magic or whatever the actual spell is, or like spell school is, but then you would actually have different spells of each individual level. So I'd have my level 1 War Magic spells, my level 2 War Magic spells, and then depending on the enemy, you might cast a different level of spell. Like you wouldn't necessarily only cast your highest level of spell if you knew monsters didn't take as much damage, so you could conserve mana as an example.
Shopkeeper's body lies forgotten alongside all the other cast-offs in her shop. Some small packages lie in the folder.
I think about that a lot.
They were hidden there so they could be fenced on the black market later. A closer look at the keg reveals a hidden compartment filled with smuggled goods. A different body, but the same song. A crossbow bolt dipped in poison and a palm covered in
I'm sure there's a solution to that problem. I think it's also one of the reasons why, like, again, a lot of people don't like some of the older game systems because they do have sort of that, like, almost impenetrable language that can be, like, definitely very confusing at first glance. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what the solution is to a lot of that stuff. I do like the spell tiers. I think spell tiers is a good way of getting started, though. Just taking it away so the level isn't the same word. Unfortunately, I don't think SSG would ever be able to like transition the naming convention into being spell tiers now, because they're so beholden to the Wizards of the Coast terminology and the base D&D terminology. I don't think it'd be even be possible. Plus, also, it would just be a step away from what D&D really is. I kind of think about how, like, there was a time where Neverwinter at least had a slightly closer semblance to what 4th edition D&D was, and now it's just, like, it's just a video game, which is fine. It's not a bad thing, but it is just a video game. There is something cool about the fact that, like, D&D, like DDO, obviously the numbers are a lot higher because I have crazy items, and there's a couple of video game stats on top of it, like physical resistance rating and magical resistance rating, but like my saves, my base attack bonus, my resistances, my main stats, like these are all things that you get in pen and paper, and how you calculate them all comes from pen and paper, and I think that's really cool. And you just want actual D&D to move away. The problem is D&D did move away by getting rid of caster levels, which I don't like. I like caster level. Feels good.
The slashes were literally the killer's signature. Whoever did this wasn't shy about letting people
Although, now that I think about it,
you stoop down to search the
there is also another problem with caster levels, which I didn't even think about, is power creep, where inherently, because caster levels are a thing, casters will inherently deal more damage the higher level they are, even if you make no other changes to their character, which is also kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about that now that I think about that.
Talked about cleaning up loose ends.
Casters just become more powerful, huh? Mathematics is a bit confusing people that are confused by math. Also true, yeah. But to be fair, a lot of the math you want to use in D&D, fortunately, is all 2 digits at most. Which is not too bad. In my pen and paper campaign, actually, my players are no longer leveling. They level up, but they're no longer gaining hit points. So the way I did my campaign is I followed the Baldur's Gate route, which I don't know if that's actually with like AD&D, but that's at least what they did in Baldur's Gate, which is once my players hit level 10, they no longer roll for their hit points when they level up anymore, and instead they just gain a flat 2 health per level. So that way the health numbers don't bloat up anymore. So the fights will get more mechanically complex as time goes on, but they won't get more numerically complex. So the monsters are going to be doing suddenly hundreds more damage to deal with like the health bloat, but instead they might have more difficult types of monsters and more difficult types of encounters that basically go wide instead of tall with difficulty. Throws Vaunt to the Wraiths. Yeah, do it. You're straight, and I love the game, but I'm at a stalemate. Like, I'm missing the strive to get back into it. What helps me? Oh, there's a couple things that help me get back into Dungeons & Dragons Online. One is new toys. So right now we have the Arcane Trickster coming out, which is Spellcaster Rogue. It's a rogue that casts spells and deals sneak attack damage on its spells. And it's a new toy. That sounds really good. I want to play it. I want to play it. So right now I'm on the treadmill of like, it's coming out. End of the month. We got a new rogue. It's going to be fun. So there's that part. But then the other part too, and the thing that keeps me interested in continuing to play DDO, is the fact that there's always something new to experiment and play with, and a weird combination of something that you can put together. For me, because I am a character builder, I like coming up with character builds. I like putting the puzzle pieces together to try to make a character be to be efficient and to be able to go and do things. For me, that element is always going to keep me coming back, and it's the same reason why, like, even if I played Path of Exile, another game that I also like playing, and they didn't do any patches, they did no balance passes, I'd be able to have a lot of fun and be able to play that game for like weeks and weeks and weeks. Because for me, or like not even weeks, months, probably years with no patch changes. And the main reason is because I enjoy being able to just like start the game and then learn about something and kind of pick it up as I go and recombine things and recombine things and try to find the most interesting way to build a character the way that I think it should be built. And so because this game and other games like it are really good at giving you a lot of like levers to pull in terms of character customization, it always keeps me coming back. But I will say another thing that also helps a lot with wanting to play the game is taking a break. I know that sounds really silly to some, but taking a break from DDO is a really good way to like build up the urge to play DDO. I do that. Sometimes I just don't have that much of a drive to log in and play Dungeons & Dragons Online, so I don't. As an example, I'm just waiting for this thing. Come on. Come on. There we go. For example, sometimes I'll play another MMORPG, or I'll play another video game entirely. Like, I recently played through the Expedition 33 over like the holiday, instead of playing a lot of DDO. I mean, it was also like sick, so I wasn't streaming either. But so I was just doing that. And sometimes taking a break can get you inspired to want to come back and try something new. Yeah, this is here, this is dead. Oh, these guys are here. These guys are dead. These guys are here. Early experience. A fascinating result is figuring out what classes still perform without items. Oh yeah. If there was a way to like mod DDO so you could make your own customized rules, that'd be really neat. But we don't have that as an ability.
Wait, now how do I get out? I'm stuck here.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the slowing of HP bloat is something I am intentionally doing in my campaign.
I'll just teleport away.
I don't care what your character class is, I don't care what your powers are. That's not how it works. Die. Die. I miss like every attack, that's so annoying. Damn. Wait, did I get it? Oh, I got him. Nice.
Time's up. Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people.
Yeah, I did see that BG3 roguelike mod. It does look kind of neat. That you can like kind of just play through and yeah, try to like make the game work with kind of whatever. That is unfortunately not something I don't think I have a large degree of interest in. Mostly because I like the games that are more, or I don't have enough of a desire to play BG3 to also want to experience it as a roguelike. See what you think about it, but yeah.
Victor's treachery continues. Is that a fire? Nobody goes in.
Yeah, I agree. I know there's a weird element to it. I actually made a couple of changes in my campaign, so that's one of the rules changes. But there's a couple other changes I'm actually going to be making on top of that. So the other one that I'm making as a change is you don't gain any health on short rest. Instead of gaining your hit dice on short rest, because I'm playing a 5th edition game, you gain no health back on short rest at all. And on long rest, you only get up to your level back in health. So they're level 10, so if you long rest, you get 10 back.
As this chant continues,
so that's another rule that I have going. And the reason I'm... God damn it. The reason that I'm actually going through with that sort of rule is because I personally think that one of the issues that I've been having as a dungeon master in terms of like the game and game balancing and making the game feel fun is that it's really hard to have like enough combats to make combat feel appropriate and also make the world feel appropriate. So what I mean by that is, let's say the party travels from one town to another town. And in that time, it takes them 7 days to travel from town A to town B. Along the way, maybe they stop, and they help somebody whose like cart a wheel broke, and they help them kind of get their cart back on the road, and they help fix the wheel. Maybe disable device and disable device. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm gonna keep that. Maybe they heard a call and decided to follow it, or like heard a song and decided to follow the song to a cave where it was actually a trap, and they got trapped in there to get it through a fight. Maybe they got attacked by bandits and brigands along the way. When they finally return to their to the town, or they get to the town they're at, they might have the inherent need of, oh, we're so tired, we just traveled for several days, we should make sure we get a room at the inn so we can get a good night's sleep, so that way we can finally rest. That makes sense. Thematically it makes sense, in game it makes sense, to the players it makes sense, but mechanically it makes no sense. They long rested right before they got to town, they have full health, they can do everything, they have all their powers. There's no consequences for anything that happened. So who cares? There's literally no reason for them to rest. There's no reason for them to want to stay at time. Like, there's no reason for there to be health potions in the game, because why would you drink health potions? That wastes a whole turn. Just do something, and then just take a short rest. Problem solved.
Lurking outside have set the assistant's nerves on edge.
Also, when it comes to combat, no thinking whatsoever. Why would you think? Why would you make a decision that matters? Like, why would you even play for your life at all? Who cares about playing for your life? Because you are always just going to be able to immediately heal off all the damage after combat, so what's the point? And the only way to prevent, and you could be like, oh, well, just make it so they can't always just easily, like, rest. But, like, the world's not that dangerous. Like, if you go outside and you go into the wild, there's nothing stopping you from just, like, going into a tree and not getting attacked by a wild animal. Like, that's not an impossible task. Like, not getting attacked by something is actually a really easy task. Most things are not going to attack you. People are big. It's a simple problem. You can keep watch, especially if there's two people. Oh my god, just let one person sleep while the other person keeps watch and just trade. Very easy. This is a short rest a night and long rest a full week. Well, so I've seen that as well. My problem with that one is I feel like it would affect the pace of the game too much, if that makes sense. In the sense that it would mean that it would slow down the adventuring to the point where they'd be spending multiple weeks doing a certain thing. They have healing magic. They have a necromancer who is all about basically kind of interweaving the concept of life and death together. So he has lots of healing, but also lots of reverse healing that he can do. And they have like different healing amongst some of their different characters. And also there are towns, there are services, there's clerics, there's, you know, you can go to the church and ask for some healing, you can buy potions, you can get salves, they could look for magical items, they could like look at all these resources to manage this thing. And it's not because I want people to have to focus and micromanage their health all the time, but it does mean that if they have, let's say they have a fight, and then all of a sudden they get ambushed by some like guys on the road, they go, oh shit, you know, oh, I'm already injured. And they have to decide how they want to engage the fight. Do they want to charge in head first? Do they want to take their time? You know, what do they want to do? And it actually makes the players think as though they're characters in the world that wouldn't always just charge head first into every encounter they could possibly have. And so it's possible they could take like a long rest and then use all of their magic for the day, all their spells, and heal people mostly to full health. And cool, that sounds good. But now they got no magic for the rest of the day. And do you want to have just no magic for the rest of the day? It's an interesting question. I'm missing something. Oh no, Crusher is here. I didn't see him. Do you know if we have to have characters created before the anniversary to get the token? Can we create characters during the event? They said you can, all characters during the event will be able to have the token. I do not know exactly what that entails. Just fill up your account with characters. And make sure you log them in at least once.
I have failed, but the others will crush you. Dusk. Forever.
And further in the dungeon than their peers because they're living in...
But for now, have a moment to rest.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen either of these cooking-based anime dungeon crawlers. But yeah, I have no experience.
The magical alarm triggers once again. Dusk's attack on the nightclub.
Yeah, the character class that I wrote. So I've mentioned this before, but in my campaign, I wrote all the character classes for my players. So I had them described the universe to them, and I basically gave them all like a big world document. And then I asked them to tell me who their character is with no restrictions. I was like, just tell me who your character is. What do they do? Where do they go? What are their ambitions, their dreams? Why are they turning to becoming an adventurer? What kind of crazy powers do they have? And they described all that information to me. And then I wrote the character classes for them based on their descriptions. And so far, everyone's been pretty happy with the way their characters have turned out, which has been very good. Obviously, there's been some like back and forth of like, how do you feel and double checking on things, but yeah. And so my brother, who's playing in my campaign, his character class is called the Forbidden Artist, because necromancy is illegal. And so he is basically, as things around him die, he is able to siphon off chunks of like their soul to use to power his own powers and abilities. So he does a lot of damage with like necromantic magic, so like negative damage or whatever that's called in 5. And he does like a bunch of that. But also he can do like life transferring. So he can siphon his own life and move it to other people. He can also just do like direct healing if he wants to. He has an ability where he can like share damage. He can pain split with an enemy. So if he takes a hit, the enemy also takes the same hit. He's got a bunch of really neat abilities where he can connect to people's souls. Also to fit with the kind of like undead, and also he has a bunch of like a homunculus that he builds. He also has several different like lightning abilities that coincide with like giving life. So he has like a Heartstopper move where he can place his hand on somebody's chest and blast them with lightning. If you're ever bored and you want to see the inner machinations, all of it's in the Discord actually. In my Discord under CRPGs. No, pen and paper. Why did I say CRPGs? Under pen and paper, in the pinned messages, all of the classes that I wrote are in there that my party are. And it's all Google Docs, so they just get updated when I update them. Because the party members, the thing that I like about it is they don't know what they're going to get when they level up, because they just get more powerful. So when they level up, between the next session, I write out what they get for their level and then go from there.
I prefer audacity to subtlety. I admit that subtlety has allowed the Aurum to do as they
So then at the table, they all go like, oh shit, I got this, I got this. And
what I have
that's cool.
to offer your organization cannot.
There's gonna be stuff.
What cannot be ignored are those
What else has he got?
sniffing at your heels. You're exposed, Mr. Fort. Not for long, my friend.
Soul extraction, power from blood. When you take damage, you gain soul based on the damage.
Now, Isabel.
Oh yeah, he also has an ability called Balance of Life, so he averages the health between all of his allies. So if, you know, 2 people are about to die and everyone else is full health, he can just go and average the health to everybody. It's kind of like healing.
Just business. I'd prefer
What the heck is image gallery in game?
Mr. Vaught.
Image gallery in game.
A necessary demonstration.
There's the airship gallery, which is in the harbor.
Improvements firsthand.
I don't know what image gallery.
Not quite dead yet.
Yeah, there's the airship gallery.
Calibration
I don't know about the image gallery. I'm not sure.
no matter. Urk, Gesh, take Isabel outside. We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time for the next act to begin.
The menu.
Vaughn's henchman releases a strange
Image gallery.
green bark, and the darkness around you erupts with a
What?
choir of menacing responses. An ambush!
I don't know.
Damn us for fools! Shouts
Old,
Casper.
mega old anniversary event? I don't know. I have no clue. Excellent question. Oh, that's must have been the old card collecting anniversary event. Yes, that's the old card one. Yeah. So for an older anniversary, they gave out cards. They were basically like tarot cards, and you had to collect them. Yeah. That's what that's from.
Casper wheezes out his words.
See, this is why earlier today I brought up the idea of like the blindness check, the custom filigree window that I want to see, where you have like all the types of filigrees and like prowess, and it tells you what it does, and you can like put them all, you can like sort them all out. Something like this. SSG can clearly add new windows and menus to the game because we still have in use the image gallery. So they could totally give us like just in here like a filigree button, and it has all your filigree sorted.
Don't forget, shouts Casper. Those source sleds can't go too high or too low without losing their enchantment. Keep above the fog and don't
It was surprisingly good. It was fun and silly. Eat the monster of the week until the show took a dark turn and then it scared me away. I don't know. I did not watch Delicious in Dungeon. I watch a lot of anime. Yeah, hey Cruiser, what's up? How you doing? How's your day going? Hope you're good. Well, you know, sometimes you can't always have nice things, you know. Gamer, Giga good, Giga good. Oh yeah, I forgot you're off to speak, so you probably had a nice day spending time with your family. Are bullets piercing or bludgeoning damage? Piercing damage, because it pierces through different types of equipment.
Mincemeat out of your Fleabag nose. I told you that your red approach wasn't gonna work. I'm gonna go beat the fuck out of my plan. Wait,
Got his haircut, getting yours done tomorrow. Nice, dude. Haircuts are good. I love getting a fresh cut. You feel so slick. You're like, holy shit. I'm not half as ugly as I thought I was. That's what I think. I'm not just saying that about you. That's what happens to me. I like get my hair cut and I'm like, God damn. I don't feel horrible anymore about the way that I look. Look at my hair.
No. Those who look weak die first. Always.
So invested by the point it does. Yeah.
Replies the goblin.
What's your favorite expansion in DDO? My favorite expansion, Dungeons & Dragons Online, is either Isle of Dread or Chilla Ravenloft, but I might even say Chilla Ravenloft. I really like Chilla Ravenloft. I think it's very good. Big fan of Chilla Ravenloft. I like Sharn the story-wise. My main problem is there's too many annoying quests in Sharn for it to be like my favorite quest.
Inside the bookstore, goblins scramble to release.
If there were fewer annoying quests in Sharn, Sharn would be my favorite quest. Or favorite expansion. But there's too many annoying quests in Sharn.
What a circus! Who's going to explain this mess to the city watch come the morning? Mutters Casper.
A month for the surgery? Yeah.
Shadows move among the arches of a nearby market.
There's only one annoying quest? No, there's just business. There is the friggin' golem nightmare house. And honestly, if you just can't deal with iron golems, the ending can be very annoying. I actually like security detail. Counterintuitively, I quite like security detail, and I will not hear any slander towards it. Hurl the robots to hell, unless you're playing in epics where you can't do that. Although to be fair, if you're doing legendary Sharn, you can probably deal with golems at that point. Yeah, I love undead with evasion. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're literally wraiths. They're ghosts. They're fast. I still like ghosts with evasion. Yeah, smash and burn. What's the other one? Best laid plans. Just business. Reach for the sky. House of pain. I can just keep going. You're gonna keep finding more and more quests that you're like, actually, you know what? I don't like that quest that much. Again, the concept behind the quest is cool. It's just the actual implementation doesn't always feel that good. Also, my game is like choppy. Like my frame rate is like going up and down and up and down. I'm gonna reset my client after this. I keep forgetting to. I meant to do that. So after I finish Sharn 1, I'm gonna just do a quick reset of the client because the game has been running for the past 7 hours and it's a little tired, I guess. Oh, I agree. I like House of Pain. I actually don't dislike House of Pain, but I know many people that really don't like it. Oh yeah, the no refunds visual graphics bug, where sometimes your graphics goes all crazy and all you can see are polygons. Yep, that's another classic.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the Magefire cannons. 3 of them! Now I feel like an idiot. Thank the host you were here. This city watch station is locked up tight and stands as silent as the grave. Is it
Sody pop done.
Or have the guards inside been given a reason to sit this one out?
Yeah, this quest is easily the worst one in Sharn, which is funny because this is the one that's literally advertised with like the picture, which is disappointing.
Out here. Be careful. The mercenary Gish stands here, his jaws frothing. The goblin says you're strong.
The way that you do this when you do R10 is you don't take the sword sleds and you just walk through it. It's like the better way to handle this quest because you can do the whole thing without the sword sleds. No, Dorg! Stop getting hit! Stop attacking Dorg! No. Oh my god, please, Gish. Just ignore the sword sleds and just run? Yeah, that's the right way to do it.
Gish charges to the attack. Gish collapses from his wounds. Before you can finish him off, a chanting voice...
Yeah, exactly. I understand what's happening here, I just don't like it.
A tiefling sorcerer completes his spell on a ledge above you. Gish vanishes, reappearing at the sorcerer's side. With another quick gesture, both the tiefling and the gnome vanish from your sight. The goblin's voice calls to you across
Yeah, also bomb bats that are in a 3-dimensional quest. Oh my god.
So that leaves just little old me. Great big bounty, no partner to split it with, and some nice payback on the side. I'm all ready for you, so come on over.
Bye, Urk. Oh, he teleported up here. I saw him teleport this way. Go, 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 go. Urk, you can't escape me. Here he is. Also, Urk running away and causing explosive bombs. Oh my lord. Of all the ways in which I like my quests to be designed, boy howdy is it not this one. Oh, I didn't see where he went. Urk, where are you? Urk, please. Oh, it's Goblin Rabble. And he can spawn in so many different places. One of the best parts is if you're running at the wrong angle, he can just be chasing you as you're just running to catch up to him, and hopefully you'll eventually find him. There he is. Get him. Come back, Zinc. Perfect. Perfect.
Time to catch your breath. You notice the assassin source sled descending slowly, holding the limp form.
Yeah, you can stand behind the column, but I just always like to chase him down, get him out of here.
But all is not well.
Monologue. Yeah, the new shrine is fantastic. If you guys did not know, they added an extra shrine here into the bookstore, and this quest is like 1,000,000 times better. It's so much better now. I did all of Chain 1. So I did Lost at Sea, and then did all of the other quests, and then did Lost Just Business. More sentience kits, let's go. Goes fast. That's Artificer for you, you know? Also, Legendary Hard, which is the title of today's live stream. Legendary Hard.
An odd yet strangely familiar blade piercing his torso.
Remember this?
Jack Jibber's blade.
It's why we get to keep meeting.
Alright, I'm gonna do a quick client reset. Goodbye, DDO. Go straight to hell. It's gonna, well, the page is gonna close, and then... I had to wait so long for DDO to close. It just really did not want to close. It's still running. Midweek Madness? Did you mean Midweek Magic? Or is it Midweek Madness? Did something else happen? I'm not playing any Magic right now. But what is it? Oh my god, DDO, please. The bigger thing was the DDO taking his campaign setting and some of the quest lines within. I mean, given the fact that he voices several quests in the expansion, I think he's probably pretty happy about it. Yeah, I also usually just kill it in Task Manager, but I decided not to. Oh yeah, midweek magic is every week. It's always something different. So I was curious to what it is this week, because they did last week's midweek magic, which was you just got to like pick some decks and put them together. So I picked like elementals and something else, and I had some 4-color deck, and then all I had to do was win a couple games, and I did instantly. Because I think the first person I think I went up against didn't draw any land, and they just conceded, which is great. I love when that happens. You sell packs that weigh 4 foundations? Yeah. Foundations is a good set. I actually don't mind, like, out of all the things, I don't like the idea of a, like, multi-year standard. I think having standard lasting 3 years is, in my opinion, not as good as lasting 2 years. But I do like the idea of having one set like foundations that last like 5 years. I think that's a good idea. Because you have some cards that last a long time that you can be guaranteed you're going to get in the set. And they also like fundamentally kind of display what kind of things they're trying to do with each color for the next 5 years. So I actually don't mind that.
An imposing figure motions for you.
Tough Cookie leaves this fall. Oh no.
Von Darkano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store. For your own safety, leave immediately.
Yeah, I get you on the brain rot from not sleeping for days trying to get the event done. As a reminder, if you are still working on finishing off some loots, or not loot, yeah, some of the loots because you really want to get the rewards, tomorrow it goes away. You will actually have to stop tomorrow. So if you have been, you know, hanging on a little bit extra and spending a little bit extra time working on your loots, you cannot do that after tomorrow. The patch is coming through tomorrow. It will actually be fixing everything and turning everything off. It means this character will lose its hardcore status as of tomorrow, which is very not exciting. Horse and the horns. Yeah. I actually didn't get the horns. And on the one hand, I was like kind of upset about it because I'm like, maybe I do want the horns. But on the other hand, I really don't care because they're like a head cosmetic. And I almost like never enjoy actually having a head cosmetic. I like actually being able to see my characters' faces most of the time. Most of the time. This Corvid outfit is unbelievably good. So it is like the exception. But, you know, just something to keep in mind. I mean, I'm very biased. I do like my Corvette outfit. 74 Galvanic Blast. We're getting there, dude. Die. Oh, but the other unicorn? Yeah. Well, the hard thing, too, is, like, the unicorns. I just don't care about the unicorns at all because I have better unicorns. I have the raid unicorn, and I have the expansion unicorns. Yeah, Minos Leggings is a good one. The Fiery Crowns are also a good one. The Mushroom Cap from Temple of Elemental Evil. Come on, you guys. You love the Mushroom Cap, right? You guys are all Mushroom Cap gamers. We're all talking about our Mushroom Cap, you know? But that reminds me, I gotta do Temple of Elemental Evil, maybe. God, there's just no monsters in these quests on hard mode. I'm just walking around empty rooms. It's so weird. Ooh, nice. I will say, even though I don't really farm out a lot of gear, I don't do this as much in DDO, but man, when I play other games, especially when it comes to like Lord of the Rings or World of Warcraft or anything where I can like prep a set of gear easily, especially with like a crafting system, or like Elder Scrolls Online, where I can just go and be like set all the items to a certain level. Dude, I love that feeling of like prepping a whole gear set for like level 20, and then once your character gets there, just putting on all the gear and opening up the stats menu and like watching all the stats change and all the numbers go up as you put on all your brand new gear, and you're like, oh, it's just such a satisfying feeling. I love doing that.
A small card by the door reads,
because of how navigating the demon web is? Yep. Yeah, navigating the demon web is a challenge.
You'll need a key to
I find it's a lot easier to just get lost in the demon web.
using the key to the
So that'd be my primary recommendation to you. Just get lost. Also, I forgot that there isn't enough traps in this quest. We have the maximum bonus. I mean, you are right. That crafting gear does not last long enough, but still. It's still fun to have for that one level, you know? So I still do it every time.
The Radiant Idol calls out to you as it climbs through the This is a jungle, Commander. You can't just
No bond cards, plants a poison trap, and you disarm it. I mean, you're probably right. I'm not going to do that, though. Okay, so what I can surmise, we do not have Lamania this week. Lamania didn't open today.
The sky coach flies off, and the lone remaining.
It's probably not opening tomorrow,
springs to the attack.
which is good because I have to end the live stream early tomorrow because my dad has a doctor's appointment that I offered to bring him to because he is still not allowed to drive yet. So I'm going to be bringing him there tomorrow, which is at like 6. But I have to fight my way through traffic because I have to drive across the city to get him and then drive to the doctor's appointment and then drive him back all through rush hour traffic, which is awesome. I love that. It's like one of my favorite things about the entire universe is that exact experience. So I will in fact be ending the live stream early tomorrow.
The door into Evan's apartment stands before you, wide open.
If Lamania was this week, I was going to see if I could get my brother to do it so I could play Lamania and go with the new stuff. But if Lamania is next week, it's perfect. So I don't have to do anything. So it's overall good.
And who in Khyber are you? The gnome demands in a pitiless tone.
Because you don't love us? No, Julian, it's because I specifically don't love you. It's like that experience, you know, when your parents sit you down and they're like, hey, champ. So we just want to let you know that, you know, sometimes grown-ups, sometimes they just stop loving each other. And sometimes that's because they have a kid. And sometimes because that kid is you. So unfortunately, your mom and I are, you know, we're splitting up. We're not going to be together anymore. And it's your fault. We both really hate you and we don't want to be around you. You know? And sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens.
Evan went for a drink. Perhaps the bartender has seen him.
I'm trying to imagine that actually happening. I'm sure that actually has happened to somebody, which would be really horrible.
Only to find a man standing in your path.
Deja vu?
He
Yeah.
beckons you over.
But yeah. The no, I'm just going to be taking a slightly earlier stream tomorrow as a result of that. Normally I don't want to, because I want to make sure I'm here providing good content for all of you good people. But sometimes we gotta take a bit of a break from the stream and the things. This is also one of the things that's tougher about doing the higher level content, especially at this point with the legendary. If you're watching this point into the solo guided playthrough, obviously if you're watching the live stream, it's because you want to watch the live stream. But if you've gotten this far into the solo guided playthrough of like the video series, and you're like still watching attentively, wanting to learn something, I don't know how much you'll actually learn other than just like seeing how I kind of more efficiently go through the game. Because at this point, there's not a whole lot to actually talk about because the game can't really challenge me anymore unless I put it up to elite difficulty, and I really don't feel like doing that, and I won't level that much faster, so I'm kind of just going through the motions. Which is one of the many reasons why I haven't usually taken the character all the way up to the level cap, and why next time I'm probably not going to take the character, like if I do next year at 36, I'm probably not taking a character to 36, I'll probably just stop at 30, because, you know, not learning a whole lot here. She's around here somewhere. She will spawn. She will spawn. Where are you? Where are you, lady? She's around here somewhere. I don't know where, but she is here. I will say I do like that Sharn kind of like the Sharn Noir music. It's great. Feel like I'm in the middle of a mystery. The name's Detective Maverick. Solo Maverick. I'm not somebody who could write a story for, like, noir fiction. What was that game called? It was like a game that was like noir coded. It was like noir punk or something. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It'll come to me. It's like really blocky. No. That's a noir game. It's like it's got like the noir aesthetic to it, but it was like it's like a really goofy blocky game. Like really, really bad graphics. Something. What was this game called?
You find yourself in a small corner of the vast sewers that snake beneath the city.
No, it's not this.
If your suspicions
I'll remember it later.
Received.
Give me some time. Let me let my brain.
Has a hideout somewhere nearby.
It's not Frog Fractions. Game of the decade. Game of the decade, but not Frog Fractions. Confoundingly.
Barely seems to be paying attention to you. How's the weather?
New Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley? No. No.
Is having a hard time.
Oh man, Mary Kate and Ashley. What a wild time to be alive.
Maybe you could help. Ash, the half.
Remember when they worked those kids in the ground for our own entertainment?
Huh? One of these lights just came on.
Yeah.
Nice job, pal.
I remember.
Ash the Therashk bellows down the hall. That's the second light. Just one more to go.
I mean, I was also like a similarly aged child at the time. So I'm very happy I didn't get forced into like the child actor mill. And that's also probably one of those things that like if you grow up near or around the Hollywood area, you kind of just get stuck into it.
Ash the Therashk calls down the hallway. You should probably investigate.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh, we made it to the door. Next one. Whoop. Here we go.
At first, Lady Thora gapes at you like a startled deer. Then she sighs with exasperation. Cursed contractors. If you want
Yeah.
something done right, you've got to.
Anyways, yeah, I don't have an answer to the question of like exactly. I mean, we talked about this before, like how to like reinvent the experience of playing DDO and having fun with it. I think another part of it too is like just got a good gameplay feel, you know. It just feels good. It's the same reason why like I think some people might ask a similar question to me about like how I can spend so much time like playing the video game Destiny, where I have like thousands of hours in it. And the real answer is like I just find it fun, and when I stop finding it fun, I play something else. And then once I haven't played it for a while, I go, you know, it'd be fun playing this game because the game is just inherently fun. It's just fun to play. It's the same thing that I did with DDO. Like, is DDO gonna have a bad patch or a bad cycle? Absolutely, but I'll just come back to it later. But even still, DDO doesn't have like a bad patch or a bad cycle. There's so many builds I want to play like right now. I think at some point tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow, once this character's level 34 and I'm no longer doing like the recording thing for this section, I think I will take some time to make like a full list of all of the character builds I want to play, and then kind of post them, because I have some ideas that I want to go through just to have like a point of reference, because it's really easy to like forget things. So if I have like a neat idea, I kind of want to be able to just like pen to paper, then put it upstairs. Put them upstairs. Oop, 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 oop. All right, time to do some blown
You
deadline.
arrive at the world-renowned Corona, a temple dedicated to the god of wealth, located in the pulsing heart of Sharn.
Yeah, it's honestly not too bad. You just like kind of keep doing quests. You just keep going and doing things. I probably didn't need to do any repeats if I went and just did like Sharn docks and some other stuff, but I just decided to do Sharn. I probably could have just done Sharn cogs and then docks and then Vecna, and that's probably all I need to do after this. Yeah, I think after this it's just cogs, docks, Vecna, so 2 more expansions. I don't mind it. It's not bad. Obviously, if you don't own all the expansions, it can get kind of tedious, but that's the point where you just join groups and at least have one of them, so like have Feywild and join some big elite Feywild groups. Updated Earth Grab build. You know, I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to do that. All right, so I hate this section of the quest here, so we're just going to do this. Also, if you jump on these upper sections, you can climb along this. I just don't have the ability to do that. But if you have a dash, you can climb up here and skip all this nonsense. You ever think they would do an animation pass and allow us to buy new 2-weapon fighter cast animations? So it's interesting. We don't have a lot of custom animation styles, but we do have some. So, for example, Vistani Knife Fighter allows you to 2-weapon fight, right? So with daggers, where the daggers are pointed down, which they give you the ice pick grip, I believe it's what it's called, with the dagger. So you're like holding it like an ice pick. But then on top of that, there's also the combat style with Inquisitive, where you get to dual wield crossbows. That is a totally different combat style that is changed by having the access to the Inquisitive tree. But then also, there is Tabaxi Trailblazer, which actually has a completely unique quarterstaff animation in which it kind of swings the staff all around its head, and it looks very cool. If you've never played a Tabaxi Trailblazer, their custom animations look great. And then lastly, you have Razor Claw Shifter, which looks like Wolverine when they use hand wraps. So I do think that they'll give us more custom animations in the future to have cool animation things. Although I think we'll probably have it more reserved to races, because I imagine doing the custom animation set for just the one race, like the Iconic, is probably a lot cheaper to do than doing that same custom animation set for every single race in the game. Because my understanding is that they don't have like the joints set in such a way they can just copy and paste it. Like if you look at a character race like the Tabaxi have so many more joints. All their fingers like move individually, so they can move their fingers during the animations, which you can't do with a lot of these characters. Like if you look at the hands on a Warforged, like the hands on the Warforged are just kind of stuck, they're static in place. They just don't have the same updated models. They could probably get new character models that have like much more fluid and open movement, which I think would be interesting if they did that at some point, but I don't think, I don't know if we'll ever get that per se. So definitely new animation sets, although I think it'll probably be locked to a singular class or singular race, if I had to guess.
And the machinery itself begins to shudder. Pulling the final lever causes the temperature.
I will say, I don't think they would do it just as a selling point though, and the main reason I say that is because that's actually one of the things that they talked about, or that I've seen talked about in Path of Exile, where some of the developers have talked about it, where they talked about how it's oftentimes they will release cosmetics for recently buffed skills, and the reason they do that is because skill cosmetics tend to sell very poorly, because if you sell a skill cosmetic, only the person who's playing that skill right now will actually buy it and want to use it. So if you make a cosmetic, let's say they make a cosmetic for a spell for like Acid Blast. Acid Blast is cool, but it's like a level 3 spell. You only cast it a little bit. Most people aren't casting Acid Blast, and once you move on past Acid Blast, you don't care about the spell anymore. So a cosmetic for like a singular ability or singular set is not that lucrative. It's the same reason why like we don't have the ability to buy animal form cosmetics, like a new Druid Bear form, for example, because getting a new Druid Bear form would only apply to people who play Druid Bear, which is a very small subset of the population, so it'd be very difficult to sell that as like a paid cosmetic, if that makes sense. Is slower two-handed, and I think that's silly. Yes, and then there's the other part too with the animation set, where some people have noticed that it is very slightly slower to attack with the Vistani animation. The whole cycle takes like, it's like 0.2 seconds longer or something. Like it's not that much longer, but it is longer than the regular attack cycle. So as a result, all the end gamers don't actually use the Vistani combat animation because it's slower. And then even worse than that is that when I'm streaming, I'll be like using the Vistani animation because I think it looks cool, and I'll have people coming into my chat being like, why are you using the Vistani animation? Don't you know you attack slower that way? Every single time. What if Druid, Lobster, Crayfish? I mean, yeah, they could. I don't see them doing that, but they could if they wanted to. Everyone would be a Dino Druid? If it attacks slower, no, people wouldn't. Jazz Punk. That's the game I was thinking of. Yes. Damonson, you're on it. That's the game I was thinking of. I knew it had punk in the title, and I knew it had a noir theme, but I couldn't think of exactly what it was. But that is exactly the thing I was thinking of. Yeah, there's also a secondary problem with Vistani Knife Fighter, where because of the change in the animation and the combat style, there are a couple like actual AoE attacks that feel kind of wonky on it as well, which is not ideal. Oh, I'm a rogue. Also, Davidson, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in, windmill slamming the answer to all of my hopes and dreams on the table, and then also giving me something interesting to think about. So appreciate it. And welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. Mushroom Tom attacks faster normally than I do while hasted and running haste boost. That's because I have single weapon fighting, which gives me extra 30%. That's why.
It's a fine evening here
Oh,
in Charm.
I hear the snow plows outside taking care of the snow because it's been snowing all day.
And tomorrow will be truly beautiful. Vaunt will be talking on stage for a while.
Seal wild shape. I don't know if we'll ever get a aquatic wild shape. We don't have any aqua combat.
On behalf of Vaunt Arcanotech, it is my pleasure to announce.
So I don't see that happening, but maybe it will. I don't know.
Version of my device. Introducing the new Vaunt Arcane Apprentice.
Yeah, so that's what I said. When it comes to what people will actually use, I think that for the most part, a lot of people will just choose to play what they want to play when like leveling through the game. But you will always have like that subset of, you know, if it isn't the literal numerical best thing, there is a sizable number of people that are not as interested in that because they know they could be doing something better. And that's always the harder part, which I do get. Like, in the back of your mind, knowing that if you make a decision to do something that is like slightly suboptimal, that, you know you could be doing something that is better, where you could have more damage, or you could have more power, or you could have this, you could have more attack speed. Giving up on attack speed is a really tough sell. So for me, when I play Vistani, I use the Vistani animations because, again, I personally think that they look cool, but I can totally understand somebody going, it's a little bit slower, I don't want to use it, because it's really hard to get away from, I could be doing more damage and I am choosing not to. Which is one of the reasons why I like doing runs like this, where I'm doing the solo arty. It's a themed build. I want to focus on the rune arm. I'm using Makrotech because even though Makrotech is not the best for this build and Fatesinger would just be better, I think that it's very cool for what I'm trying to do, and that's what I want to do. And to me, that's more impactful. It's more important. Whee! Still gotta get better rune arm, but you know, whatever. It's a problem to solve later. I have fun and I'm running our 10s. I mean, that's true, yeah. But also, some people like to optimize their play even when they're not like running the hardest content as well, which is another thing that I also find fair. Like, I do know some people that, many people that use, there's a lot of people that play either games that aren't as intense or like play games on the highest intensity, but they still want to have, that they do that so they can have more fun with their optimization. It's like, the way that I do it is I like pick a build and I decide on what the gimmick of that build is, and then I make that gimmick as strong as possible. So like, when I'm coming with an idea for a character build, I don't go, oh, I'm going to be a wizard and I'm going to be dual wielding sickles, and I'm going to use wisdom to hit damage, and my main tree is going to be falconry, and I want to be undead or something, right? Like, none of those things work together. There's no reason to combine them. What I would rather do is start with the high yield stuff and go, okay, I want to use, go like, okay, I want to play dual wield sickle wizard. Cool. Now I go from that starting point, which is bad, and then we move on to how do we make that better? I'm kind of going from that perspective, that angle, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I tend to do things. Architect not being best slot for a rune build is hilarious. Well, the main problem is not that it's not best in slot for a rune arm build, it's that rune arms are not the best as tools for damage. If I wanted to get more damage, I would use Fatesinger and gain significantly more damage from both my Epic Strike, because the Fatesinger Epic Strike is way better than a Galvanic Blast. And on top of that, I would get access to Cut the Strings, which is a epic ability that does like gazillions of damage to a single target, which is really impactful. And on top of that, it also grants me like an instant kill that I can use on people. And I still have Turn the Tide, which is a raid-based buff. This character's epic moment, Maximum Overdrive, is cool, but it could be better. Macrotech would be a lot better if this ability here, Force Field Generator, didn't require you to use your Epic Destiny Mantle, and instead was just while you have a Rune Arm equipped, or you get 10% life, and if you have a Rune Arm, you get 20%, and you don't have to be in the Mantle. If that was the case, this Epic Destiny would be a lot better, because you would just get 20% life for being in here while using a Rune Arm.
A man in a scarlet cloak beckoned. The store's hinges are coated in rust. Prying it open could create enough noise to alert anyone guarding this place. Maybe there is a way to get inside without...
Unfortunately for me, because I'm doing this on hard mode, there's barely any monsters in here, so I can kind of just like run around. Also, there's a Chaos Hammer. Remember I said there's Chaos Hammer literally everywhere? You're gonna see if you're not paying attention to Chaos Hammer, you might be like, wow, I'd like never see people use Chaos Hammer, Shim Tom. Once you start seeing Chaos Hammer, you can't unsee it. So being a chaotic character is so nice for ignoring Chaos Hammer.
The door is sealed shut with a heavy silver padlock. The key may be hidden somewhere among the shippers.
Whoa, raptors. I do like that we got raptors with Sharn. I thought that was really funny because of the Boromar clan.
The iron padlock, but the door remains tightly sealed. There's no way around it this time.
Alright, so the best way to do this room, by the way, is you want to come in here, you want to aggro the guys, hit the button or whatever, and then you want to leave. Just come here. No Dorg, live. And that way you don't have to deal with all the garbage, and you can just have the guys come out. Yeah, because it's very, very melee.
Falls to his knees, overcome with pain. Now, to take care of
the hammer spells are good though. I do like them. You have to kill all the Furge Wraiths. I still don't have the ability to hit incorporeal targets, which is kind of funny. I don't know exactly how to solve that problem, but that's a problem I will need to solve eventually. No box there. We're looking for boxes. Where are the boxes? Ooh! Another one? What? I don't think there's anything out of this quest that I would want. This is where you do get the medium armor for the, I always want to say Renegade Mastermaker, but that's not the name of the set. The Arcsteel Battle Mage, the Mark IV, it drops out of here, and it's quite good. So if you're planning on playing any type of like Artificer, like a Gnome Artificer, using a similar build, or a Dwarf Artificer, or anything like that, the Mark IV drops out of Smash and Burn, and is a very, very good armor set for that. I've just played too many Artificers, so I know. Forge Wraith is defeated. Get crossbow, equip bolts, shoot. You smash it real good. Oh, there's the box. It's done. The cargo is done. But you could take an ethereal plane feat. Yeah, I could have taken Sign of the Ethereal Plane, but I don't wanna. Nothing. Although blasting 6? Oh, +1 spell DC. Yes. That's right. 75 on Galvanic Blast. It's going up. Cyan, do you take on your Keycaster? Probably Arborea, because it gives you melee power. And all the key abilities scale triple off melee power. so it's way more damage than the crit multi. Wraithborn Emeralds? No. I actually didn't run Isle of Dread on this character. Did I? I don't remember. Did I run Isle of Dread? I don't think so. I don't think I ran Isle of Dread. Admittedly, I could have run Isle of Dread instead of Sharn if I wanted to get more favor, but I just started doing stuff in order, like all the leveling.
You enter a small
So I didn't think about it.
It seems to be closed. Another
Felix.
group of lumbering brutes attacks the fighting pit.
The zombies are back. Take care of them before they injure anyone. Get them, Dorg. Oh, right. These guys are immune to lightning. Oh, no, they're not. Then why didn't they take any effect? Oh, whatever. It's probably fine.
You must stop this invasion.
Also, no negative level.
The fights in the arena may continue.
But yeah. Macrotech is a weird tree. It has a lot of good things going for it. The things I don't love is the Epic Strike feels kind of like undertuned for sure. And then the Mantle is all defense, which I think is not necessarily what you want. It's kind of like an alternate tank tree where the idea is you could tank with a rune arm, but no tank is ever going to wear a rune arm. It's like one of those things that fundamentally just doesn't feel like it fits into what DDO wants. Although I will say there is one place where the Macrotech tree is excellent, and that is Hardcore League. I use Macrotech on a Archmage build. I played a Archmage Wizard after the Archmage rework, and it was super, super good. You get an incredible amount of tank, especially from the rune arm bonuses, so you feel very powerful. The AoE skills are great. The extra repair amp is great. The self-healing is really, really good. On a wizard, you can afford to just take like Mending Burst and keep slamming actual damage spells. It just felt really good.
The source of the creatures must be.
Yeah, and then the thing about this is you get maximum overdrive, which gives you a spell cooldown reduction, which is fine on a sorcerer. It's or like any other fast caster, but on a wizard, oh my god, double meteor swarms, double everything. You can just go meteor swarm, acid well, into like Blade Blast, Fireball, into whatever, and just kind of like roll your fingers down the keyboard, just like launching blasts at people. No, not the familiar musty smell. Main hand rune arm with a shield. I would love if you could main hand a rune arm and use a shield, so I could just blast like an energy cannon. That'd be sick. Unfortunately, that is not how DDO has been designed, so you can't do that. But that would be very cool. This guy. Goddamn Galatrez. Visible special third arm. This quest can give you medium armor for the part of the family set. I got Zilch. Yeah, people want to dual wield shields. Why can't I wear a shield in my main hand and then hit somebody with it while having a shield in my offhand and blocking at the same time? I don't know the answer to that one. I just don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. I've been watching the XP. I'm at 5.5 billion XP. Or million. Not billion. Billion's the wrong number. Billion's a very wrong number. I did probably waste a lot of time today farming out for those gloves. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot of time. It was like maybe 40 minutes. I might cut down that one section and maybe post it on its own, just to like make each individual video a little bit shorter. Because the legendary levels do take a lot longer, because you do need a lot more XP. That's for dang sure. I will admit, when I think about how long it takes to level up through the legendary levels, I think about only doing it once and not having to do it multiple times, because I'm not at the point of thinking about trying to get even more past lives out of this video game. There's already so many I still need to get, so there's a thing.
Members of the Das Gang.
Oh god. Bad guys. Bad guys. Especially being legendary pass size is kind of haunting. Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, you know, I don't need that. I'm just thinking about it. You know, I don't need that. I don't think I need that. Although, you know what they could do? If they wanted to make it faster, they could give a XP boost to make it so that once you get to level like legendary, because you can't gain XP from epic quests anymore, without increasing the amount of XP you get from legendary. Instead, what they could do is make it so that when you're level 30 or higher, you get like double XP. So that way the epic or the legendary leveling process doesn't feel as horrible when they have a reincarnation system, but it means you can't just take an epic character and do it in a legendary quest and get billions of XP. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Because again, my big worry would be if the legendary quests just give more XP, people are just going to use them for fast epic levels and just ignore legendary altogether. That's not a bad idea. Door, get out of here. Shrimp's cooking. I'm doing something. Look, man, I just want it to be easier for everybody. Look, even though I am like king nerf, and I always advocate for things to be nerfed and made worse all the time because I hate everybody and I hate every gamer and I don't ever have a bad time playing video games because that's my goal in life, is to watch other people squirm and feel pain when they play video games. Listen, sometimes I advocate for ideas that might be good for everybody. Break out the walk. No, I'm scared of it. I'm still kind of nervous. I put in some oil to season the wok and it started burning the oil almost instantly, and I was like, oh god, it heated so quick. Why did this happen? Ugh. That's what the forums say? That is what they say, yeah, true. That's what they say I say, which is not what I personally think, but yeah. I was like, why am I not moving? It's because I clicked on my screen to look at something. Oopsie. Alright, here we go. Oop. Beautiful. Subplatoon doesn't matter, like free DDO. Honestly, true. They nerf Sonic Blast, yada yada yada. The lag is gone from DDO. Excellent analysis, Ritz. Excellent analysis. I'd like to think that that is 100% true and representative of what happened in the real world, because it benefits me very much, so I like to think about it. But yeah.
Figure out what's got the magma running cold while you're at it. For countless years, these sweltering caves.
Bone pickers on the tables. The bone pickers. I don't know if they drop. I'm pretty sure the bone pickers only drop from the saga reward. I don't think the bone pickers drop from the actual quests themselves. At least I don't remember ever getting one from a quest, but I could be wrong about that. I'm super curious what the plan is for customization by level 40. I'm honestly hoping for something akin to runes and D3 for changing out skills function, maybe horizontal power scaling. You know what I want? I thought of a great idea. You'll be sick, because you said Diablo 3. Give me a Paragon leveling system. Give me a account-wide leveling system beyond level 40. Their builds because they think the devs don't know about it and will nerf it if they do? Yes.
Wilton stands before you, entombed in a sheet of ice. No doubt the creatures you've...
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I actually don't care if people are going to go out of their way to hide builds because they don't want people there. They don't want the devs to find out so they don't get nerfed. In the sense that, you know, if that's what they think is the best thing to do with their time, sure, go for it. It is what it is. However, I don't want those same cowards to then also get upset when people like don't have builds that are strong as they are, when they're intentionally withholding information from the general public. If you want to withhold your builds and keep them to yourself because you want them to get nerfed, that's fine. But don't go out of your way to bully people who are learning or don't know as much as what you probably know, because you're too ashamed to be able to actually post the things that you know on the internet. The cowards, man.
The wizard turns towards you, startled.
How have you made it past? Not
Past lives were account wide, it would have more fun. I don't know if I would like it if past lives were account wide. Because, like, I like the fact that I can make this character and start over from the beginning. Like, Solo Maverick here, again, started from nothing. I didn't take anything out of any of the chests. I didn't go to my bank. I didn't do anything else. It's all just, like, what I've used from leveling and what I've found. And I can do that because I don't have account-wide past lives. I guess you could have a toggle to, like, maybe turn it off. But, yeah. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't necessarily want account-wide past lives. I mean, obviously I want it because that would be a good feature and it would save me a lot of time. Plus then all my characters would suddenly get racial completionist. So my Blade Forged Bard build gets so much better. So much better. Imagine a racial completionist on the Blade Forged Bard build. Ugh. I have so many endgame alts that would make my first life tanking alt that I use for like tanking raids and stuff would suddenly become a completionist, racial completionist, and would literally get like 3,000 extra hit points. Oh god, that'd be so good. Yeah, you know what? I would like that. That'd be a great feature. We should have that. So much waste of time. No. It's not wasted time because you had fun with all that leveling, right? Right, Yusukai? You had fun with all the leveling. It was fun to do. It's not a waste of time because it's fun. Because you're enjoying yourself. Because you're having fun.
The explosion that destroyed Vaunt's Forge seems
Yeah?
to have left this area mostly
Yeah.
untouched. A
Fun.
blasting note lies near a fresh corpse.
I don't know. I try not to think about playing video games as being wasted time for two reasons. Number one, it's how I want to use my time. And like, listen, I'm not, I'm going to enjoy my time doing what I want to do. If I want to do this, I'm going to do this and I'm going to enjoy it. But also I used to think about like, you know, wasting time in terms of like playing a game, but I don't know. I'm like sharing stuff. I'm talking to people, I'm communicating with others, sharing my thoughts, I'm coming up with cool ideas. I got like a gazillion views on my YouTube channel because of people who want to engage in it and learn about the content and become a part of the same thing. To me, it just feels good. It feels good to like be a part of that thing. And even still, if I decide to sit in my underwear and play Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous for 3 days straight and not go outside or eat anything because I'm sucked into the video game, you know what? I'm going to enjoy it. It's not wasted time, even if I've already played the game before, because I'm having fun. You can't put a price on fun. Now, if you really hate playing DDO and you're only doing it for the past lives, well, at that point, yeah, okay, I can get the argument for wasted time. I can get the argument a little bit better there. If you were like just farming it out for just, you're like, I want racial completionists, so I'm going to farm out racial completionists, but you don't enjoy it the entire time, absolutely. For me, I really enjoy the process. I enjoy the time getting there, so I wouldn't hate it as much. Growth is fun and you stop getting the growth on your main when you don't play on your main. I mean, sure, but like, here's the thing. I agree with you. I like the incremental power growth. But that's actually one of the reasons why I don't play like my main character, because I got racial completionist and it's like, well, I have completionist and racial completionist. I don't have anything left to do. So you know what I did? That's right. I made a new ass character. And then I'm currently working my way to, I got completionist, now I'm working my way towards racial completionist. And when I'm done with that character, you know what we're gonna do? That's right, I'm gonna make a new one. Absolutely. I just like the process. I actually don't really like getting the actual, like, having racial completionist is kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You've activated the made fire cannons. That should be the area.
It's also weird because I feel like as a content creator and as a streamer, I really struggle with having something like that because it makes my content so much less relatable. Like doing the solo guided playthrough, as I mentioned, one of the things I like about this thing that I'm doing here is that anybody can watch what I'm doing. You can watch the video, you can make your own Artificer, you can start from scratch, and that's right, you will be able to have the same character that I have right now. Will you find 2 copies of the Strap of Autumn Leaves? Maybe not, but you'll have other items that will be quite good for you, and you'll be able to have a lot of fun playing the game with those characters. And so for me, I think that that's a cool experience that multiple people can have and they can copy that. But if I did this solo guided playthrough with my ultra giga completionist, where I don't have to put on any gear and I would have more stats than I have right now, you know, it doesn't give the same feel. It doesn't give the same feel. You're like plus 58 to hit and damage on the Korthos Beach. I do like that. It is fun. You know, 90% of the player base, it would make the game more inviting. Oh yeah, no, I'm not against it. Just play wand only or trap only? No. I was thinking about the idea of wand only with the new archetype that's coming out, because you can apply your sneak attack damage to wands, which would obviously be infinitely easier than whatever you did.
You expect
But yeah,
to find
let's see.
Forge personnel hard at work in this wing. Instead, you see an old woman pacing back and forth while muttering to herself.
Old woman, back and forth, muttering to herself. Oh, jeez.
A group of Moorgrave University students are lost inside the forge. You need to track them down. This cavern is bare aside from 2 circular doors, one of which stands open. You'll have to navigate the forge by using the pipe system. Hostile security drones patrol the pipes. It looks like the lost students have triggered the wing's alarm system.
I would love to narrate a thing in DDO. I don't know what, but I'd narrate a thing. A sentient jewel, a quest, an expansion, 2 expansions. Maybe it's just the unemployed part of me talking. Applied to the traps you make with the parts, or was that not tested? I didn't test it because I didn't have any trap parts, and I was too lazy to go farm out trap parts to then construct traps and then use traps to see if the sneak attack is going to work.
You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance.
Like the value to knowledge gained just seemed, or like the effort to knowledge gained seemed too low. Because the real question is like, okay, what would I actually learn? And the answer is not a whole lot. You think Cordo get like half a penny whenever the hulking creature falls is said? The hulking creature falls.
System malfunction. You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance.
Yeah, when you put it on, the sentient jewel goes, "Good morning, everybody." Specific coding so that when you get killed by a Shade Archaea, it goes, "Cheers."
That the last student was taken captive by Forge security and brought.
So I'm currently using 4 levels Sork
You'll have to go there to
on any
resolve
builds increase cash levels. Did I say that ATR is going to be a better option? Yep. Yeah, it's just going to be better because it's going to be tier 3. They are already power creeping the Sork, the Wild Mage.
You fall down a chute and
Which on the one hand, I might be like, oh yeah, like that's kind of crazy. How could they do that? On the other hand, it should have been tier 3 on Wild Mage. That effect sucks. It just should have been tier 3 on Wild Mage. I don't know why it's tier 4. So the fact that it's tier 3 on Arcane Trickster is fine.
A cold and personal voice emanates from the shield guard.
Oh, you mean this one?
Get me out of this hellhole.
That's a good one. I'm so glad I took the time to record that. That was really frustrating. So that is a sound effect from Baldur's Gate 1. You go to a mine that is being run by the Iron Throne, and so you go in and you have to like liberate all these people. But when you talk to any of like the actual miners in there, they're like all having a really bad time because they're in this underground mine and they can't go anywhere. So they'll be like, get me out of this hellhole. But I don't know where that file or that sound is in the game files. And so I had to go and dig into the actual game files to figure that out. I spent a long time, but all the sound effects are actually like in the files. Like they're like encrypted or whatever. What did I do? What did I do? What? Oh, whoops. I wanted to go this. All right. Wait, what? Oh, it's block. It's the block key. I wasn't hitting block. I was hitting shift, and you have to hit block, not shift. If you hit block, it actually makes the thing go backwards. That's why. Yeah, because it was set like this, and I had to go block and then hit this, and then it works. Yeah, there we go.
Quickly.
Do the red one 8 times, maybe. But yeah, anyway, I needed the sound file, so the only way to get it is I had to go back into the mine and just re-record one of the guys. But the problem is the save that I had, the mine had already flooded, so I couldn't actually talk to them again. So what I ended up doing is I had to replay through the entire game to get back up to that section where those guys were. Then I muted all the sounds, just that, recorded that one section, and then did a bit of cleanup on some of the audio to make it sound like that. Because I was like, well, maybe somebody will just have this sound file here. No. So as far as I can tell, I'm the only guy that has the sound file. In theory, I should probably just make a YouTube video and just slap it on there that says, "Get me out of this hellhole," and then people can download it if they want. A cry for help? Thank you. Thank you for linking a cry for help. That is how I feel. Fun fact, did you know if you fall in this pit, you die, this pit over here, you just instantly die and you can't get out? You just die, you lose everything. Yeah, anything that you turn, Ritz, that turns one way, if you hold down block, it turns the other way if you're blocking. 499 DDO points. I'd do it. It'd be fun. I'd record a sentient jewel. Yeah, maybe I'll just get a picture of like the guy, the NPC who says that, and then I'll just have this sound playing.
Get me out of this hellhole.
It's the hellhole. I don't know how he does it. He does it with the voice. Hellhole. No, it's not the same. You can really tell that this guy wants to get out of the hellhole. You know what I mean? That's a big thing. I like it. It's, you know, commit to the bit. Not the fact that the person's in the hellhole, but that they want to get out of the hellhole, and you can tell their desire to leave the hellhole. Go to Winnipeg first? True. That would be a real hellhole. I do not want to go to Winnipeg. I'm good. Don't tell me that's the sound. Oh, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy. Okay, good.
You followed the trail of red crystals deep into the ruins.
That is the guy.
The path opens up into a larger chamber.
I was like, don't tell me you just found the sound on the wiki.
From up ahead.
Dorg live. See, on epic hard, he takes so much damage on legendary hard.
Harsh, disturbing chants can be heard through the sealed metal door.
Oh, die.
You pull the lever, and the mechanism that controls
If the soundbite, you know what I could do? I could update the sound. I could add the soundbite to the wiki. And be like, this is a thing that they say, and then provide it as a service to the universe, because I already did all the work for it. But I'm too lazy, and I don't have like the sound file on a wiki.
The voices grow louder as you
So I'm probably not going to do that. Although, you know what I could do is I could tell Horse to do it, and I could give him the sound file, and he knows how to do that sort of stuff, so he would just do it anyway, because he likes updating wikis.
Worshippers kneel before a
Although, to be fair, that's fandom, and I don't know if he has a fandom account. That's the other big problem.
And implore the creature to punish those who have wronged them. The High Priestess spots you.
Making a YouTube short? No, I can just make it into a full YouTube video.
You will not deny us our vengeance on the city above. The High Priestess seems strangely untroubled by her imminent death.
I just post the video. It's a regular YouTube video and have a bunch of people have no idea. Yeah, fandom. Ooh, the crystalline ward. God, that's a good shield. In fact, that's an improvement over my shield that I have here. My evasive shield that gives me dodge 6. So I can easily take this and put this over top and lock it. And now whenever I need to go through a trap, I'm even safer. And then I find my old shield. Goodbye, shield. Get out of here. Yeah, Fandom and Fextra Life are both really horrible. I couldn't believe that the idea behind Fextra Life is that the guy who owns Fextra Life just has the Fextra Life Twitch stream playing on every single wiki page, and each wiki page counts as a view as a way to just farm money off of Twitch. That's madness. I had no idea. It's not good. No trinket? No, I had a trinket, which was the epic voice of the master right here. But then I got, I pulled the strap of autumn leaves from Feywild, so I decided to use that instead. It's good as hell. Yeah, also almost everything on Fextra Life is just straight up wrong, which is also annoying. Fortunately, what you can do is I have a blacklisting program that makes it so that I don't see, Fextra Life and Fandom don't come up when I Google search stuff, which is so good because when you look up a wiki for a video game, there's always a better wiki. Like, there's just always a better wiki. But Fextra Life and Fandom are always the top two that come up. But if you block them, you get the better wikis. So for example, have you ever wanted to look up something at all related to the Elder Scrolls in any capacity? The UESP, unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, is like the best wiki for the Elder Scrolls ever, and is honestly one of the best wikis I've ever used in my entire life. Can recommend. Again, Path of Exile is another one where there's the Fandom wiki and a Fextra Life wiki for it, but both individual PoE wiki and PoE 2 wiki are both fantastic websites with much better resources. I believe that there's the Metroid wiki. Metroidpedia is amazing and has all the information you could ever want out of like game like Metroid. Because it'll have like all the context. Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest with you, if you haven't done that, I would highly recommend make your gaming like online browsing experience better. Just block Fandom and Fextra Life entirely. The unfortunate reality is that there are some places where there isn't a better solution than Fandom or Fextra Life. For example, for whatever reason, if you want to look up something that's like related to a Dark Souls game, unless you want to join a Discord or go through a Google Sheet, you're probably going to have to go to Fextra Life, which kind of sucks. But yeah. You've never seen these quests? Ruinous schemes in the codes? I like Ruinous schemes. It's not bad. This has one of my favorite voice lines in DDO. Oh, these websites? Oh, yeah. Hey, bud. Did you release a vid about what Tolero talked about last Fridays at 4? No, I didn't make a video about it.
You pull the lever, triggering an explosion that flattens the remaining
of it. I'm worried of missing out. No, it's okay. Don't go on Fandom or Fextra Life if you can avoid it. It's just that the websites suck and they have billions of ads.
Thank you for clearing out the DOS for me. It was a great help. Those fools had no idea what they were dealing with.
The friendly gnome transforms before your eyes. A Rakshasa.
A Rakshasa. Malik, the Malevolent.
The portal opens and fiends flood into the ruin. Now this
someone was considering Keybolt Arcane Trickster. I think you meant just Keybolt, and it did not proc. It did not proc, but not intentionally. When I had Torque in my stream last week when I was testing stuff, he was like in the chat watching as we were testing spells and basically taking note of all the spells that didn't work and were supposed to. All the key spells are not classified as spells, so they don't actually proc Arcane Trickster, and almost every single epic strike also didn't classify as a spell, so it didn't work with Arcane Trickster either. Unintentionally. It is not supposed to be like that. That will be fixed. Gnome disguises? I don't know, I think because it's funny. And also you do it once, you gotta do it twice. Yeah, next week we will have a thing. If you're wondering why I haven't made a video about the Arcane Trickster, it's because we got a very preliminary look at it and a lot of stuff didn't work, so I didn't think it would feel fair to like kind of go over and present some of it. That's the sort of deal where like if I had a video editor that was full-time for my channel, I would have somebody like cut down the 10 hours of Lemania testing into like a solid like 20 minutes of like here are some funny highlight moments from the thing to like go over it. But I don't have a full-time video editor, and I'm too lazy to do that because that takes a long time because I got to stream. So go selling to the vendor. No, 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 no. Yeah, and the enhancements are going to get changed quite a bit as well. Now I get my XP. Yes. 147k. Give me more XP. Yes. 147k. Yeah. What are the other repercussions of that fix being if it happens? Yeah, we'll find out. Was fiddling with Bard of the Other Life. Can I post it on Discord? Yeah, absolutely. Post it on the Discord. If you want something, and I want to say this, I do my best to make sure I'm reading all the channels in the Discord, to make sure I'm listening to stuff and I'm reading things when people ask questions about different things. Some people get to stuff before I do. So in the event that something gets missed, if there's something you're like, stream, I want you to see this thing, just ping me. Just ping me. At StreamTom, I don't mind getting pinged. I mentioned that I don't like getting pinged in Discord. I don't like getting like the at here or at everybody. There are some Discords that I'm a part of that I have literally, one of my Discords, I have 476 pings. I don't know. I haven't checked the Discord, but I have 476 pings, which is unbelievable. So like some of them I just don't even read. There's too many Discords. I just don't even read. All right, I get a new feat. What feat do I get? I don't know. Solo Artie. And that's just group pings. That's just the group pings. That's not even like somebody specifically asking me a question or wanting to talk to me. Overwhelming critical. That's a good feat. I should take it. Overwhelming critical gives me more damage. Scored to Razor for a chair giveaway. Oh, hell yeah. It's like 800 plus. Yep. Again, I don't mind getting pinged in some places, but there's a lot of them where there are people that just ping like 50 million times a day. And I'm like, I don't need this. Okay, so I have this, and now I'm going to go for Weather Any Blow. I think. Boom, boom. I think I can afford getting Weather Any Blow. So I'm going to take the +3 to hit, methinks. Or 3 PRR MRR. Really +3 to hit. 3 to hit's going to be good. We have 4 more points, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Beautiful. I love it. Add people or ping as in generic messages. I mute everything on Discord and tune in when I care for it. Oh, I don't mind when people directly at me. So if somebody goes at StreamTom, I don't mind that because I quickly check it because I'm like, oh, this one's directly for me. But it's like when some people will, or some Discords will they'll use the at everyone ping all the time. Oh yeah, I have another one. This one has 840 pings that I missed apparently, so that's good. That my brain just like stops paying attention to it. Yeah. Do you think you could get some DDO point codes record event and do the Potion of Wonder event you talked about forever ago? Oh, Potion of Wonder gambling? Okay, so for the record, I actually do have DDO point codes I can give away. I just forget to do it all the time. So I probably should do that. And 2, that's an interesting idea. I forgot about the Potion of Wonder roulette. Yeah, but then I have to follow through on something that I said I was going to do a long time ago. And that's a tough bargain, man. It's a tough one. Doing things I said I was going to do? I don't know. It's a good idea. I do like the idea of doing the gambling. Give them for you? No, go away. Get out of here. It's like the build reviews. I've wanted to do that. I just haven't started doing it yet. But I want to. Alright, I'm spacey. My brain is melty. I think it's time for me to take a break from the talking and the streaming. It's been too much today. It's not like it's too hard, but yeah, my brain is just like really heavy right now. It's hard to focus, so I need to take a bit of a break. Yesterday was pretty good. When I finished the stream, I was feeling like pretty energetic and everything was well, but right now I'm just like, whoop. So I think I'm gonna end the stream here because that's a good time. Also, it's been like 8.5 hours. It's fine. We'll be finishing up the solo guided playthrough tomorrow, so that all of this is gonna be done. Character will be done, and I'll do the ceremonial deletion on camera, and then yeah, we're gonna do some other stuff. I want to make a list of all the character builds I want to run through, so I'll probably take some time just generally talking about or thinking about DDO builds, which should be fun. And then other than that, yeah. Oh, thoughts on the new security protocol? I heard they're going to ask you for a photo or ID. Yes. So if you haven't heard about this, that's actually good. I can bring this up because there's enough people in here. There is a change coming to Discord where they are going to be asking for either a photo or a government issue ID to be able to get beyond teen settings, which is to say that to access not safe for work content or things directly directed at adults. So two things. Number one, I am not going to be complying with this policy. I'm not going to be submitting my photo ID to Discord because even though my face is everywhere on camera, I just don't think I need them to have that information. And I don't want another major American tech company to have my information. So I have no interest in doing that. But also, if you do use my Discord, you should have no noticeable changes. There are no not safe for work channels in there. You're not allowed to post anything not safe for work anyway. That is explicitly against the rules of the Discord. So if you use mine, you won't have any issues with that or running into that. And also, I'm not a part of any not safe for work Discords regardless, because I use it for video gaming. That's just it. Like, I just don't trust them with the information, so I just don't care. So I'm not going to be predicting any of that. Oh yeah, but that's only if you want to get access to not safe for work channels, which again, I don't think it's under the guise of like protecting children. I believe it would be under the guise of trying to harbor and collect more information on everyday users, which I just don't trust, since I'm not going to give my government issue ID to a company that has already had a data leak. So like, they don't need that from me. But I'm going to keep using Discord because it's good for communicating about video games. And like I said, I don't use anything with a not safe for work option on Discord because, like, for me, Discord is just a better Microsoft Teams. I use it for like everything. I use it for work. I use it for communicating with my friends. I use it for like the stream here. Yeah, it's easier than maintaining a forum. And like I said, I just don't have those types of conversations or deal with that type of content. So like I said, my Discord is not going to change at all. So if you're somebody who is like, oh man, but I don't want to send the Discord, which is my government ID, you don't have to. You do not have to do that to join my Discord or the official DDO Discord or anything like that. I think there's only 2 Discords that I'm a part of that even have a not safe for work channel. And if it means I get bounced out of those, it's fine. I don't really care. Because yeah, like I said, some of you guys might not know this, but I'm very tame. I'm a very what's the right word for that? I don't know. I'm also like a huge lurker. I don't write anything anyway. Face recognition Discord soon. You talked about the experience. That's literally what we were just talking about, Case Ringer. What's next? My social security number, my bank account? Yeah. I am very advertiser friendly for the most part. I mean, yeah, I like to say like shit or fuck every once in a while, but that's about it. I don't know. Anyways, I'm spacey. My brain is like all the way out here. So I'm going to go stop doing that. Mitchin, grind that hardcore loot? Nah, you're good. But yeah, all I was just saying is that I'm not going to be making any adjustments. Like, you don't have to worry about the Discord or anything else. I'm not, if you're like, oh man, I really hate that Discord is asking us to you know, give them our sensitive information so they can leak it or sell it to other parties or use it for whatever nefarious purpose. And I don't trust them. You don't have to if you want to still be a part of the Stream Discord or any of the DDO main DDO channels. All of them will be fine. They just want to help you find your pet. True. You should advertise D's nuts. Maybe I will. Oh God, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. Anyway. Who else is streaming today? Alright, let's stream. Who are we streaming? Oh, Tavern Tales is doing DDO trivia tonight with prizes. Sick. Tuesday night trivia. Let's raid the. We're gonna raid the DDO stream. They're doing Tuesday night trivia. That sounds fun. You guys might have fun with that. It'd be a good time. So we'll raid the old DDO stream. So if you guys want to do some DDO trivia, you can do that. I love capitalism and giving away my information. Me too, dude. As I said, given how much information they already try to gather from us, I don't need to get them to take anymore. I need to sell my own info, and I got people doing that for me. Exactly. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Then we turn off the Twitch stream. Hey, what's up, YouTube chat? It's time for me to go because I'm tired. I'm gonna go. Actually, I shouldn't be that tired, but I feel like the last 3 days I've had 2 cups of coffee a day, and then today I didn't. Not for any particular reason, I just didn't really feel like it. I don't think it's actually why I'm feeling sleepy. I think it's just a little bit of brain overload. I think the first 7 hours of live stream I was really on it, and then my energy levels just kind of crashed a little bit. So I'm just kind of tired. That, and I'm also changing on my diet. I'm on a new diet because I'm trying to I gained 10 pounds since Christmas because I didn't think about my eating at all. And by not thinking about it, I mean I ate without thinking entirely. And I put more food in the body. And food in the body is really good, but not necessary all the time. Not when you have too much food in the body. So I'm fixing it. So the change in eating habits is also affecting my brain. Anyways, I'm going to go take off and do some editing. I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye.